because I play this game once every several months.
Yes.
How do I zoom in on my cards?
Alt. Go
thank you.
hover over the card you wish to read and hold Alt.
Thank you.
Okay,
There's just
that's how you do that.
so many.
Hello. Hi, Crystal
Hello.
Cheese Cat. Chat? Cat. They're your cat now.
Meow.
Do you need Dakith to resend you the
I'm not a
shared chat?
cat. Max is the
It
cat.
says it's in. Just says she's in
Squints.
the group chat or the shared
Oh.
chat.
Okay. Not showing. It's not showing for me.
Yes, you're in the
there we
show
go.
chat. Oh.
Okay, that's what the problem was. Because I was like, I don't see them. There we go. Hello.
Yay!
Oh God.
My mic was muted on stream. I have to mute it again. Give me just a second.
Oh my God.
Everyone take a sippy of hot cocoa.
I have no more hot cocoa. I drank
Yeah,
that
same.
fuck dry. That fuck is dry. I drank him all.
You guys are wondering what we're talking about. We are doing an event day today where we're posting pictures of our hot cocoa in the Tricksters Discord. If you'd like to participate, the Discord link is the last one in that message, and the rest of the Tricksters of the Trade are there as well.
Everything looks so delicious.
I really like how ours came out. It came out really mellow instead of being super sweet.
Hello, I'm back.
My characters.
Hi, back.
Hi.
I should have looked at this guy a little bit better.
Well, there's so many lovely friends in chat already.
Lunatel.
What?
Thank you for doing the sound checks.
You're welcome.
Speaking of sound, hi Sound Ninja. How's
Okay,
things?
so,
Things are good.
does anybody need any setup help? Everybody's got 7 cards, or does anybody
I
need
have
help?
7 cards. I don't know if I need help. I don't remember how this game goes.
Sodium, what are you doing? Get out of here.
He's being.
Do what I want.
Sound check, yeah, I'm here. Also, hi Kirby. Hi Kirby, welcome in.
Val, do you need help getting your cards again?
Crystal sound check is good. Hi Lunatel.
6. Would you sit 7, right?
7, yeah. You can also, just so you know, next time, you can just hit the number on the top of your keyboard. Like, if
How do you
need
zoom in on the
3
cards again?
Hold
Hover
Alt.
over and Alt.
Hover over and hit
Alt.
Alt.
Okay.
But you can always then, if you need like 3 cards, you can just get yourself 3 by clicking 3 over your deck.
Exciting gamer news. I'm now Legend 4 in Warframe. I'm gonna try and hit 5 by the end of the year. Ooh, congrats, Sound. Let's go, let's go. Oh, hi, Cygnus. Thank you for the glasses. This is indeed Red Dragon Inn. You might need these to read the cards. Thank you, Cygnus. I've got my glasses on now.
It's
Tomo,
dangerous
bird.
to go alone. Here, take these glasses.
Tomo is
Just
just...
go alone. Here, take this gun.
Oh my goodness.
Tomo is waiting for Seed's treat. He knows it's coming.
All right. Are we ready to get started, everybody? Does anybody need anything?
Let's introduce ourselves.
Yes, that's a good idea. Let's choose to let's introduce ourselves. I will
Introduce
start, I'll go
ourselves.
down the list.
Hold on. Do we want to? Hold on. Let me start the recording before we do that.
Oh yeah, let's start the recording. That's a good idea.
Jack on the triple
And then I will
lurk.
give a- All right, and then I will go. We're gonna do a countdown. Then I'll give a brief intro, and then we can all introduce ourselves one at a time.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So, start recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello, YouTube. We are the Tricksters of the Trade plus special guests, and it is Hot Cocoa Day, so we are celebrating with a big old round of Red Dragon. I am Dakith, aka 5 Kinds of Magic, and then now everyone else is going to take turns introducing themselves.
I'll go next.
Bravo.
We'll go down. I'm Callie Dream, and I'm your sea turtle waifu, mother of 1, maybe future 2. Yeah, maybe next year. I
What?
actually hadn't told the Tricksters this yet.
Wow.
If we get the posting in April, husband and I are gonna try and have another baby. So.
Wow. Exciting.
Congrats, bud. That's exciting.
Yay! I hate myself too.
Oh, no.
Let's say I'm worried for your sanity.
Twins.
Cheesecake, would you like to go next?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. I'm a Bunny Fairy Doll VTuber. I am live over on my channel right now. My pronouns are they, them, or am, air. And I like doing art. I like playing games. And I sure like the Tricksters. I sure like the Tricksters. They're just about my favorite streamer group. I still have yet to get to know many of them, but you know.
You will.
Yeah, and tonight will be a great time for that as well. Happy festivities, everyone. I'm
let's
feeling
go
the holiday spirit.
The holiday is within them. Draco, you are next, my friend.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, Isaac.
Hello, I'm Mr. White Christmas. I'm just kidding. That's a lie. I'm Isaac the Icicle. I'm an artist and I like to play games, but I'm only here because
You are
Yeah,
the
I'm here in
spirit of
spirit.
Christmas future, maybe.
The spirit
Yes.
of Christmas, of winter, at least.
Lunatel.
Oh, right. I guess I should do one too. Hi, I'm Lunatel. I am one of the wives of the Tricksters. I mod for a lot of them. I'm mostly the person that does the sound checks for just on the stream side, so all the Tricksters are doing. I also did it for Cheesecake. I don't know if you saw that or not, but you're good on your sound.
Aww.
Yay! Thank you. I did notice. I did
You're
notice.
welcome.
Lunatel
Do you
with
want to
one
say
L.
whose
Two
wife
Ls?
you are, or are you just a wife of the Tricksters?
Well,
I'm a wife of one of the
technically,
Tricksters.
Or wife.
Which one is the
we
everyone else
don't
can figure
acknowledge
out.
which one.
Watch all of them and find out.
Me, actually.
Okay, technically, Lunatel is all our wife. Okay,
Um,
we share her.
Let's
In some
go. Free
degree.
wife.
I love how I'm accidentally spamming the chat with all the shoutouts.
I love it so much.
Sounds
Custodian.
Hey, I'm Trash.
Wow.
God dang
I
it.
mean, you said it, not me.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Trash.
I know what I'm
Nice
about.
To meet you. Max, please follow that up.
Wow.
Yo, I'm Max. I'm the monster that lives in the lo-fi static. I game. I do art. That's about it.
Whoops.
And last
Isn't
but
even
not
right.
least, Arthur.
Hi, Venus.
Hi, I'm Valkyrie. Also
Sorry, I'm
known
just
as
doing
Valkyrie
a sound
Mercy.
test of my own. Sorry, hold on a sec.
You go ahead.
Oh,
Go on,
Okay,
Val.
do we need sound test?
No, you're good. Go on, Val.
Okay, I game. I'm one of the newer Tricksters, and yeah,
Trash is your husband.
yes.
Oh my goodness.
And I would like to. He is not trash. He is just very excitable, especially for
Aw.
Okay.
Yay!
Custodian
I've
is a
drawn Val
delight.
before.
Yeah,
Neat. All right, now I'm gonna pick up the random
which
color
I still love,
generator
by the
here.
way. Cheesecake.
Yay! I'm glad. I dropped it. I don't know how to play. Where's my game?
I never
Oh my
said that.
God.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The
You can't prove I said
stream
that.
was broken for a bit. That's okay. We're fine. It's scuff day over on the
Well-
cheesecake end.
Very.
It's not a
very
stream
familiar
without
with
stuff.
Scuff.
Well,
Sometimes I can make it.
You're the first player. You get to go
Oh.
first.
Okay, what do I do? I know this is like
Okay, so
simulated drinking game in the form of a card game.
Okay, so
Okay.
if you look at Kaylin here, look at your card
Yeah.
up here. So it does tell you
Cute
the turn
fairy.
order.
Discard
You
and
have
draw.
to- Right, so you
So-
get 7 cards. So
Mhm.
at the beginning of your turn, you can choose, oh, I maybe don't want some of these cards. You can discard them, which will go right in the center here. And then
Okay.
if you you can discard if you want.
What's
and
the
then
win
draw
condition
back
of
up
this
to 7.
game?
The win condition is to not die. So how it works is you will take drinks. This marker on your card placemat.
Oh yeah,
will
a little
move.
drink marker.
Yeah, that will move
have 2 of
over
them.
time. You also have
I've
the
been told to
fortitude
hydrate.
marker off to this side, which can also move. When these two meet or go overlap or
Yeah.
Pass.
Overlap
yeah,
or
pass each other.
So if one's on
you
11 and
die.
one's on 10, I'm okay. But if as soon as one gets
Yeah,
one
the minute
further, then we're
one-
cooked.
Yeah, after that you're fucked. You're too drunk. Go home.
Okay.
You get thrown
You
out
also-
of the bar is this how the story goes.
Yes.
You either
Yes.
pass out and you get thrown out, or you drink too much.
Gotcha.
Or if you lose all your gold, you
yeah.
also
Yes.
The
get
other
thrown
way
out.
you can lose is there is gambling, which will be explained later. It's easier if we do it when gambling starts.
Mm-hmm.
You will you don't want to lose all your money. Otherwise the bar's like, you're too broke, get out.
You can't do anything for us here. Get out of here.
Yeah. So how you want to start is, let's just start with the beginning of your turn. So is there any cards you wish to discard?
Let me see.
Quick, yeah, you can just scroll over them. Alt will enhance them so that you can read them.
Give
Oh,
me a
somebody actually
moment.
playing the win?
What was that, Belle?
Oh, as I said, somebody's actually playing the winch?
Yeah, you probably got
I
that.
am.
Okay, I picked which one I want to discard.
Both of them.
Okay,
Right.
pull it out from your hand. And then just
And
place
then-
it in your discard right there. Yep, where the little arrow is.
Discard.
Okay, then you can go over to your deck here,
Uh-huh.
put your hand over it, and pick out one card.
Yeah, so
Okay,
the
and
way
then
it
put
works
that in your
is
hand.
you pick however many cards you want to discard.
How do I look at
Get
it?
rid
It's
of
face
all.
down.
Oh, F,
press
F
F,
to
flip
flip.
it.
F. Ah, I see. Okay.
Oh wait, jeez.
Okay.
I got a little tip for you.
Yes.
You can draw faster if you press a number over your deck.
Oh, okay. Good call.
So if you need to get 3 or 4 cards, just hit 3 or 4 while over your deck.
Sweet.
Also, because you are Kaylin, let's do this real quick. Come over here to Wolfric.
Yeah. Oh
You
yeah.
have a companion. So
Doggy.
pick up one card and put it to that side. Perfect. Now hit the F to flip it.
He's feeling
now this is
loyal.
He's feeling loyal. So whenever you would lose fortitude, which is this little heart, right, on your plaque.
Okay.
The fortitude you would lose is decreased by 1. So if someone was to make you lose 1, you actually would lose 0. 2
Uh-huh.
to 1, so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Okay? So
Very
that is
nice.
Wolfric's power right now.
He
So
has
now
like passive abilities.
Yes.
Yep.
He
Neat.
helps you. He's a good boy.
Good boy.
Sometimes
so
he
cute.
does not help.
Hey, good boy.
Sometimes he does not
Sometimes
help.
he's-
Sometimes he's just
Yeah.
a boy.
Sometimes he's a hamburger hindrance instead of a hamburger helper.
Hamburger hindrance.
Oh, that's good.
That was
Yeah, that
clever. I like that.
I did like that.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
now that you have drawn your cards, your next
Yes.
move is an action. So now, look at this discarded card you
Mhm.
have. See how it says gambling here at the
Gambling.
bottom, right here?
Yes.
So that's what the card type is. Now you need to look through your hand and look for a card that says action. Now you do not have to play an action card, but you can. You can play one action card.
Okay. If something says sometimes, is that
A sometimes card means that there's a condition. So
Yeah,
when you
a
read the
conditional.
card, it'll tell you when you can play it. So it may say, oh, if you lose fortitude or some other event. There's
Sometimes
the
cards
any-
are basically you've activated my trap card.
Yes, sometimes there's those kinds. Anytime cards can be used at any time during either your turn, someone else's turn, anytime during the whole game.
Okay. I seem to have a lot of cards about gambling.
Oh God.
Don't tell us
Okay.
that.
We're just getting familiar with the
Does
game.
any
It's
of
okay.
them- Does any of them say action where?
A couple of them
where
do,
I
but they
pointed
seem like really aggressive right out the gate. So I don't know if I want to
Okay,
do
you
that.
do
I'm
not-
still amicable.
You do not have to do an action card. You could say, I don't want to do an action.
Okay. Pass the action.
Okay.
So
so-
now,
I
now
do-
you move
So-
on to. Oh,
The
sorry,
third
go on,
step,
Daka.
which is going
Yes.
to be the buy drink phase. So you draw the first card off the top of. Oh wait, we all forgot to draw cards. So
Oh, right.
Graphic
Sorry.
setup.
Okay.
Everyone draw one card off
Oh.
the drink deck and put it
Drinky deck.
below and to the right of your character sheet where it
Yeah.
says
So
drink.
right
drink
down
this.
here.
Aha! Do I see it?
Yeah.
So now, not yet.
Don't put it in your deck. Yeah, put it to the side.
Okay, let me just
Okay.
double check.
Does everyone have
Pet,
their
pet,
first drink?
pet. I sure do.
Yes.
I thought I had
Um,
beard.
Oh, here, let's just grab you another one, Lunatel.
Afraid now.
This is exciting.
I'll watch. I'm watching from above like Jesus. I'm watching you. I'm watching
Jeez.
you.
Wow.
For you, I'd like to point out you don't actually buy a drink. It's that they changed it later to order a drink because you don't have to pay for the
Ah.
drink.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Alright.
essentially, the idea is that there's like a bunch of drinks in the middle, and then you just grab one as you play the game.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
So
So
when
that
the
was
food
how-
pile runs out.
We do
You
have to
all
pay
have
for
to
that.
pay 1 gold, and then
We'll worry about that when we get there.
Yeah.
Let's
Yes,
not
you're all paying
overwhelm.
Bit by bit.
So
Bit
the,
by bit.
the drinks are paid for. We just get them
Yes.
refilled.
Yes.
It's
Alright,
still a
so,
strategy.
that's-
It does cost you a coin from everybody,
when
so
we
it
get
is still
there,
Ah.
a thing you have to be concerned about.
Hi, bye,
So-
Venus. Have a good day. Also, hi, Mama Bear. I hope you're doing well.
all right, cheesecake. So,
Yes.
back to your thing. We're now in the order drinks phase. So what you
Uh-huh.
do is you take the top card of the drink deck in the middle,
Do
here,
another one?
and you give it to anyone on the table. Could be
Yes.
yourself. or anyone.
Oh.
Oh, but you want to give it to someone else probably.
Yeah,
And
because you're
just put it
trying
on
to
the
get
top of their
everybody
drinking
out.
pile.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to.
You want to give drinks to others. So now
Okay.
take one from the drink pile, and you may give it to whoever you wish.
And if you
Now,
can't decide, the octahedron of decision making is there for you.
I'll go ahead and give it
So,
to Daka.
All right, fair enough.
Alright, so just a small thing there with the drink pile. There are some drinks that will restore. They're not as many, but there are
Ooh.
some that will restore either your fortitude or your alcohol. So
We'll get to
So
that.
some of them are good.
yeah.
Very rarely,
Alright.
but sometimes it happens.
So, after you've ordered someone a drink, now you take the top card of your drink deck and pull it out somewhere and flip it over to see what it is.
So you can take
So-
one off your drink deck. You only have the one right now. So you want to take
Okay.
this one here.
Take it.
So,
Yeah, and
grab
flip it over.
put
Flip
it
it.
up. See, we're
Okay.
cutting
We're
you off.
cutting you off. You can't
So she
hold your
brings you a cup of
liquor. She
coffee.
gives you a cup of coffee.
this is-
Okay.
This is a -1, meaning that if your alcohol content was anywhere but here, you would get to lose alcohol.
Ah, gee.
But you're already as far
mean-
as you can go.
Hey, at least it's better than taking one, right?
Yep, that is
All right,
true.
So then,
So now
after
you're
you
gonna
drink
take
your
this
drunk,
card.
you take it over to
Discard
the,
drink deck, okay.
Yes,
Yep.
perfect. Right there.
Right there.
Very good. Now,
Yay!
then-
your special thing is now.
Change him
the
again?
last thing on your card is to change Wolfric's mood. Yep. So now we're gonna change his mood again.
Oh, he's stalwart.
So-
Players cannot play cards that would negate or ignore cards you play from your hand. Ooh!
Yeah. So we cannot say, "Oh man, I don't want to do that to you."
Interesting.
All
So
right.
if you play a card on one of us, like an anytime card now,
Mm-hmm.
we cannot go, "Oh man, I don't want to." Slaps down another card. We can't do that to you. We have to take whatever you dole out.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Hi, CJ. Welcome in.
So that is now the end of your turn. So now we do go
Okay, sweet.
clockwise. So now it will be Dakiv's turn.
All right, it's my turn. So first thing that Jet does increases momentum.
You
Next,
fast as
I
fuck,
am
boys.
good with all the
Oh,
cards.
are
in
you
my hand.
playing that little delivery lizard again?
Delivery
Yes. Yeah.
lizard.
I thought he was a
Aw.
kobold.
Courier.
What a cute little
He's the
guy.
mailman.
Speed.
All right, and let's see here. Red, just playing red. Oh, come here, you. Card, work with me here. All right. Make sure I got the right one. Yeah. Coming through.
Oh, you giving this to Val?
I rolled randomly
you-
and it was on red.
Oh.
What is it? What are you doing?
The
I'm doing
card is
3
over here
damage.
by Val. Yeah, so lose 3 fortitude.
Ooh.
Come through.
Beg pardon. Hang on.
Oh.
I beg your finest of pardons.
What a scrumptious pardon. May I beg it?
Okay, at least lose 3 fortitude.
Yeah,
Yep.
3 fortitude, sweetie.
1,
Wow.
2, 3.
Watch out, there's a lizard running around.
He's fast.
Nyum.
Yes.
Fast as fuck, boy.
All right. Candace, thanks for giving me that drink last turn. I'll give you one as well.
Oh, thank you.
You're looking
Yeah.
pretty thirsty there.
Archeo with
No.
a chaser.
So,
Okay, so-
so everyone can look at this card. So when
Uh-huh.
it has a plus sign like this, it's called a chaser, which means you must drink the next drink in your drink deck.
Ooh.
As
In
well as
addition
this
to
one.
this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
What a
Troll
fine
smell
pardon.
one.
Then beg.
all right. So let's
alcohol
total 2
and
alcohol.
One,
Oh,
unless you're a troll, but you're not.
oof.
I'm a kobold.
I don't think I could have a gun emoji. I don't think I have the energy for that.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, I don't
Oh my
know.
goodness.
They crave
That sounds like
violence.
a
I cannot
threat.
take the gun emoji from them.
Okay. And that was my turn.
All right, Lunatel, you're up.
Hey,
I'm still trying
Diva.
to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, take your time.
I should have read this character again before we played again, but
Okay. That just means
You
we
want it?
We can troll in our chats. Hold on, let me get my own gun. Where's my gun? There he is.
It's very silly over here.
It is. We're having,
Over at the
3
Draco
conversations
zone.
at once.
There is quite a few of us.
Yeah.
And anytime you
I
need
wrote-
help, there are multiple of us that can help.
Let's
So.
see here.
Sound Ninja played the
Sound-
Artificer.
Artificer.
I have a couple cards that I'm like, shoot, do I want to play that right now, kind of thing.
You can always skip your action.
I'm aware. I am still gonna do one because I want to know about this character. So this is also an experiment for me.
Yeah.
I'm good. I just
Oh, well,
so-
Luna, just to
Yeah.
give you a heads up, there's a setup that you have to do with Bastion. You're gonna take 3 of your prayer.
oh yeah, no, I
cards.
already have them. They're in my deck.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know where to put them where I could see them and you guys couldn't. So I tried putting them down on the ground. They still would not.
Wait,
Show me,
where's
so-
Lunatel?
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
I'm blue.
Okay.
Blue!
Hi.
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah,
Blue.
Tuesday, you can look at the top right
I did
corner
not
for
see
everybody's
the
names and their
picture.
colors.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I've used Tabletop Simulator before, but it's been a while.
Yeah, none of those I could use right now.
Played a goofy board game, my friends.
Oh, maybe
Forever ago.
anyway, I need prayer
Oh,
tokens.
Oh, I can hear the husband. He's got snacks.
I got so confused that I'm like, how are you hearing Brad?
Aw,
It's like Brad's
wait,
not
wait.
moving.
Can I get them in a bowl? Because the coconut's really messy. Thank you, honey. And he brought me more eye drops.
Ah,
Aw.
What a
You know, I
delight.
am
What
gonna
a
start this
treasure.
off, and I'm gonna act nice. I'm gonna do the second part of this. I think I'm
You
doing this.
nice?
Oh my
Ah,
Pick
goodness.
another
Nice.
player, they lose 1 fortitude. Ooh,
Yep,
who
so
you
I'm
picking?
choosing actually not RNG.
Blue.
That's not gonna work. That's me.
Dacketh.
Dakith. Okay, so that's first. Isn't Dakith the one that just went?
Yeah, he
Yes.
was right
Yep.
before
Okay.
you.
And he just did an act of aggression, so this is fitting, I guess.
Alright, so I get 1 prayer token from that. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Thank you, sweetie.
And I believe
No,
I
you can
discard
do
this unless
one
you
or
have
the other.
something you would like to.
No,
Block.
Are you
no,
doing the
hold
second
on.
effect or the first effect?
The second effect. You lose 1
She's-
fortitude.
Yeah, she's doing
Okay.
the second effect.
So you're gonna soak it.
Yeah, I'm gonna soak it.
Okay.
Wow.
And then
Thank you, sweetheart.
action buy a drink. So I had to buy a drink. I will buy a drink for Jacob.
A gasp.
We don't hang out at bars, so here's a drink on me.
Yeah, girl, you right.
Who's
So
Jacob?
now
That's my
it's
custodian.
Sound Ninja used the Artificer character when he played with his friends.
Oh.
Ogre brew.
Oh.
More ogre brew.
Oh.
Oh, rippers.
Rippers.
So I pretty much took the same thing that Dakith did. So.
Mm-hmm.
Two
I
So
alcohol
gain
and
2 alcohol.
think-
Gain 2 alcohol and lose 1 fortitude. Oof.
I don't think I have anything that'll block any of this.
just
Sorry,
take
by
that.
the way, if you hear me munching. My wonderful husband got me those like refillable shares. The
Forever,
that I
forever,
can-
share.
Nope, I do not have anything, so
Is
I'm
that
gonna have to
some
soak
kind of
that.
Canadian version of candy?
It's
That-
Ferrero
No.
Rocher. They're the little
Yeah,
chocolate
I
bonbon
I can never
things.
say it.
And
Baby, those are my
but-
favorite chocolates. How dare you?
Yeah, I know, but she just didn't say them right.
That's one of the few chocolates I will
say them
eat.
right.
Ooh.
Because
But
it has
anyway,
hazelnut.
he got me the white chocolate because I can't have the other ones because of what's in them. But these ones have almonds, so I can have these ones.
Oh, that's right. You can't have
Yay.
like hazelnuts and stuff.
Yeah, I can't have like hazelnut or anything or any kind of nut. But almonds are not a nut, so don't mind me
They're
at my
not?
crunching. Nope, they're
Um,
actually technically part of the peach family.
Wow, okay.
Yep,
Learn something new. I didn't know that.
that means my
Alright,
nephew can have it.
Sometimes I should have used on my turn, but I forgot. Oh well.
I will say, sorry, some people who do have a nut allergy have also additionally almonds, so do be careful.
Yeah,
Like my
I
brother,
work in
for
food
some
service,
reason,
so
cannot have
almonds
them.
are generally lumped in with all the other tree nuts when it comes to allergies.
Hmm
Mhm.
Oh, wait.
Safer than sorry.
Mhm.
Nuts are cool.
Yeah. Anyway, is it Draco's turn?
Yes.
Uh,
People are drawing in
yes.
my zone.
We're
Um,
waiting. Play.
Quick check, Luna. Did you buy someone
Okay.
else a drink?
I bought Jacob a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's Jacob?
Custodian got one.
Custodian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
I can't remember
draw.
anything anymore.
Girl, it's
Also,
fine.
I need to get a hot drink, excuse me.
We live like 2 miles down the road. Look.
And then I play this.
No, you're a
Gambling?
bastard.
Already.
And
Okay.
instead of doing that, here we go.
What is this?
Tell you what the face
Oh,
down bottom
jeez.
said.
Oh, okay. So the in discards it. Got it.
Can somebody tell
Huh.
me because I'm currently away from the desk taking care of the pups?
In just a minute.
No.
So there we go. A bomb.
You're gonna
A
want to
bomb?
come back to the desk though.
Oh hell.
We're
All right.
gambling.
So all of our
Let's
new
go
players
gambling.
take 1 gold piece off of your pack and put it onto your corresponding color over here in the little rainbow game
Oops.
section
Yeah.
in the center.
So grab your hand, grab 1 coin, and then you put it over your character. Yep. Draco, I love you, but fuck you.
Hmm.
Jesus.
Lunatel did just step away, so we will need a couple of seconds.
Can't we just take a gold from her pile?
Looks like someone already did.
I mean, she's got 12
There's
gold
a
on
way
her
to
pile.
block gambling. Like someone can opt out without having to pay.
Ah.
So there's a chance that she
Mhm.
has that card, so we don't want to play for her.
No, we don't want to play for her.
Excuse me.
Dakov, while we're waiting, why don't you explain how gambling will work?
Okay, so everyone, if you look in your hands, you'll notice that a lot of them have the type of gambling, or some of them
Mhm.
have cheating. So what's going to happen is that we're going to go around 1 player at a time, and they can either pass, which is they choose not to play anything, or they can play a cheating or gambling card, and that will allow them to usually take control of the round of gambling.
Mm.
And if it's something like a winning hand, which can only be beaten with a cheating card, or cheating cards, which will obviously take control and will sometimes have other effects. But so, like I said, we will go around 1 at a time. We will either choose to pass or play a card, and then if it goes around the entire table once with nobody passing, nobody taking control from the last person who got control, then that person wins the round of gambling and they gain all the money that has been anteed.
What did I miss? I'm sorry.
Oh, just
We're
gambling being
gambling.
explained.
Oh,
But
okay.
also, I like to point out that do not tell people what you have when you're gambling. Just say
It
whether
is
you pass
gambling
or not.
after all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Don't say things like, I don't have anything to play or anything like that.
Ah.
Unless you're wanting to lie. And then you can be
Yeah.
a liar, I guess.
Just a
And-
heads up, I end up having to take one of my Sudafed medicines. It may or may not make me drowsy. It's been a while since I've had to take one.
A
so,
snoozer.
All right, and
Hopefully I don't,
as-
but
Okay, just
and
let us
to
know
add
if
on
you
to
need
what
anything.
Isaac said, You can also choose not to play a card, even if you do have a card you could play.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Lunatel. Draco started the gambling, so we just need to know if you have a card to be like, oh, I don't want to gamble, or
Is it
if
on
you would
me
like
right
to.
now? Okay.
Well, we all have to put in a coin.
Got you.
So you can either opt out if you have a card right away, or put one coin onto your character over here.
I got you. Sorry.
I'm opting out, just so everybody knows.
Yep, I see your card there.
I've played this card. Wait a minute, someone's playing with the
Don't
drinks.
you have to play a card to like not go, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, at the start of gambling, we all have to put a coin in. Draco's already played a coin thingy to negate for themselves.
Okay.
Like, for example, you can see over here that Callie played a sometimes card that lets them, instead of anteing, just leave the round of gambling.
I do not wish to gamble.
No gamble?
No gamble.
I wish to eat my refillable shreds in peace.
Oh, Chrissy!
Or what? Can I get a repeat on that?
Refillable shreds in peace.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for subscribing,
So,
Chrissy. I appreciate you.
All right, so Luna, basically short version, do you have a sometimes card that lets you leave the round?
Yes, I'm trying to read it because I'm trying to understand it, but I'm having one of my moments where I can't read and listen to people at the same time.
Oh, okay. Just everyone will give you a second.
I'm like that too, honestly. I can only process one form of words at a time.
So our book is somewhat fuzzy on the subject of gambling. I don't have to ant and I'll leave the round of gambling, but I gain a premium, which is
Yep,
this
that is fair.
thing.
All right. You can put that in your discard. All right.
All right.
With that, everybody has anteed, so I believe Max is next.
All right. I pass.
Pass. I'm not playing. Val.
Let's see. Do I want to play? You know what? I think I will go ahead and play a winning hand. Just because.
So I believe now only a cheating card.
Where's the card?
Can beat
It
that.
doesn't say that. It says you may not play this card if the last card to take control of the round was a winning hand. It just says take control of a round of gambling.
Yeah.
What does that mean to take control of a round of gambling?
So it
means you are currently winning.
Yeah, so Val currently is winning.
Okay.
Excuse me. So how gambling works is Draco was winning before because he started the gambling. And he had a card down for gambling. Max then passed. I am no win. And then Val played this, so now it's Val is winning. So now how it works is whoever is winning at the time, it needs to go around the whole table and get back to them without someone playing. So it has to now pass through Custodian, you, Dakith, Lunatel, Draco, Max, and myself, and then get back to Val. And she still has to have her card in play for her to win. And then she'll get all the money in the pot. So now it is Custodian's turn.
Yes, and I pass.
Okay, now it is your turn, Cheesecake. You have a gambling card that you can use.
Can I use a cheating card?
You can.
Yes.
Okay.
If you want to.
Wolfric thinks that you should fold. I take control of the round of gambling, and I can pick somebody and force them to leave the round. They might not play any more gambling or cheating cards during this round. I'm going to pick... Let's see... Who's in?
Everybody is in except for myself and Lunatel.
I'm gonna see, and it's Val who has the round right now. I'm gonna.
Nope, you now have the round.
Oh yeah. Val who had it
You
before.
took it from me.
yes,
so
yes,
Val's
indeed.
Card, sorry, Val, I'm moving your card.
I'm gonna prevent Max from. I'm gonna kick Max out, respectfully. I mean, I'm being respectful. It's Wolfric who's growling at you.
Okay.
So
Myself,
Funny, you're the
Lunatel,
one
and
taking the
Max are
bomb.
out.
you may not play any more gambling or cheating cards during this round. Any gold you have already anteed stays.
Yep.
Mhm.
So Max can no longer play.
Rude.
Sorry.
And you, Cheesecake, are now currently winning. Also, by the way, yes, the winning hand can only be defeated by a cheating card. I double checked.
It
Mm.
Most
doesn't.
of them
It
will say
doesn't say
that.
it on this card though.
Yes, it does
That's
in the
why
rules,
it was
though.
confusing.
Yeah, that's why I
Okay.
checked the rules.
Interesting.
Maybe
Ah.
it's something with this deck then.
It might be. But I
Because I know
double
that
checked.
every time I've seen it, it's been. It's said that it couldn't.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
So,
why I double checked.
Yeah, the rules say it has to be followed by a
Oh.
cheating card.
The
So
enclosed
Dakith
instruction book.
has a
winning hand.
winning hand.
Oh.
So now, Cheesecake, you can move your card to the discard. Because now Dakith is in control. Lunatel is out, so it goes back to Draco.
I pass. Why do you all want this bomb so much?
Max is out, I'm out. Val, it is back to you. You do need to play a cheating card.
Hold on, let me read this. Where is it? It has to be a cheating card.
It has to be a
Yeah.
cheating card when it's a winning
Wouldn't an
hand.
I don't think so card also work, or is that nothing that work with this?
that only negates sometimes cards.
Cool.
It's a very powerful one.
I like the music I set for today. There's a YouTube channel called Blue Turtle, and they have
Turtle.
just a bunch of really nice like fantasy background music and really neat animations on it. And they started doing this before like AI was infesting YouTube. So like infesting especially music playlists and stuff on YouTube. So you know what? Sick. And they have like a fantasy like productivity, like a Pomodoro, like a lo-fi Spirit City lo-fi session type game. I think that's super neat.
Alright, so anyway, Val, do you have a response?
If it has to, you said it has to be a cheating card.
It has to be a cheating
Yes.
card because he has
I-
played a winning hand.
I pass.
Okay.
Custodian.
I pass.
I really want to
Okay,
do this.
Cheesecake. It's down to you. If you pass or cannot play a cheating card, Dakith wins the pot.
I have something I could do, but I don't know if it would be BM. Do I have to
I
worry
know, I
about
thought
BM in
that-
this game? Bad manners.
What's up, Val?
I thought
We're all getting drunk
uh,
for Bud. There's no bad manners.
I thought Cheesecake has control, so they win.
Nope.
No,
Bless you.
Cheesecake.
Dakith's played
Cheesecake
a winning
he played a
hand.
winning hand.
He played a winning hand right afterwards.
Yeah.
So it is on
Okay.
Dakith.
My bad.
Well, I guess the wench thought that was her tip. End of the round. All antique gold goes to the inn.
No one's
Oh,
getting that
geez,
bomb
is that
back.
Brad all
Callie?
over. This is
Is
Brad
that
all
for the
over
Callie?
again.
Because
You can't
Callie's
see
the
it, but I'm
winch.
over here crying.
It is me. I'm the one taking the tips, I guess. But no, it goes back to the inn.
Back to the
And that
inn.
means no one's takes the
Alright,
bomb that
there
Draco
is
put,
No.
right?
a button over here for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
The bomb goes to
Goodbye,
the
money.
inn, I guess.
Yep.
Yep, if it goes to the inn, I think it gets discarded, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it goes back to the pod basically.
Whoa. Scroll
And
there, shit.
then that was
Alright,
Draco's
so-
action phase. So next is
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
that's
must
all
do his
action.
Buy a
drinks.
drink.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Also,
buy a drink.
you forgot your bomb.
Did it not go with it?
it gets
No.
discarded if it goes back to the inn.
Oh, it
Yeah,
goes back
so
to
it's
the
right-
inn.
Yes.
It's the wench got the monies.
Yep, because of Crystal Cheesecake.
Yep.
Remember that time Dakith got like over 40 gold?
in the round of gambling?
Yeah.
Not in
That's
one
crazy.
round, but in
Oh.
in time.
Throughout the
It was-
game.
No, it was.
Oh, wait,
was
that's
over?
I don't
bomb.
have-
Whoops.
Stop setting
Yeah,
me
there's
up the
a-
bomb.
Drink goes to that. And I take a drink.
Yeah, take
Yep.
your drink.
Barbara's
Each
wrong.
player loses 1 fortitude.
Okay.
So
This is a
cheesecake.
brutal deck.
Hello. I
No,
lose
you're
1
good.
fortitude.
Yep, everybody loses a
Yes.
fortitude.
Okay.
A drink.
Okay, hang on.
That's the
What did you do? Did you like beat me up or something?
I
Oh,
did
let's do a
not.
stretch. Hi, Toasty.
Alright,
Welcome
unfortunately-
in.
Unfortunately-
any kind of card that affects your fortitude, gain 1 gold
Unfortunately,
from the
that
end.
is a
and-
drink. Unfortunately, you cannot use that. That is a drink event, not an action sometimes or anytime card.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was a
Wait, what are we
drink
doing?
card.
I'm sorry.
No,
So
so
lose a
that
drink
we all
event,
lose a
then
fortitude from the drink that Draco
Oh.
just gave us.
Ah.
No card that if
Okay.
it says for sometimes, anytimes, or action will affect it.
Gotcha.
Alrighty.
Fortitude is the heart. Okay, yeah.
Yes, Demo.
Alright,
We
is
have
it
an
my
ad
turn?
starting soon.
Is it
If you want to dodge the ad, head over to somebody else's channel.
Ad
Max, it's your
dodgers.
turn.
What's up,
Anyway,
Tomo?
gambling. I'm
God
in.
fucking damn it.
Gambling?
Hold on.
Really?
Another round of gambling.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in.
Oh, fuck my ass. Okay, I'm in.
Can I
Valid
get lucky a
custodian.
second time? Nope,
Alright,
that does not
so-
apply to this case, so I guess I have to. Well, dang.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
It goes on the blue, or does it matter which one
It
it goes
goes,
on?
yeah, it goes on
Those
the
are
blue
yours.
icon where you're at. Yeah, right there. Where your
Nope.
where your
Max
image.
was
What is
secretly a
that icon?
gremlin all along.
That's your character.
That's your character right here.
Just put it on there.
That doesn't look anything like my character, but alright.
Apparently it
Slowly.
is.
Hmm.
Doesn't help that it's upside down.
Yeah, it's upside
True.
down. That might be not helping.
Oh, it looks like him.
Val,
Yeah,
custodian.
it looks like it.
I wonder if they
Valkyrie?
stepped away.
Oh, sorry, we just had dinner delivered. So what is
Oh.
it? What, are we doing? What happened?
We're
We're
gambling.
gambling
again.
again.
Oh hell yeah! I'm in.
Acme is making us gamble again. I love her very much, but I might have to end her.
Oh my
Gamble.
goodness.
Then whenever we
going on?
play Max is making us gamba.
We
Either put
gamba.
a coin in or play a card, girl.
Well, you guys will give me a minute. Like Custodian said, we just had dinner brought, so
Yep,
It's
take
okay.
a
I need
second.
to set up for dinner.
I'm gonna start hearing chewing noises too.
Yum yum
No,
yum.
that's me.
Hopefully,
That's me.
Discord
I know that
Discord noise
loud.
filtering picks it up or doesn't pick it up. Usually,
me
it's
with my
I
little
find it's pretty good
paper.
about eating.
Well, thank
Here,
God
I'll-
for that.
I'll put all this coconut that has fallen off into my mouth.
Yum 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 yum.
Fuck, I love coconut.
Can you put some of it in my mouth? Ah!
Fuck yeah.
Yum 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 yum.
Yeah, do that.
Coconut.
Coconut. He's coconut gut.
Is this the coconut positive table?
Coconut.
Oh,
I
yeah,
like
because
coconut.
Anybody
I like-
here dislike coconut?
Unfortunately,
I like
no,
coconut milk. I don't like coconut flakes.
I'm sorry.
Ah.
It
Draco.
depends on the type of coconut. I can eat coconut if it's baked into things, but not straight coconut.
Ooh. What about gay coconut?
A what?
Gay coconut as opposed to straight coconut?
Oh.
If it's rainbow, is it good?
Yeah.
My mom used to use it, like coconut milk items, like something Filipino foods like puto, and I can't remember the
Eek.
next
Oh.
one is.
That sounds so close to a bad word for in Spanish.
I'm aware.
It
I'm
is
aware.
actually.
I know.
There's a
That's
significant
so good.
overlap with the languages.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, hi,
There's
Basti. Welcome
one-
in.
there's this one couple that I always see when I'm scrolling through my shorts, and
One. Is it one's Filipino and one's Hispanic?
yes, so they say it, and it's who
Yes!
meaning.
And there was one that I
Yes.
saw where someone was teaching their child, and the other
That's
one
the
would look at them
one!
like, "No, that's wrong."
Yeah, that's the one because they have two different like meanings, and they're just like teaching their child both languages, and they're like, hold up.
I'm doing
This is
good,
getting
Box. Do you
confusing.
like coconut, friend? Are you a coconut enjoyer?
I like coconut.
I like it.
I like a coconut.
Speaking of which, I need to go pick up the coconut macaroons from my mother.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Ooh,
Yeah,
coconut.
Val for Cookie Day made so many goddamn cookies.
I didn't make any. I missed Cookie Day. I didn't have
That's okay.
anything.
I think
I
it
still
was
need to
such.
make cookies.
I think it was such a big success that if nobody says otherwise, we might do it again next year. I think
I am
Yay!
down for more cookies.
because I think a lot of people did enjoy
What
Cookie
monster
Day.
would say no to cookies?
I don't know. Well, definitely not the Cookie Monster.
Boxty likes coconut milk and curry, but besides that, not really. Interesting. It was just a topic of conversation at the time, Boxty.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'll
yeah,
take
I
a
like the
look.
flavor of it.
I've never had curry.
I love
It's
Curry's
curry.
good. It's good.
The gambling.
Gambling.
We're waiting for Val. Oh, is Val back?
Ah.
Yeah, I put
Yeah,
my
felt
coin
that.
in. Yeah, I
Hi,
did.
Val.
We just talked about cookies.
Hi, Val.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right.
Well,
So-
you wear your headset, so we weren't sure if you were back yet.
Yeah, we always
All right.
we know if you're wearing your headset that where it's like
All right,
a
I'm putting on my
50-50
DM hat. So, Max played the gambling. Callie, pass or play.
pass.
All right, Val.
Hmm.
Okay.
She's got a
Gimme.
winning hand.
Gimme.
A winning hand?
A winning
All right.
hand, so it has to be
Oof.
a cheat card.
I pass.
Okay.
All right, Custodian.
Yeah, I pass.
He's pass.
Pass. All right.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna run.
Ooh. Take control of a round of gambling. Draw one card from your character deck. Gain one momentum.
Okay.
Is momentum a jet thing?
Yes,
it's
that is
a
a
him
secondary
thing.
resource he
He-
has.
He's going fast as fuck, boys.
Yum.
Lunatel?
Yes.
Fine.
What's up,
Oh,
Here, I wasn't gonna
God,
play this, but
fuck.
fine. Here.
Take control
Everyone
of round of
put one more hand
gambling.
in.
Everybody add a coin.
Add a coin?
Yeah.
Including
So
you, Luna.
what Lunatel played was I raise. So they can take control of the
Ah.
round of gambling. They then have each player, including themselves, ant one additional coin.
You mean auntie?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, looks like everyone
Yep.
has.
Yep.
All
All right.
So, Draco.
Give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Right.
Ah,
Another coin?
Yeah,
Yep,
another
another
coin.
Good.
Woof.
Dang, this is gonna be the way that we get out, huh?
Yeah, this is the way we all lose.
Fast game.
Max.
You're all gonna go broke.
Yep.
Um,
Your turn.
what's that up your sleeve? Cheesecake. Get out
Oh.
of the gambling ring.
No! I can't take my
A revenge play.
I can't take my
You
gold.
can
No!
get your coins back.
No,
Oh.
no coin.
That's
No
such a
coin.
bummer.
Your gold
That's such a bummer.
stays.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna change the lighting in my room because Tomo's unsettled. Baby!
Yeah,
I love
pass.
bummer.
All right, Val.
I'm gonna pass.
Custodian.
I pass. I pass.
All right, yeah, she's out. So, you're gonna hate me for this. I raise.
God, fuck.
Wug.
Oh my god.
I hope the inn gets
This is
this.
actually how we're gonna go out.
Yeah.
I have forbidden knowledge, but I will not give said
Let's
knowledge.
see. Luna, did you add the?
I
fourth one?
returned.
No, I did not. For some reason, I thought I did. My brain was like, wait a minute. Who just? Where are we at?
We are
4
at
points
me.
now.
Well, and now it's your turn.
All right,
Your
Lunatel,
turn.
what do you got?
I'm passing.
All right, Draco.
I pass.
Thanks for bringing
Max.
us return cheese.
Hi, Jake. Thank you,
Nice.
Kirby.
Are you fucking
Oh my
shitting me?
god!
Stop it!
Glad that's not me.
That's kind of why I kicked you out, Cheesecake. I thought it'd be mean for your first way to go out to be
Oh,
gambling.
sure.
Don't even look at me,
Legitimately,
Dacus.
I thought
Get the
about
fuck away
kicking
from me.
Dacus because it looked like he had a lot of gambling cards, but I was like,
Alright.
nah,
God
let's kick
damn.
Cheesecake.
All right, so Callie, is that you passing?
I'm passing.
All right, Val.
Pass.
This is
Custodian?
ridiculous.
Gambling! I'll take the control. I'll take it.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
and Cheesecake is out. So
Mhm.
Daka.
let me
Me and my 8 gold.
Yeah,
Yep.
the 8 gold you get to keep.
Yeah.
All right, give me that. You do this also.
I guess it does put me higher than everyone else, at least for now.
Currently, yes.
Until
Alright,
all
so
that gold goes to
Custodian.
someone. That's a lot of gold.
Custodian, draw 1 card.
Drawn 1 card.
Watch out though, if you're rich, people will go after you.
Yeah, that's a good way to target because if you go out, your gold gets distributed to the table.
Half
Hmm.
goes to the inn, and then the rest gets distributed.
Yep.
Yep.
Anyways, Luna,
I'm passing.
Draco,
So, I take control.
I swear. Okay.
Yep.
Max, I swear to Jesus Christ himself upon this day, if you fucking
No,
make me pay one more
why?
goddamn coin.
Max with everything.
Oops,
Max
I
is-
dropped my cards.
Oopsie.
All right,
Pass.
so Max is currently in control. Callie,
Pass.
Val,
An illusionist. I see. She is.
God.
She's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
The character.
Gremlin tonight.
Smile. I'm here for
Max-
maximum chaos tonight.
Max really said, I'm gonna
Maximum
either take
chaos.
all this money or everybody's going down with me.
Yep.
Val.
Pass.
Okay.
I think
Winning hand.
Oh,
This
winning
card must be
hand.
a cheating card.
Max is just filling in for Slurp at this table.
Clearly.
Damn
Let it in.
All right, I pass. So Luna.
Oh, I'm still passing. I was about to say, like, Candy was
Ace?
like, no, she used the gambling card, so or cheating card, so.
I
Draco.
passed.
Max.
Max
I
has it,
pass.
right?
Max
Callie.
wins.
I pass.
Oh wait, not yet.
It's
Not yet?
Custodian
It's on-
currently
it's
has
on
it with the winning
Custodian.
hand.
Custodian.
Oh, right.
Val.
So Val needs a cheating card to stop Custodian from winning.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Passing.
so it looks like Custodian wins the pot.
And now we all have a
Nice.
target.
Take
All right,
this.
all right.
I'm only
I got
a
38
Jesus
gold from the
fucking
pot.
Christ. Okay, so
That's
we can all agree that we're going
44.
for Custodian.
I mean,
Yeah.
you guys
One
are
Punch Max
a
wants to
couple of
start.
rooms away.
All right, so that was all of Max's action.
okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Cards.
Yep.
Do you need help moving your 40,000 cards there, Max? Jesus.
I had only 4. What are you talking about? I need to give
Alrighty.
someone a drink. I'm gonna give it to Custodian.
Yeah.
If you could put that in your drink, thank you. It didn't do it because I'm across the table.
All right, and
And then I gotta
Max-
drink mine.
Elven wine with a chaser.
So I
But
do
you have nothing else,
3.
so.
Yeah.
3 with a chaser.
So yes,
Um,
if you get a
Yeah,
chaser and
mouse.
there's nothing else in your drink me pile, then you just drink whatever the first one was.
I'm going to play this. Ignore a drink card.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Does someone have an I don't think so? Or stop messing with the drinks.
Deciding to play this card. You actually can look at your
Yeah,
drink card
no.
before you play this card.
Yep.
but I guess it's still the same.
I can't
Am I
do
good?
it. Okay. You're good.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm reading.
My character's so silly and cute. Custodian's also playing a fairy.
Okay, so I
think that's
I
very
think
neat.
this will work.
Stop playing with the drinks. Yep.
Yeah, I think let's stop playing with. Oh,
Okay,
yeah, never
ignore
mind.
Earth. Okay, yeah.
Stop playing
Okay,
with the
I'll
drinks.
take the 3 then. And
Thank
now that
you.
is out of play, so you can't do it to me later.
Custodian.
Smile.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell
Not
me this,
4, it
but
needs to be 3.
was that winning hand the card that I gave you?
Mm, Yeah.
That's really funny.
It was my
Look what you've
card
done,
deck.
Daka.
Just
You did this.
Damn it, Daka.
I
Max
hate to
started
tell you
it.
this, man, but
I really
Yeah,
didn't want to
Max
admit
did
it, but
start
yeah.
You
it.
say that as if you didn't continue it.
All right. Max, that
All
your
right, so-
turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. So I currently have 3, 4, 5. Is there any of these I don't want?
You don't want the chicken nugget. Interesting.
Maybe I do want the chicken nugget. Depends.
I
where
want
the
a chicken nugget.
came from.
There's chicken tenders though. Wouldn't you rather have a chicken tender?
No, not really.
I would rather have
I
legal
see.
tender. But after this last round of gambling,
Screenshot. Custodian's gold.
Sorry, just reading my new cards. Give me uno momento. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. My action card. Let's see now. What should I do? Hey, custodian, my good friend,
Hey.
my buddy, my best
Mhm.
friend.
Mhm.
I would like you to lose 2 fortitude, please. So I can have your gold one day. So, do that for me,
Redistribute the
thanks, bud.
wealth. Redistribute the wealth.
Redistribute.
Dang it! Now I need a new cap. I reduced the fortitude loss by 2, so I'm.
Woo!
Hold on.
Eat the rich.
Wow.
No, I can't do anything about that unless somebody else would like to help me out.
Nope, sorry.
Fine.
Bro, I got 2 cards. I don't know what you expect me to do.
Well, I don't expect you to do much after you just spent your whole time gambling, girlfriend. Here,
I had a good
custodian,
time.
have a drink.
Okay. Are we just hoping to give Custodian all the chasers?
Yep.
Well, thank you,
Yes.
damsel. Good aim on that.
Okay, sorry
Okay.
guys. It's a drink event.
It's a drink
All right,
event.
so everyone's going to take
Oh,
the top part
no.
of the drink deck, not your drink me pile, the drink deck.
So the
Mhm.
big one. Everyone takes
Yep.
one.
And whoever has the highest alcohol contents wins the contest. And then everyone
Wins
drinks
1
the-
gold from each other player. So everybody flip their 1 card
Ah.
they've taken from the drink deck.
It's Wawa.
I have a 3.
I have a
let's
drink.
see,
I have
who had the
a
drinking
4.
who had the
Wait a
drinking
minute.
contest?
Me.
Let's see here.
The highest
All right, if
alcohol
you get an event
content.
card, that counts as a 0, and you ignore all of it.
Okay. I was about to say, does this count? I mean, I have to take one or a drinking card. Okay, ignore it, it's 1, so I am
Yeah.
0.
Hi,
Yeah,
damsel.
so I have a 3.
I have
I
a
have
2.
a 4.
I got
Oh,
a
Max has a
Wawa.
4.
I have a
I
water.
lost fortitude.
Nothing. Straight from the horse's trough.
Okay, so Max has the highest. Everyone has to pay Max 1 gold.
Guess I can
I have to
afford
drink it, right?
All right,
Do we all have
and,
to...
and I'm going to do this. Parkour.
You'll be
Ooh.
able to drink first. Does that work
Yes.
though?
Yes.
Orcish rotgut.
Yeah, you have to
Because I
drink
revealed
your
my
drink,
wizard's
by
drink.
the way.
Mmm,
Unless
water.
you can-
Okay.
Since mine was holy water, do I gain
Yes.
2 fortitude
You,
back?
whatever
you
you
can
had,
Good.
you drink.
You're drinking.
Oh my god, Ayurisa
So,
is here too.
always
Hi,
fun.
Ayuyu.
1, 2, 3
I
for
gain
me.
1 momentum.
Oh. Yeah, that's +2, so you gain 2 fortitude if you lost any.
Okay.
I am going to play. Of course, I can hold my liquor to lose 2 content though.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So I put that back in my hand by accident. And that's all I got.
I think there should be like a turn marker
That was my turn.
that we could put at each player who's active.
We could probably move the dice, but I think that we'd just
Mm.
get lost, to be honest.
I think we would just get lost. I can always reiterate who its turn it is. I'm remembering.
Are you winning? This question is directed to everyone. Is anyone winning? Well, Van Custodian seems to have be the 1%er here.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the gold coins behind the mushrooms.
How am I
Y'all
supposed to not pay attention to this pile of
It
gold
is
coins
busy.
that is about as tall as I am as a little pixie?
It is time to eat the
I
rich.
thought you were a
so-
fairy.
Us pixies gotta stick together.
Uh-huh. How about you share some of your gold with me then?
Out of all of us.
No, that's a little. That's too much.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
last round.
Noted. Custard is winning.
Val,
Gotcha.
it's your turn.
It's good to see you, Ayuyu. I'm glad you liked the fish.
Oh wait,
Oh, what?
Callie,
What,
did
Draco?
you give anyone a drink?
Yes, I gave Custodian a drink. I'm
Yeah.
picking on
Okay.
Custodian. I'm making that very clear. If you wish to be on my team, of getting a lot of money by making it very clear of my goals.
Calm
Direct
down,
action.
Witch. We don't need all that.
We do get a lot of money.
Bitch, sit down. This is my bar.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This means Val has a rich husband.
In board games, that don't mean shit.
That's very true. She whoops my ass in all the games we play.
She's a pirate captain. She's not home to see all this money to spend it on.
Yeah.
Here for the booty.
She's here for the booty.
I'm coming
Alright,
to plunder that
Yar.
booty.
It is your turn, my girlfriend. What are we
Okay,
doing?
I have to draw up to 6, right?
7.
Seven. You
Seven.
can discard
Ah.
before you draw, though. If there's cards in your hand you do not wish to
Not
have,
yet.
you can discard.
Hi.
6,
Thanks for stopping in, IUU.
Damn it.
Back to the depths. Hope you win, spouse. Thank you, damsel. Thank you, wife.
Oh, stretches. Everybody
Okay.
hydrate.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna be clear. I don't have water. I picked a thematic beverage for this. For this game.
Okay.
I have water.
Good enough.
Take a
Eyes
drink
emoji.
anyway.
I have a White Claw that I
alcohol
haven't had a
content that I
reason to
just
drink
had.
for months.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, you know what? Might as well. Is this the first
Oh,
time I've drank on stream?
Eh?
It might be.
Wild.
Wild.
What were you saying, Val?
I was saying, speaking of drinking,
Oh no.
I
No,
think I'm
God.
going to play To Life, Love, and Loot.
Ooh. Each player
Okay,
takes a
so
card from the
everyone's
drink
going
deck
to
and
draw a
drinks it
drink
now.
card.
Ooh.
Oh, God.
Chaser.
If a
Elven
drink
wine
event
again.
card... Ha!
If you
Oh,
get a
God.
event card, discard it and
Discard it
draw
without
until you get
taking
it.
effect.
I'll drink it.
I'm gonna... Oh, where is it?
Oh, where'd it go?
That one hit pretty hard.
And we have to pay a drink to the inn, unfortunately, because we used the deck.
Yeah, let's finish our
Yep.
drinks first, and then we'll do that, okay?
All
Yep.
right.
We'll work through that after.
Oh,
But
no,
I'm
my
thanks
gonna
for
check
God.
to see if
pointing
I
it
have
out.
anything to ignore it.
I'm
I
ignoring
don't
this
think
drink, by the way, that
Fine.
I'm drinking.
So am I.
taking
And
it.
here,
Okay,
have
one
a
for the
special
end.
reserve, custodian.
Okay.
If
and
the
a
drink
light
card...
ale. So that is.
Okay, so I have to discard this because I need to take another drink.
Okay, so we will...
We need
Okay,
to
so,
redo.
yeah, we
Yeah.
will. I'm gonna get there. Did everybody get a drink except for thou?
I got one. I had
Okay,
wine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody needs to take a coin and pay it to the inn because we need to refresh the
Already
drinks.
did.
Okay. And then Dakith, can you reshuffle and get that sorted, please? Thank you. All right, Val.
All right, let me.
How's the
Okay.
destruction of your friendship in a
wait.
tsunami of curses going? Hi, Saito. It's going well so
Okay.
far. Max is a little bit on thin ice with me, but that's okay.
Okay, so
Smile.
that. So I'll put that back in the discard.
Respectfully,
then-
get people off of me. I'm the thin ice.
Wait.
Hey,
Causa's
it's not
already
that
dead
ice.
in their round.
Wait, Kaza's already
did after
dead in
one.
their round?
Oh no!
Wow.
It's either that or Slurp drew him dead. I'm not sure which.
Oh.
Well, of
He
course,
just
Q had to go
posted-
down first. He holds too much knowledge about the game.
Yeah, you gotta get him
Yeah.
out first.
That's understandable.
All right. Val,
And he's also
continue
very
your
good at
turn.
seeming very what's the word I'm looking for?
Innocuous?
Unassuming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Innocuous, unassuming, non-threatening.
It's
Y'all
the
should be
lack
doing
of
that
Liz.
to Brad. I don't know what you all talking about.
Smile.
I don't know what you mean by non-threatening. He
Alright,
was
so
very
we are
threatening.
All done with Val's drink. Val's action card.
That's the action.
I'm done, I
Uh,
believe.
Val, so are you ready for your drink phase, my friend?
Have a sippy. Bottoms up.
Did you order someone a drink?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so do that first and then drink yours.
Okay, so I pull that off So let me
Pull
go
it off
ahead
the
and
drink
give.
deck. Yep.
And
Just
do
one.
I give that? Well, get off the drink deck, please.
Nobody was
And
on.
then damn it, how?
Quick.
There you
there
go.
we
There you
Yeah.
go, sweetie.
And then give it to
Okay,
anybody.
I don't know why. Max,
Sometimes if you hold it a little too long.
Smile.
I'm guessing you're purple.
Here, yeah, I can put it in mine. Oh, there goes.
Okay,
Alright.
and then
Yours?
Oh, just a 2. You don't have a chaser, so.
yeah.
Now remember to
Okay.
draw the top card of your drink me pile and then
Yeah,
flip
just in
the
case,
pile.
because you will flip the whole thing if you have multiple cards.
Ah.
Okay, so
So you just have the 2.
I just move that 1, 2, 2, a 3.
Yep.
And then I'll
And
put
discard.
this in the discard.
And that's your turn.
Good job, Mal.
Sweet.
Excuse me. All right, custodian.
Take that
Get to take my
character.
turn now.
Yay! I feel like it's been so
All
long,
this
honestly.
gold. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is discard I raise.
Good.
Yeah, I know what I'm about. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I forgot I had to grow a mushroom. And this goes up by 1. And this starts at 0. And then let's see. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play Here's a Tough Row to Hoe. I'm gonna plant another mushroom.
Mm-hmm.
Never
And I'm gonna
gathered.
pick somebody to lose 2 fortitude. Callie, lose 2 fortitude.
Oh man, what kind of an action card? Man, I don't want to
Yeah.
do that. So I'm going to ignore it because it affects my fortitude, and someone gets a special reserve.
Yeah,
Hey,
that makes
custodian, here you go, you little bitch.
sense.
Flew right into that one.
Jesus.
I go
Sneak in,
to
see what
the-
happens.
Okay, take this drink. Here we go. We're starting off strong with the
What's your
elixir of
cl-
telepathy.
Telepathy? Why did I say that?
Put this card in front of you. Once there, you may play it as an anytime card effect. With
Huh.
pick another player, look at their hand. Wow.
Okay.
Well.
Anytime,
Just gonna
huh?
go ahead and hold that here.
Hmm.
And I'll take the 2 alcohol.
Yeah, you will.
There we go.
But
All
also
right.
add another one to that. Just have another
Add
sip.
1 to a drink.
Add 1 alcohol content to a drink.
And this one can't be stopped except by an I don't think so.
Yeah. And
Take your drink,
7.
bitch. Thank
Well,
you.
I was
couldn't
working on
stop
it.
that,
I
but
had to
don't
read
want
my
to.
cards.
Oh.
For discard and draw, do I have
God,
to
it sounds
discard
like we
one?
just completed round 1.
That's what
Yes,
it
it
was.
is.
Right?
Good
Cheesecake.
job, guys.
You
Hello.
can cheesecake. You can discard as many as you'd like. You can draw
Yes.
up to 7.
Okay, okay.
So
So if
So
you're
if
like,
you
I don't like my
wanted-
hand, you can discard all of them. But
yeah, you can
you
discard
could only
all of them
draw
if
up
you
to
like.
7.
Gotcha. And
That's
I
a
can
total
discard
of
none of
7.
them if I want?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I
if
see.
you didn't discard right now, you would just pick up 2 cards.
I think I'm gonna hang on to what I've got right now and draw 2. Let me see. Ooh.
I am quickly going to run and get some water. So, Dakith, you're in charge.
Got it.
Who is it that said that?
Callie did.
Allie?
Alan? Okay, okay. It is my action right now, right?
And me
Yep.
and Daggett got you if you have questions.
I'm gonna play
Please.
Don't Call Me Cute. I'm actually gonna leap across the table at Max. I had that pot! And I'm a clocker one good.
Okay.
So you lose 2 fortitude. Unless you have some sort of defense.
I just lost 2 fortitude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're even. Now we're clear.
She was getting back at you for
You
forcing
knocked
her
me out of
of
the first round
time.
of gambling, which started the second round of gambling, for the record.
Okay.
That second round of gambling wouldn't have happened if you hadn't knocked me out of it.
All right. So,
Okay.
anyways, it is now on to the order a drink phase.
Order drink phase. I'm gonna grab a drink for. Since we're even now, Max. That one's going to custodian.
Okay.
Redistribute the wealth.
And now
We
I have
want
to
the
drink.
money. We want the money.
I take one from the deck, right?
No, you take the top of your
No,
drink
you
pile.
take
You
the
take
top
the
one
one-
on your.
And then you
Flip over. F. There we go. Around on the house.
no.
Reveal a drink with possible chasers from the drink deck. If you reveal a drink event before revealing a drink, discard it and reveal again. Each player drinks a copy of the revealed drink. Okay.
Oh no!
Water! I think we all need to
Yeah,
sober up a little.
Go.
I like this
Uh,
one.
Everybody, I
Hydrate
am
everyone.
being.
Oh no,
I
Kelly
need
stepped
to
away, but she got a raid.
I'm right here.
Oh, you're right here? Okay,
I'm
sweet.
Water-
Hello, Raiders.
If I remember,
Hello,
water
Raid.
doesn't sober you up though.
Not
It's not
necessarily.
sober you up. No, you just gain
It's a
0.
zero.
No, I think we just need to
When we
calm
sober
down a
up,
little
we have
bit.
Nothing.
Hi, everybody. Raiders, Shin, Emma. Hello, everybody. We are doing Red Dragon Inn. In our Discord, we're doing Hot Chocolate Day. So if you guys want to check that out, we just posted all of our fun little hot chocolates. Mine's in a fat
Yeah.
bear mug.
I had peppermint hot cocoa and I
The
took a picture with
Tricksters.
my Starscream toy.
Was
Wolfrick's
fun.
feeling
Thank you,
bitey.
That was delightful.
Yeah. I hope you had a good stream
Hot
for your
Chucky.
Resident Evil 4. Hot Chucky? Yeah,
Hot Chucky.
What kind of Wolfrick did you get? Oh, bitey.
He's feeling bitey now, so you see him snapping his teeth.
Rah, rah, rah,
Alright.
rah.
Rang, 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 rang.
My turn.
Yes, I believe it's your turn.
All right, I'm gonna keep my cards. Draw 5. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing hot chocolate today. Like I said, if you join our Discord, you can see all the hot chocolates that were made. Some even got special treats.
Mm. Yeah, go in the Trickster Discord. You can see all the cute pictures.
Yee. I made mine with some marshmallows, so it was yummy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a hot chocolate packet that we happened to have at the house.
Alright.
So I was like, let's go.
All right, so
What do
custodian.
you got, Daka?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Get him.
Cemetery, there you go.
They pay you 1 gold. If it's your action
Yep.
phase, you may play another action. Alright.
Mhm.
1 gold it is. Gotta give you the tip.
Thank you very much. And here you go.
Incredible.
You got 7 drink cards.
Yeah.
Oh
Girl,
my
I'm
God.
doing great.
That's where you gotta run.
Lose 1 fortitude. If your action phase, you may play another action. Yeah. I'll take the fortitude loss.
Target's where you gotta run.
And I want to stick the landing.
And another 2. Actually, I think I have this.
Wait, can you play a bunch of action
This
cards
reminds
in your
me.
turn?
So if you read my cards, the first 2 I played say if it's your action phase, you may play another action
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's delightful.
That doesn't
And
affect your momentum.
there goes the cap again.
Yeah. So I just reduce that fortitude loss.
I was thinking about peppermint hot chocolate, like, conceptually. It's like, let's take this nice warm drink. How can we make it more cold without making it
Wait, did
less
you ignore
warm?
Did you ignore the card or did you reduce the fortitude loss?
I reduced the last hit he did. The last 2 damage, I reduced the fortitude loss.
Ah,
Okay, so did you take the fortitude loss yet?
By the way,
There you go. No,
by the
yeah,
way,
I already did.
custodian, my special reserves drinks always have to stay at the top of your drink deck.
Stay
Oh,
always at the top. Okay. There we go.
How many
Thank
reserves
you.
did you give him?
2.
A
He's
lot.
already used 1. He's got 1 more.
Yeah, I saw the one on
Alright,
the side.
Yeah, I got a cool one.
Yeah, if you ever
Now
get
for
to
the,
use it, I'm
order
trying to
drink
take your ass
phase.
out.
Oh, girl, when it gets back to your turn after you draw your cards, I plan on
Are you
using
sure you
it
want to give
then.
that to me? Custodian looks
I
like
hope
he's
you
using
can.
a drink.
Yeah, I'm sure I want to give it to you. Your pile's looking a little empty there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to.
And then
What's the
I go to
person
drink
next?
mine.
I'm
Oh, I
gonna
don't have any,
say
so I sober up by one.
Custodian.
Yeah.
Custodian is looking a little dry over there. I think Custodian might need more.
Look,
Custodian
unless
needs
he's
more
got 6
drinking.
chasers in a row, me adding another card isn't going to affect it.
Unless.
So yeah, and
Where
anyway,
is it?
like I
Yeah,
said,
you
because
didn't
I
drink,
don't
so
have
you
any
actually
cards in
sober
my
up because
drinking
you don't
pot,
have anything, so you move up one.
I lose my one
Alright.
alcohol content. I sober up. So now it is Luna's turn.
1, 2, 3. I need to draw 3.
Excuse me.
Because the 3 extra cards I have are prayer cards. They do not count towards my hand.
I will apologize in advance. I am very sleepy. I got up with the boy this morning.
Ah.
I don't know why. That was my job.
Happens.
It does.
Oh, I get that over here on this side. Okay. What's
Also,
the one I got?
Val, I
This
got your message. And I love you so much.
I love you too, baby. It threw me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. When I tell you, don't worry. You'll know.
Okay.
It's just gonna be I will post a picture of my ultrasound in the Discord and you'll just be like
I'm gonna play this card and I'm gonna RNG it. And that's why they call it temporary healing. Pick another player, they lose 2 fortitude. Let's see who RNG picks. That was not a good throw. Let me redo that.
Come on.
Red.
Oh, it's Val.
Val.
Val. They picked Val. So
I
Val
was
uses
hoping
2
you stuck
fortitude
with
unless
the
you have
purple
something.
one, but okay.
It only like rolled like 1 square. I didn't feel like that was fair.
I
Yeah,
agree.
fair.
This is 2 fortitude. That's fine.
Cute turtle emote. Cute.
I'm a pirate captain. This ain't nothing. Tis but a scratch.
I buy a drink.
Mhm.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
Ah, turtle emote. I do have other forms. This is just my trickster form. I do have a turtle mode as well. Just not for
My
Turtle,
tonight.
turtle.
Is...
Wizard's
what is it?
Brew.
Wizard's Brew.
2 alcohol
I gain
and
2
heal 2.
fortitude, but I lose. So I don't really move per se. So I gain 2, and I take
Yeah,
2
and then you
alcohol
take
content.
2. Your alcohol just really moved, honestly.
Yeah.
The amount
now
didn't
we'll go
move
back up to
much.
20.
I don't think I have anything that goes against that.
I am a
probably-
turtle VTuber. I am a turtle.
And that is my turn.
Well, sometimes.
All right, Draco, your turn.
My turn. Okay. So I will draw. One, two, three, 4. All right. Let's see what I got.
If you make us gamble on your
Hmm.
second fucking turn, I will find you.
Hi, Ethereal.
Right there.
With that coin pile? With that coin pile? Draco better not.
Yeah. Wait until Custodian's dead.
Yeah.
No, you're cute, Emma. You're cute.
You're cute.
I also have a hamster made by our lovely Max.
Ah.
I'm gonna give Max a shout out. I will. Yeah, that little hamster.
Oh yeah, there's so many cards on the table.
Max
So many.
Max turned us all into hamsters.
Okay.
Yes.
But this is what's
Yes.
important.
Custodian.
All right. What do you got?
Yeah.
This
It's
is
like me.
Custodian.
I turned myself into a hamster.
Here's what's
This is
important,
2 more
Ethereal.
fortitude.
This token and this token must never meet.
Done.
That's
They
the
must never
important part of the game. They must never touch. Their love is forbidden. They may never kiss.
Wow.
I take
And
my
also, this pile should never
Did you
go
give a
Coffee!
drink?
Oh, dang it.
empty as well.
Draco, did you give a drink?
Oh, right. I have to give a drink.
Yeah, you have to give a drink, friendo. I would point very lovingly at the 2 people missing, but also there is you know who.
There are 3 people who do not have drinks in their drink me piles.
That's me.
Oh, there is 3. I didn't see you there, Lunatil.
Yeah, I'm
Say
gonna
this.
put myself down. I'm gonna call everybody else. I have to
Okay,
be fair.
1 gold to the end.
4,
Oh,
actually,
and
for
Val
Val.
doesn't either. Never mind. There are several of us.
Forbidden
So,
romance like
I
Megop.
can play 3 different drinks.
Yep.
Yeah.
I get
A lot of you are looking
one
mighty
Luna,
thirsty.
Yum.
One
The
to
red hamster,
Dacia,
that is Draco.
Val and
and
Cheesecake
1 to
don't.
Val.
Do I
And
have
that's
to?
it.
I have to drink.
You
No,
don't
no,
have to
it's
drink
just-
it. It's just going in your
Just adding
pile,
to
honey.
your
Not drink it yet, no.
No,
Okay.
that's not a now problem.
And unfortunately, I gave him coffee. Shame.
Shame.
And that's the end of my
Shame.
turn.
Alright. Alright, pick up your card
Max,
here.
your turn.
Take your card.
My turn.
Card. Card.
Discarding.
Discarding
Wouldn't
your
you know,
like
it's
2
All
cards.
gambling cards.
The
No!
illusionist has all
Gambling
cards.
again?
Who would have thought?
Custodian, can you give me a coin?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was delightful. Okay.
Oh, can I have one?
His pile is slowly
No.
dwindling.
Okay. Can I pretty please have
how
one?
How about everybody pay me 1 gold because I'm the wench?
Hey, I can.
No.
No, that's me.
What?
Mm.
She's the illusionist.
Tip me,
She's turned
I'm the
into-
wench.
No,
Each
it's
player
me.
pays
Don't
you 1
believe
gold.
her.
Rise
Oh.
above adversity.
Okay. Sure, there you go.
Yeah,
Maybe I should have hit Max.
that's mine.
Oh,
Can't get me from
Max
here.
is starting
Smile.
to look suspicious.
wait. Oh, I was like, yeah, I'll pay for the
It was
wench.
me. No, it was so Eve is an illusionist, so she disguised herself as the wench. Which makes it really
Even
funny. It's
bigger
like a
fish.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 situation
Yeah, 'cause
over
I'm
here with
sitting right
the actual
here.
wench. And it's like, oh no,
Right
I gotta tip the wench.
Who's the real
Obviously, she's the wench. Wait a minute.
Now
That's
Max
me.
is looking kind of delicious.
I'm still 20
God
gold
damn it,
less
you're
than
Freddy.
Custodian. Smile. Okay, so that was my action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Right,
checking
rank
what else I
4.
have.
I don't know. He seems like Freddy to me. Not Freddy.
Here you go, Val. Wait, no, you're good. No. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
my
It's
side
going
of the
everywhere.
Cheesecake doesn't
It
have
is
all
going.
this.
Go on,
Yeah,
go
thank
on.
you. That's what I was looking for. Cheesecake, that's yours. I'm
Thank
sorry if it
you.
went into
I was
your
getting
hand.
thirsty. It did, but that's okay.
Okay. Fine Ambrosia, Nectar of the Gods drink event. You may pay 2 gold to the inn if you do otherwise. If you do, 1 alcohol but 4 fortitude.
Each other player pays 1 gold, so everybody paid a gold to Max. Okay, sorry.
Paid?
It's
I don't
you
have
may
to do it
pay
again?
2. It's you may pay 2 gold to the inn if you do.
Ah.
Otherwise, drink the top card of
So-
the drink deck.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna pay 2 gold to the inn.
We'll have a look.
There's 1,
Wait, do I have to do it?
2.
No,
No,
this
just
is
Max.
just
Just Max,
this is just
okay.
Max.
So I'm going to gain an alcohol but lose the fortitude.
You're
Yeah,
getting
that's a nice card.
Yeah, gain the. That's what I meant. It moved the other direction, the good direction. Smile.
This is really fun. I'm in a lovely mood.
Aw, you are
Yay.
Hard
That's
to
good
lovely.
to
go
hear,
good
bud.
direction.
All right.
Alcohol
it is now
go
your
bad
turn.
That's my turn.
direction.
Alright,
You
my
must
turn?
pay your resident box 2 gold for safe passage. No, I'm gonna say nuh-uh.
I'll
My
sit on
wolf
the
is
box.
feeling bitey. So
Hey,
how's
wait, where
that,
did-
Boxty?
Well,
Who just took
What's
all my
going on?
cards?
What?
Here,
Well, half of them went into.
I'm
the
cashing
hand.
that in.
Okay, well you dropped some of my cards.
Yeah, I got him back.
Whoops.
Let's see here.
Nobody else look at
Mhm.
those.
Oh, sorry.
Mhm,
I was curious.
mhm,
I've been buried?
mhm.
Well, I
Okay.
unburied myself. Now
Okay.
what?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, you got a nice little hand over here.
Yeah, give it back.
Yeah, I will.
Thanks,
There you go.
bitch. God, you fucking suck.
Yeah, it's your fault. You gave me that.
That's okay.
Point.
In his defense, he is right. You did give him that.
Yeah.
Boxty the fairy barrier.
Okay.
Cute character, it's so cute, so cute.
God, your filthy little grubby hands are just sticky and disgusting. No wonder you're trash. Anyway, my action. Now, which one of these should I do? All right, custodian, lose 2 fortitude unless you can stop me.
Fortitude loss it is.
A grave digger. A grave
Oh,
booty.
that's too much.
And
A
then,
grave maker.
grave maker. Sorry,
A grave
Max, you're
maker
gonna have to have a
Cygnus.
drink, sweetie.
Yeah.
And then I will have a drink. 3 with a chaser.
Wait,
Elven
hold on.
wine.
Wait,
Mm.
what?
Special elven
Instead,
wine.
You lose 2 fortitude, and I'm pretty sure it's.
Lose 2 fortitude. Any non-drink cards that change the drink's effects still affected normally. Okay. Okay. So it's just changing the card to lose 2 fortitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I can still do this.
Yeah,
I
but
can still.
you
I
want
can
to.
Yeah,
Oh,
I do.
okay.
I don't. I want to ignore the drink, so it will
Pancakes,
still
filthy.
ignore the 2 fortitude loss.
Correct.
Put one
Ah.
card for the drink deck face down onto your drink me pile.
That's clever. Thank you, Kirby. I'll have a sippy
Okay.
and a strip.
I was doing that to help, but okay.
Well, I wait, cause it. No, I'm good.
Yeah, I guess losing 2 fortitude is technically better than
Yeah, but I was
Losing-
gonna ignore the drink.
3.
Yeah, but I was gonna ignore the drink anyway. So that was my turn. I'm done. Thank you for trying to
Yeah,
help,
yeah.
Draco. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right, Val.
Because
Okay,
all of us except Max and Custodian are struggling right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm doing
At least
alright.
money-wise.
At least money-wise, yeah.
However, will you financially recover from this?
Going custodian.
The commissions are open, I guess.
Thank you, Emma. Have a good one.
You can commission me to do stuff. I'm just not gonna.
I might. Depends what you commission me for.
You can commission me too.
Yay!
By the way, several of the tricksters are all awesome artists. I do commission them. Shameless plugs.
Don't
Yeah!
commission me. Leave me alone.
Jeez. Do not contact me.
Yeah.
Do
Don't
not
look at
perceive me.
DM's closed
I
to
do not
everybody.
wish to be seen.
Do you not see
I'm
my
a programmer, I
icon
do
on the
programmer
stream,
art.
my Fuji? Do not contact custodian.
Val hand size is 7.
are we good?
Yeah,
1,
sorry.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's your turn, Val. So,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think. Let's see. My action is going to be. I'm going to play. I won't stand idly while you insult the drake.
You put it on.
okay. Who are you playing it on?
My darling dearest.
Losing 3 fortitude.
Getting close.
Goodness.
And then. Let's see. Oh, crap. I
Blindfold. Whoa.
Steps. Deck, discard, drink me. Wasn't there like a piece that has like what the
Do you mean the one to pick a player?
no, the okay, here we go. This is what I wanted. The turn order. All right. Play an action card sometimes anytime. Give a drink. Give one drink from the deck to any player and drink the top drink of your drink me deck.
Drink a
Okay,
drink.
let's see. Who doesn't have any drinks?
Draco.
Oh, the
Draco.
thickness is different if you're further away.
Yeah.
Wait, is it?
What?
Cheesecake's
Oh.
drawing.
That makes sense.
Oh, it's angled if
I
you're
have
at
a
an angle?
drink. I have lemonade
Max,
and
I
water.
think you need a drink.
Okay.
Here, let's.
Okay.
Right, I'll put it right there.
I don't know why the ears were suddenly so thick.
And then I need to drink the top of.
Surfaces?
Yep, top of your deck, sweetie.
So, okay, that's
See
only
what you got.
one. So
Oh,
It's
come
a
on.
drinking
How do you keep doing
contest.
this?
Not again.
This was you last
because of
time.
the- This is because it's the deck that you chose. I cry.
I
It was
chose random.
randomized.
It's not my fault.
Okay. I got
Alright.
one.
We all take a drink? Grab a
Oh, I
drink
got
from the
drink
deck?
contest again.
Then you have a 0.
Wait.
It's 0. Yeah.
All right, so I got a 4 with the dwarven firewater.
Oh wait, we're all taking a drink again? I'm sorry.
We all have to take a drink from
From
the
the drink
drink
deck?
flip it, whoever has the highest, and we do all have to drink.
And if
Alright,
it's
you got a
tie, we have
chaser,
to
so
pull
you
another.
draw another one.
We can't
Yeah.
ignore a drink on this one.
You can.
You can.
yeah, you can.
Oh god.
I'll drink
you
it.
gotta... Oh no, you got a chaser. That means you have to pull another.
From the
I have
drink
to pull
deck or from
another?
my own
Is that
deck?
how it works?
Yep.
Yeah.
From the drink deck.
Okay.
Oh
can always
god,
try
two
and
of them
ignore it,
got... Oh no.
Barroom brawl. Each
That's
player
one.
loses 1 fortitude.
Ignore that
we need
one.
to
Ignore
refill
that.
that.
Yeah,
we
you
need
ignore
to.
that
Okay.
one. then-
Okay,
No,
wait. Too many
you
people
keep that one?
talking. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's
so-
all slow down. Hold on. So I'm good.
Yep.
Val's good. Custodian's good. Cheesecake, let's do you first, sweetie.
Okay. 1 drink.
Okay, so you have a chaser, so you need to.
They drew the
Yep,
barroom
you got-
brawl, which
you got
is
the
going to count
chaser.
as a 0 card for this.
Okay,
Everyone
so
hold
she's
on to your.
They're sorry, they are good.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're
Right.
welcome.
Sorry.
Okay, so then Dakith, you have a 4.
I
Lunatel,
have
you're
3.
good. Draco, you have a 4. We'll wait for that. Okay, and then Max, you have a chaser. But there's no more in
So
the
we-
deck. Everyone, please pay into the inn.
Ah, not
Mm.
Oh no. I'm so
Leave the
low.
cards on the table for now.
Custodian, can you pay me 1?
Dakith,
Now let's have a card
can
for
you
it.
then shuffle the deck, please, for Max?
Hold on. Come here, you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have to pay 1 to the inn.
Yes,
Yep.
to refill the drink.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me put my drink stuff in there if you don't mind.
Okay.
Just, yeah. Oh, no,
Well,
no.
not
wait,
your
wait.
card.
Yep.
Everybody leave, though, their drink on their side, though, if... There, okay.
Whoever had the wine, keep that.
Here, keep this for now, Val. Okay? Just for now.
Okay.
Because we gotta get Max situated first.
Yep. Technically, the round's not over for drinking.
Yeah, okay. Now for Max.
So Max.
Okay.
-1.
Negative
All
1.
right.
So that's.
So
So
Max has
I
a total
only
of
take
2.
2.
Okay, so now everybody... who was
So-
the highest? So
Draco.
Dakith...
I still need to get
Tie.
my chaser.
So there's a.
You drew your
No,
chaser.
no,
it was
You,
a
you
negative.
had your
Your
chaser,
event.
sweetie.
It's the
It was
barroom
an
brawl.
event, so it was a 0.
Oh, okay,
So-
sweet.
So
Everyone
Oh,
hold
thanks.
on to your cards for a minute. Hold on. Everyone hold on to your cards for a minute. Stop picking them up. I see you over there. Stop it.
Okay, so
Serious,
now if
stop
there's...
it.
Okay, if there is a tie, the players who tied reveal and drink again until there is a winner. So Draco and
that's me
Dakith,
and
please
Draco.
pull again.
Alright, I got a 0.
Alright,
Okay,
what's mine?
and
Draco.
I got
Okay.
a 1.
Version.
Draco is the winner.
1
Now
and plus
everybody
4.
resolve your drinks. Okay, that means
Okay.
if you have not
We
moved
did
your
it.
alcohol content or your fortitude, whatever it says on your card, please do so now.
I did already.
Then put your
All right.
cards into the pile. Thank you very much. This is your Captain Callie.
Thank you, Captain Callie.
Oh,
Oh wait, hold on. Ah,
no.
Oof.
Oh my god. Okay, we need to kill Custodian so that we can have one less
Yeah.
player to deal with. Sorry, Custodian.
Yeah, I got 1 HP.
Yeah, I love you.
I know what
Alright.
I'm about.
So that
Ooh.
was Val, I believe, and her drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is now Custodian's turn.
Well, well, well. I might
Yeah.
get the second turn all the way done. Who knows?
Oh.
Fungus of Legend.
There's a fungus among us.
And then I get 2 cards. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Nuh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
How curious.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. No siree, that ain't edible.
You're doing a whole like
You're gonna-
farming situation here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm about to harvest. So
Oh,
she's
no.
gonna lose 2 fortitude.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna harvest 3, and you also gain 1 alcohol content.
Woof.
Wait a minute, isn't that? Wait a minute. Where's your card that you're playing?
It's right in front of me.
Over here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got really confused.
All right, take your damn card back.
Ooh.
I resolved it.
Okay.
Here, let me
He's
help you.
organizing.
Let me help your slow ass. Here, let me help.
Yeah, I'm working
Okay,
on
Callie.
these.
You
I
got
have
too
like
much
other
going
things
on
I
over
gotta
there.
do.
You got so many mushrooms.
It's a whole
'Cause
mushroom
that's what I'm
party.
all about. I'm a mycologist.
I don't know who Mike is,
That was
but I'm
my
sure you know a
accent.
lot about him.
I wanna not anymore. Give you a drink there,
Ooh.
and then drink the special reserve, which is a
Plus a
chaser.
chaser.
Ah, well, I think I'm dead. Yep, that's it for me.
what does that do with the gold again?
Morning,
Half
Mosslet.
distributed.
We're having a
Okay.
fun
The rest
time
is
here.
distributed
Oh, hold on.
based
Let him
All right.
let him die in peace first. Hold on. Everyone say a farewell to Custodian.
By
We love
Custodian.
you. Your mushroom
This
is
is
great.
farewell, custodian.
No problem.
So the first thing that happens is that half of Custodian's gold goes to the inn.
Here, let Dakith figure that out.
38. Well, half of 38.
19.
I believe there
There's
should
a
be, if we
command to
click on it,
split,
there
but I
should be a
don't know.
half or a split.
38.
I believe Custodian actually chooses the rest of where the money goes.
Mhm.
So
19.
after the first half goes to the inn, then the player distributes the remaining gold as evenly as possible.
Did you split it in half already?
Does not look like it.
What just happened there?
Alright, so just let Custodian combine those all back into one step.
Are we supposed to be helping?
15,
Or are we not supposed to be
23.
helping?
Let
No,
let
no,
just the
They're not help.
professionals help.
no.
The professionals?
Put them all
You can
back
split
together.
it in half, and then
Quit.
you can split.
Quit.
Quit messing with the things, okay?
We got
Quit.
some mischief
Stop
makers.
counting it.
I'm gonna
I'm
flip the
counting
table if
it.
you don't stop.
Somebody-
I'm
No, no,
counting
no,
it.
no, no, no.
Do
Hey,
not flip
guys,
the table.
stop messing with them. Dakith, you
I'm
can
counting it.
type a number to take a specific number of gold, just like you do.
One of the,
It just goes to
one
your
of the
hand.
gold
Two
went into the
coins.
drink
2
deck,
coins went
I
into this
think.
deck. 2 of them would disappear into this deck. That's why I took it away. Bring it back now. So I don't know where they went, so I'm just gonna spawn extra 2
No,
coins.
it's cool.
There we
No,
go.
it's
You
cool.
got
You
'em.
can click and you can
Okay.
click and
Okay,
drag it.
everybody get away from the coins. Step away, you heathens. Get out of here.
Yeah, you bastards, you're all greedy.
I'll start smacking people if you don't
You
knock
get
it off.
one.
Wolfric starts
Get
snapping
one.
at everybody.
Are you
Bite, bite, bite,
distributing
bite,
these
bite.
one at a time? Oh my god, okay.
Hi.
Let him do
You
it
get
how he
one.
wants. He died in honor of giving us more coins.
There you go.
All right.
Well-
You have to distribute it as evenly as possible.
Oh,
Does he though?
cool.
Yeah,
well,
you have to
19 of them.
So, we need to take 14 off of Luna's stack because I saw that many go in there.
Shouldn't it say in chat what happened? Oh, I guess not for moving gold.
That's a lot of question marks.
That's all the gold tokens. All right, I'm going to take control of all this gold situation. All you, sit still.
We can't
Well-
be trusted.
We have another ad starting soon. If you want to dodge the ads here, check out one of the other channels.
I think my medicine is probably starting to kick in.
Oh yeah.
Would you like us to knock you out next?
I'm not drowsy, it's just calmed down.
Are you good? No?
I was having trouble breathing, coughing a lot, but it seems to... My Sudafed seems to be working just fine now.
Okay. All right.
Did you give everybody else a gold but me? Oh, no, you just gave it back over there. Okay, I see.
He's just
Okay,
he's
so we
just
have the 19
collecting it
gold.
to redistribute it because custodian done goof.
All right.
Yeah, that's what it
So,
was.
besides Custodian, there are 7 other people still left in the game.
Yes, so just I believe if you right click it, it should just there you go.
All right, Custodian. Give those stacks out, 1 to each person. Some of them are a little bit smaller because there's 2s and 3s.
Cool.
Make sure you click it long enough to pick it all up.
Girl, yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, well I was just helping your
Girl,
ass.
I'm working on it. Take your 2
Oh
gold.
my
Everybody
God.
else gets 3. There you go.
Yeah, I
gave-
figured.
You get 2 there, 2 to Callie. Everyone else gets 1 of the piles.
Yay!
Jacket your damn selves.
Now, you already got yours, Cheesecake.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I gave you 2.
I gave 2. You got 2? Why did I don't get 2?
Okay, here.
Because I
Oh,
just
there
felt
they
like
are.
you needed 2.
Instead of 3?
Yep.
Okay.
Fine.
Who all needs money?
Okay, I still need mine, which I'm grabbing. Got it. And
Okay, Val, do you got yours, girl?
No, I don't think I've gotten
Okay.
mine yet. I've been waiting for everybody else, so.
That's good.
all right,
I
so
haven't
Max
grabbed any
next,
either.
right?
Max, did you grab yours?
I have not. Here we go.
Okay. All right, there. Everyone's distributed.
Yay! We figured it out.
I mean, technically, if we want more gold, yes, Max would be the next target.
Interesting. How
right,
curious.
Pat, pat.
What an interesting observation.
All right,
Okay.
Cheesecake, your turn.
My turn! Okay. So I'm gonna start discard and draw. I think I'm happy with my cards.
Okay, so just get back
Um,
up to 7 if you have below 7 cards.
Let me double check.
I believe you need 1.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, just one more.
Oh, excuse me.
What's that?
This is like the second
Okay.
time I've been in a call with Callie where I burped before she did, but I was muted this time, and also mine are quiet. Mine would not have been picked up anyways.
It's contagious. Okay. Now my action. My action. I'm going to use
Oh, he's gone.
Do Not Mess With Me. And I cast an evil spell at everybody active on the table to lose 1 fortitude. And also, Wolfrig is feeling bitey. So whenever any other player would lose fortitude from a card that you play from your hand, the fortitude loss is increased by 1. So lose 2 fortitude.
Yeah, about that.
Rise of adversity.
Take a bomb and take a bomb.
Take a wait, what? What's happening?
Okay, so he has 2 copies of a card that says whenever you lose fortitude, that player gets a bomb.
What does
So,
a bomb do to
bombs
me?
are- See a light green deck in the center?
Yes.
Draw the top 2.
Draw the top 2.
Okay, custodian.
Okay.
buddy, friendo?
Oh, they went into my
he's got
hand.
his head- I think he's got his headset off.
God damn it!
What is the question you need to ask him?
I'm missing my other special reserve drink that he just had. I need that
Let me
back.
go talk to him.
Oh no!
Do they both affect me?
One of them affects me.
Sweet. You and Nitrile each lose 1 fortitude. Wolfreak doesn't. No. Wolfreak doesn't affect that. So yeah, each of us lose 1 fortitude from the twin popper. Whoop.
It didn't wind up.
And then for the pot of boom, I
I'm
lose
not
3
sure where it's
fortitude
gone.
or pay 1 gold to the inn to pass this bomb to another player. Do I get to choose the other player?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna pay 1 gold to the inn.
Mhm.
And roll the die. That's gonna hit Lunatel.
Lunatel.
Dang it.
Your
So
bomb.
what
So-
is happening?
Pay 1 gold to the inn or lose 3.
Where do I discard this card? The twin popper.
Pass this bomb to another player.
Let's see here.
Oh, this is just a regular card. We can't really use our normal cards for this one.
Bomb.
Yeah.
He said that, Callie, he said that he gave both of them back.
No, I only see one, so I'm not sure where the other one's gone.
It might have gone into your special reserve deck.
Might have. It's fine.
I paid 1
Okay.
gold.
Daggett.
Daggett.
The
Thank you.
hot potato.
This is a very hot potato.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let me know when this is done, because I have a question about what, because I still haven't done the effects that.
For the sake of brevity, I'll eat it.
Nom.
Okay,
Kabooey.
so 1 fortitude, and then whenever another player would lose fortitude from a card, they play a card that you play from your hand. Fortitude loss will increase by 1.
Yeah, so
it's
that
supposed to be-
about
no,
that.
that doesn't affect it because that would have to be a hand card from my hand. That was bum, Nitro's bum.
I'm not asking about the bomb. I was asking about what your cards were because I'm trying to figure
Oh
out
yeah,
if I
that
have anything that can negate it.
it's an action.
Because he started going, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna wait till he's done.
Alright,
gotcha.
So this cheesecake played in action
Mhm.
that causes you to lose fortitude. So if you have it sometimes that says that you can play it after or in response to anything
I
like that.
will reduce it by 1, and I'm gonna take one of my prayer tokens.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. That's not a prayer token. Put that back.
Okay, so you gain 1. Alright. So you only lose 1 fortitude instead of 2, and then you gain your prayer
Okay.
token.
Very nice.
Oh, that's a
Okay.
nice
Yeah, I did.
Brad.
Okay.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, that's a nice little bread.
That's a nice Brad.
Oh wait,
I so good,
lost-
bread.
Wait.
Now
Who's so
you have to
good,
draw the
bread?
rest of your spouses.
Wait. Okay. Hold on.
all 12 of 13 of us.
So I
In
lost.
me.
Okay, so I lost 2 extra fortitude.
2 fortitude, 1 from the action card and the other because Wolfrick's feeling bitey.
Yeah.
Bite.
So I should have lost 3 fortitude, 1 from the firework, and then 2
Yes.
from. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So I should be at 7.
Sweet.
Let's see here. That's right, he's right about
That backfired.
Yeah, it did.
RNG rules.
Okay. Is everything resolved?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see how Wolfrick's feeling. Destructive. Whenever you add gold to your stash, you must pay 1 gold to the inn. I'm going to say, I don't have time for one of your moods, Ulfric. Wolfric Stormcloak. Wolfric's mood changes again. He's feeling clumsy. Whenever you
Clumsy.
gain alcohol content, that alcohol content gain is reduced by 1. Okay, good.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Alright,
Mhm.
so you did that a little bit out of order because
did?
you're supposed to do your drinks before you change Wolfrick's mood, but let's just go ahead and let it
Oh,
play.
you're right.
But so he's still going to be feeling
Yes, bitey.
bitey when you drink your drinks, and then you switch him to clumsy.
So did you give out a drink?
No, I
Let's do
haven't. We'll see what the die thinks. Valkyrie. Val gets a drink.
The guy does not like
Want
Val
it.
today.
Here, I'll put
Or
it
it
in
likes
there for
Val
you,
a little
sweetie.
too much, depending on how
Or
you
that, yes.
perceive.
Can I choose to give
So,
myself an extra
cheesecake,
drink?
Party drink
Give
deck?
me a drink. Oh, sorry.
Orcish
Orcish
Rotgut.
That is fortitude. You lose.
Yeah,
Just
it's 2
lose
fortitude.
Lose 2 fortitude.
Owie! Who drinks
Get
this
cards
stuff?
like this, nobody's playing an orc. I find that funny.
Yeah.
Okay, now Wolfric's feeling clumsy. And all of those cards happen. Yay!
Alright,
Good
your
turn.
turn,
Good turn.
Alright, so I start by gaining 1 momentum. Then I'm going to discard this one. And...
If you make
5.
us Gamba, I'm gonna.
Let's see here.
I think the only person who would do that is Max.
What?
You used quite a few.
Nothing? Nothing?
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, sorry if you hear the vacuum cleaner. Husband is cleaning.
It's not audible.
Alright.
At least on
I hear
Discord.
nothing. I was going to
Yay.
jokingly say it's so loud, but there's nothing.
Yay!
Max, Grace, you're on.
What
What's
happened?
up?
I'm racing Max.
They lose.
Ooh.
Or pick another player, they lose fortitude equal to your momentum.
It's
Which one are you
either
doing?
way. It's
Oh,
one either
okay.
way.
Can I have one of these funny forks?
Ignore an action sometimes or anytime card that affects your fortitude, alcohol, or gold.
Yep, fair.
Hold on. I don't think so.
Oh,
I'm
Okay.
negating your sometimes card.
negating the negate.
Okay,
Lose
I'll
one
take
for
the
It's
one
either
then.
Fortitude.
Thank you.
Oh, either way. Okay.
So I
Yeah, it's
assume
one
that I-
fortitude either way.
Stirring my hot cocoa.
Yum 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 yum.
Alrighty. So next,
me a
I'm
drink.
going to give a drink over to Draco. Looking over
Yeah,
right
I'm
there.
a little low.
And drink mine. Getting lag here. Not looking at. Light ale with a chaser, but no chasers.
So just the one.
Yep.
Such a big table.
It's a very big table.
It is.
We
It
need a
kinda
lot of
has
room
to
for all
be
this stuff.
to have
It
this
has to
many.
be. Yeah, like look how big this space we need is.
Can you
Yeah, that's
imagine
my
if
turn.
everything was shrunk down to fit on a
Everything I
smaller
wanna get
table?
rid of.
Little tiny cards.
Alright, what else did I get?
Brush his hair.
And what is the other one I got?
Hold
Just
on,
give him
I
a
wanna
little
do that.
brushy
Combing his
brush.
hair? What are you doing over
Yeah,
here?
just give him a little brushy brush.
I gotta fix the toupee. Hold on.
Just gotta tidy him up a little.
Alright,
for
so
some
that's
reason
what
I
I
can't
have
draw.
now. I'm gonna put this over here.
You can't draw. Are you holding the draw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whose turn is it?
It's not working.
It's mine. I'm trying to figure out
It's
what to do.
Lunatel.
I
Okay.
probably just might ignore it. As I was saving up, and I might just be like, screw it. We're just gonna... Yep.
Well, while Lunatel decides, has anybody got eyes on table 2? I just want an update. Is Kaza dead?
Kaza was dead a while ago.
Yeah, I think
Wasn't he
Kaza
dead,
got
like, the
knocked out
first
in one
round?
We weren't,
Brad's
we
out.
weren't quite sure though.
Brad's out and
Yeah, he was-
Foley's out.
Oh
jeez.
man. We only have one casualty so far.
I think that's
Is
the
Slurp
only
playing
reason
Evil
why.
Pookie again?
You expect him to play anybody else?
No.
He either
I
plays
can't tell
Poopy
where
or
s-
Evil Poopy.
Yeah.
I can't tell where Slurp is.
He's usually blue.
Somebody's playing Evil Pookie.
Blue.
It's
Yeah,
Slurp.
it was probably Slurp. Unless
Blue, so
somebody
it's
grabbed it
probably him.
before.
Unless, yeah, somebody got in there before him, it's probably Slurp.
I
even
can
then,
pick
he-
I can skip my action phase. That is a
Yes,
potential, right?
You can
Yes,
skip
you are
your
allowed to
action.
skip your action.
Okay.
Even then, I feel like Slurp would shank that person and retake Evil Pookie, so...
I feel like he would
No,
play
we just
regular
play
Pookie
regular
in
Pookies.
retaliation. Yeah, so that there's too many
Yeah.
Pookies on the board.
yeah.
Okay, so then it would be a buy drink phase. Given this.
Oh god, is
no.
the deck
Ooh,
open?
Wait.
Oh,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
let me
no.
make sure.
Okay.
Yep, that's why I was like, hold on.
I thought the drink deck was empty. I was gonna
Cheesecake, I'll
cry.
give that drink to you.
Huh? You giving me a drink?
Cheesecake.
Thank you.
Yep,
Yep.
right there.
I was getting thirsty.
And then I drink.
Yum, yum, yum.
I drink.
Yep.
I just have one.
Oh,
Give
The
it to
God.
challenge.
You can have this.
All right.
Oh.
The drink deck's
So
almost
are you up to the
empty, we
challenge?
only
If
have
you aren't,
two left.
discard it and drink the top card of the drink deck instead. If you are up for the challenge, reveal 2 cards from the
Ooh.
drink deck and drink them. If you reveal a drink event, discard and reveal again. You pay cards to affect these drinks, but each must be dealt with separately. If these drinks do not knock you out, each player must pay you 1 gold.
Oh.
I think I'm up for the challenge.
Really even worth it?
Okay, so reveal 2 cards
other
from the
option
top of the
would be
drink
to-
deck.
Wouldn't it just be just
Will
discard this
do.
challenge to drink the top card?
There's only 2 cards in the drink
Yes,
deck.
Yeah, put them
Yeah,
back.
I'm
Where's
pretty
the
sure
drink
that
deck?
Put 'em
it's,
back?
it's just for Lunatel, right?
Yes.
Nobody else.
Yeah,
is,
it's just- yeah,
nobody
Oh,
else is
sorry.
doing
I thought it was
Just
everybody.
Lunatel.
Because the second part is if I decide to take 2 drinks, I have to drink it and then you all pay me a gold. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna choose to
So-
discard this one and we'll see what the next one is. I'm a little bit afraid right now what I get.
Wine with a chaser.
Wine with
Woof.
a chaser. So I think you draw the next card off the
Would
top
it,
there
though?
because you're drawing from the drink deck.
Yeah. It's Tracer.
Cards. Okay.
I feel like this game needs more drink
It's
cards
0.
if we keep running out like this.
Yeah, so
We're
Uh,
paying
yep.
with a very big table, so
Ah.
that's part of the reason why you start with extra gold on a big table.
Yeah.
Let me see
Gotcha.
something here if I have anything.
Wait.
And I can
Do we?
use? I don't think I do. So I just drink the 2 and I discard that and then we have to refill the drink me deck. Is that my understanding of what we're doing here?
Yep, put all your cards into the discard pile.
Okay. Just to quickly interrupt, Custodian does need to leave, so everyone say goodbye to Custodian.
Bye, Custodian. Thank you for
Bye,
playing with
Custodian.
us. Bye.
Bye, custodian.
Yeah, it was fun. Bye, folks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
have a good night.
The forks are ours. Who am I kidding? The forks are mine.
Oh yeah, take his corpse.
No, my forks.
Has everyone paid a gold to the inn to
Yes,
repay?
I have.
Yes.
There we go. 1 gold for the Indian Inn.
I guess I'll put this back and shuffle it.
Yes, you may. And flip it the other way.
Oh, right.
Thanks.
There you go.
Oh, cheesecake. Here.
Yeah.
Come here. Hey.
You're a stir.
Put them in the... No, I was gonna put them in the marshmallows. Like
Oh, and the marshmallows, like little fondue forks.
All right,
Yay.
Draco, it is your turn.
Okay, cool.
Are you
I'm
brushing your
gonna-
husband's hair? I'm so sorry.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Can I brush your
Doll
husband's
bread.
hair?
Doesn't count.
Does
Discard
not
their whole
count.
hand.
Look, I talked to mermaids. This is an actual poem, okay?
Stab. Murder weapon's gone. I didn't do it. Lunatel did it.
You were not here earlier when we just kicked Custodian out.
I'm more surprised that this game is so chill. When I play with my friends, the result
Okay,
is vastly
So
different.
First, an anytime card.
Hmm.
Max,
Okay.
you get a bomb.
Okay.
Bomb.
It could certainly
Flip it over?
get more tense.
Get got.
Haas is not even watching the game. He's just over
Oh,
here
wait.
drawing off in the wall. With spooky eyeballs.
Those bombs,
apparently.
those bombs are biting ya, Draco.
Maybe stop using your bombs.
It's its own form of gambling.
Gumba.
Gumba.
Where's the kaboom?
Kabooey.
I kind of wish that there were a button to do like an explosion sound effect in the game.
And like a visual effect would be funny too. Like a little
just
explosion.
only on the card. Just
That's
a
the
little.
best I got.
Did someone get itchy?
I was gonna ask. It's like a
No, that was
Let me
the
see
sound
if I
board.
have an
All
explosion.
right.
I have a vine boom.
I have my Discord
Max?
sounds turned real low, like the Discord soundboard. Turn real low,
I
because
have a
sometimes I'll
feeling
get in the call and people will spam it, and I'll be like, oh, too much.
I feel
Alright,
like
so-
Draco wants your money.
I do want your money.
They lose 1 fortitude and get a bomb, so you're putting another bomb on me too.
Ooh,
Yep.
Yes.
it's so
This is my
cute.
action.
Cute little bomb with knives. Bomb guy with knives.
Alright,
Bomb.
Bomb.
lose 1 fortitude.
Hey.
I'm hanging on
I
by
am
a thread, man.
crackers.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Now, I can order drinks, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta give somebody something.
Except I play this,
Hmm.
pay 1 gold to the inn,
Living dangerously.
and I can pick
Oh.
give 1 to Lunatel, 1 to Lunatel.
Okay.
All right.
And I drink.
Bottoms up.
Wine with a chaser.
Chaser, but
That's your only month.
Elven wine.
Chaser.
What am I doing? Is there much like options for healing in this game?
Some people
Depends
have
on who you
perks that-
play. There are a couple of them, but the thing is that you sometimes trade off healing for your ability to ignore drinks.
Ah.
So while you can gain back, say, fortitude, you might have less cards to deal with getting drinks.
I see.
Stuff like that.
your turn.
Oh, you can have this bomb back. I exploded it already.
Kabooey.
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 We need that sound effect from Wind Waker.
Kaboom! Splish.
Nope, that's not it. That's not it. It's not Luffy time. Kaza is not here. You put that bitch back in the box.
You mentioned something nautical.
I ran out of nitro. Dang it.
Hey Draco.
Oh no.
Yeah. I expected that.
Oof.
Lose 3.
Yep.
She doesn't hit a lot, but when she does, she hits hard.
Wow.
Yep.
Careful, that's real fire. Whoa, this is not an illusion.
Yep.
Okay. Then this instead.
Ooh.
They reveal it and
Wow.
take its effects. If the inn gains that bomb, discard it. Okay.
Oh,
Give me the
okay.
bomb. Give me the bomb.
This
I'll
could
go
be
out
it
this
for
way.
Max.
Let's see what it is. Oh wait, it flipped again. Somebody flipped
There
it
we
for
go.
me. Lose 3 fortitude to discard the top
Oof.
card of your drink me pile.
Yeah.
Alright, that should knock me out.
That should
Oh
knock you out,
no!
yeah. Say goodbye to Max.
No wait, can I
Oh.
before I lose my no, because it wasn't okay. I have
Yeah.
a card that would let me split my fortitude loss, but I think it has to be from a player's
Like,
card.
yeah, like a sometimes card or something. That'll do it. I
Here
realize I
goes.
am partially
Bye,
responsible for
Max.
this.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
You'll have to live with that.
Oh
I'll take this
no!
bomb away.
How shall I ever make it up to her?
Will you lovingly split
Uh-huh.
your gold for
One
us,
sec.
friend?
Yeah. I'm putting the 9 in the inn real quick. I just took. Oh gosh, it's not going in the inn. Please, please in the inn. Thank you. No. Okay, this is fine.
I'll take that if it's.
Where does this random
The
needed.
rest.
Gotcha.
That's me. It's not.
Oh.
It's not behaving. It's not like stacking them or doing
Oh, I
anything it's
see.
supposed to be doing. I went ahead and took the 9 and it went to my hand, which makes it easier for you guys to split. But makes it very glitchy. It does not like me.
Ugh.
No touchy. Not yours.
I'm not touchy,
This is
I'm
the
just
inn's
looking.
gold.
I'm just looking.
Already put that loose one into the inn for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, the rest is good for distribution.
All right.
There's 9
Let's
gold
see
and
how
there's
many
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players.
Would you like me
So-
to divide these for you?
Yes.
Okay. give me
Draco
one
gets
second.
none. No extra.
No. Okay, hold on.
Wow.
So
It
Draco
can be
gets one.
distributed equally up to 6, and then the other 3 go to not Draco.
Okay, so
So we
give me
can
one second.
all get one at the very least.
Yes,
So-
everybody
we
gets
all
one,
get one.
and then 3 people will get 1 extra gold. Draco is not one of them.
Meanie.
I'll also
Okay,
say
every-
Cheesecake is also not one of them. I'm sorry.
Aw, it's, I understand.
So Draco doesn't get an extra. Cheesecake doesn't get an extra.
Cheesecake doesn't get an extra.
I
Did
understand.
somebody
You got-
take
you
the,
4 could
their
fight
gold
over it.
already?
I think Draco and Cheesecake both took their ones.
Yeah, I took my
Okay.
one.
Okay. Who is the third person who is not getting an extra one there?
Rock, paper,
I will let you
scissors.
guys fight it out, the final 4. You can roll the dice for it as well, but I think it's more
Everybody
competition
hydrate.
if you have to fight for
I
it.
took a sippy
I'm just gonna roll the dice.
Why did it turn into
Oh,
a
it's-
cube?
Oh.
It changes shape
Pink,
with the
that's
less
Max.
people.
That's me.
You
thank
don't
you,
get any
Kirby.
gold.
I just had a sippy.
well,
Let me do a
Hands
sip.
up emoji.
I'll just take the 1 gold, I guess.
I got
There,
it.
no
Nice.
one has to fight. Okay. Lunatel, Dakith, and Val, you may take your 2 gold.
I'm taking my 2 gold.
Yay.
Okay.
I wasn't the first out, despite getting hit really, 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 really hard in the first 2 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right.
It's my,
and then
my turn.
and then you tried to hit me, which backfired.
I
Well, if you
mean,
tried to
you
hit
hit me
Max, it's
first.
backfired.
Mine was retaliation, and it backfired on you first. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna step away
remember to
for
drink
just a
something.
moment.
Okay.
I mean, I'm about to go out pretty soon, so.
Okay. How's everybody feeling?
I'm feeling alright.
Pretty good.
Okay.
I'm hurting.
In and out again.
Gamba.
Gamba.
Gambling. No.
Gamba.
I
Gamba.
had a feeling that was coming up. So, Ant, right?
Yeah,
It's the-
everybody that can play your coins. Unless you
I
can
can get back to my
get
position
yourself
here.
out.
It is done. I think.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for. Yes, you are good. Just Lunatel once she can, and then Val.
How many do I have? I only have 3.
Gamba.
So,
Gamba.
1, 2,
Gamba.
wait.
This is lingo that I've learned just today. Just this evening. Gamba. And now it's sticking with me.
They're all related, I guess.
Gamba.
Well, they're not related to me.
Gamba.
1.
Gamba.
We gambin'.
Okay, and then just
Gambate.
the-
We have our gambasons
Val.
on.
Val.
Paging Valkyrie's Mercury.
Val.
What?
We're gambling. I started gambles, and do you have a card to negate having to pay the toll, or would you like to put a coin in?
Yeah, sure.
You okay, Val?
I'm just getting tired is all.
Sleepy.
Do you want to drop out, sweetie, or are you gonna hang in there?
I think I'll try and hang in there, so.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Well, it is your turn, Val. So, do you have a card, or would you like to pass?
God damn it.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Gamba.
All right.
Cheesecake.
Cheesecake.
Do you have a card, or would you like
You
to
have
pass?
one.
I would like to pass.
All right,
Okay, they
Dacketh.
pass.
I pass.
Gambling. I'm in.
All right, Dacketh's in control. Lunatel.
Hi Kirby, how you doing?
I'm going to say pass.
Okay, Draco.
I raise.
Ooh.
Everybody add more to
How many of
the
those do you have?
pile.
Woof.
I have a lot of
Okay,
gambling cards.
Do I
okay.
still have to, even though I pass? Oh, I guess I have to. I didn't
Yeah,
leave
you
a
do.
round of gambling.
Yeah.
Even your bombs are
Okay.
gambling cards.
Yeah,
Bumbling.
technically.
My
Right.
turn.
Yep.
Did everybody put a coin in?
Lunatel, how do you have so many cards? Oh, some of them are prayer
Yeah.
cards?
Yeah, some
Yeah.
of them are prayer cards.
Huh.
I haven't activated any of them yet, so
Oh.
this character, I don't have a place to put them where I can hide them until they're ready to be played. So
Gamba.
I'm just giving my deck right now.
I'm in control.
Mhm.
Okay.
Val, your turn, sweetie.
Pass.
Pass. Cheesecake.
Let me think. Pass.
Pass.
Dacketh. Pass.
I
Lunatel.
will also pass.
Draco.
Winning hand.
Gamba.
Okay.
Oh. I realized something.
Right?
Oh,
What'd you realize?
Must be control. Must be cheating. Yeah.
I
Oh.
pass.
Oh.
Val,
Yeah.
it's your turn, sweetie. Do you pass or play?
It has
Pass.
to be a cheating card.
Okay. Cheesecake.
I'm gonna pass.
Dacketh.
Pass.
Lunatel.
Unfortunately, I also pass.
Oh no!
Draco, you win.
Dang it! I
Now
throw my
he's the
drink
target,
across the
now
room.
He has all the gold.
Click the one that says pot over here.
You realize what this does,
Yay.
right? This puts a target on you.
Oh, I know.
It's its own risk.
Okay.
There's another ad starting soon. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. See you afterwards. Go to one of the other channels if you want to dodge it.
All right.
So Draco, you get a drink. Here you go, buddy.
Thank
And then I will drink my drink.
Drink a drink. Ooh, ogre brew.
Oh, God, bro.
2.
Ogre brew. Wow.
I already know I'm going out next.
Alright, so 2 of drink and -1 fortitude.
Mhm.
Okay, I am good. Val, your turn, sweetie.
Ooh.
Pass.
No, it's not gambling anymore, sweetie.
Oh.
It's just your turn now.
Let's see.
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
This music is so pleasant. The music I've got going.
I want to play a rousing speech.
Ooh, each other player pays you 1 gold.
Not me. Y'all stay safe, though.
Here is your gold, sweetie.
You have to be a player, bud.
That's what makes it funnier.
Oh,
What is happening over here?
oh I
Ricky's
dropped. I dropped cards.
What?
I dropped these
Whenever something
things.
falls off the table, it's reappears on that corner.
Huh.
Is that glitch still working where you can like put cards inside of the? No,
But cards inside the deck, yeah.
I mean, no mind. You could put them in the It used to be
Boxes
that you
over
could put them in like these little things here, and then you could also put them in like deck boxes and make them disappear
Ah.
forever.
Yeah,
Did
well, that's because somebody
everybody-
locked the deck on and the thing, and that's.
Did
what happened.
everybody pay Val?
No, I didn't. 1 gold to Val?
Yes,
Yes.
1 gold to Val, please.
Eh,
Here you go.
Okay, who took my coin? Who took my coin? Where did it go?
Okay, the Val
Right here.
tax.
Don't be taking my coin, please.
Huh? That one was my coin. The one that was right here?
No, I put a coin over here, like right in front of Dak, and I was trying to click it again and move it. I kept selecting
Oh,
it.
I
Ah.
moved it. Sorry.
Okay, Val. Everyone's paid you.
And then I'm also going to play this. It's on top of it. Don't forget the share.
Okay. Money bags over here. You got so much money, how about you order us all around? Wait, we don't want that. Never mind.
She's speaking for herself. She wants her and Wolfric to have an extra drink. That's what she means.
Well, how about this? Now, okay, so I flip. Hold on.
Draw
trying
a
to
drink
think.
for someone else.
Okay, so this additional drink is going to go to.
That is looking a little dry over there.
Hey, you leave me alone.
That's what you want.
Well, since you said something, I can take a drink.
Fair.
And then, where are you? I'm gonna play this as well,
Oh, yep. Pay
Ooh.
1 gold to the inn.
and then I'm gonna
Oh,
pay
boy.
1 gold.
Hold on, but
Wait,
give me
wait.
a second.
Never mind.
May I can? Okay. I'm going to play Why Thank You. When someone pays a gold to the inn, I gain a gold from the inn.
Oh.
The gold is now mine. Thank you.
My gold now.
So just
And then,
pull it out of the chest.
Thank you.
and then I'm going to give a drink to Cheesecake,
Yum yum.
and then one to Draco.
Who's got the arrows
you.
go? Oh, okay.
You press tab to make the arrow to try and point something out.
Ah.
Oh, good to know.
How do I make them go away, or they
Oh,
just go away on their own?
They go.
They
They
go
just.
away on their own.
Okay, so let me go ahead and put these in my discard pile,
Mhm.
and
All
then
right, time to drink.
I do a drink.
Drink, drink, drink,
Yep.
drink,
Drink, drink, drink.
drink, drink.
Wizard's brew.
Ooh, okay.
That's been a
So
popular one today.
Electrifying.
2 alcohol, and then you get +2 to your fortitude.
So your fortitude goes back up, but you gain some alcohol.
No, 1
Oh,
too
that
many,
was
sweetie.
3.
I was
Down
on.
one.
I was
You
on
were on
16.
No,
Said
you were
plus
on
three fortitude
15.
in the chat.
Yep.
So you.
You were
Yeah, it
on
says so in the
15,
chat.
sweetie. There you go.
All right, whatever. And then
Now it is Cheesecake's turn.
My turn. Okay, let's go ahead and see. Do I want to discard anything?
Copy.
What happened here?
Let's see. I'm happy with my cards, so I'll draw 2. That's Wolfric's deck. Here we go. Stirring my cocoa.
No.
I
don't believe you.
There's a
Oh,
card
I'm
called
gonna-
the Witch's Brew, right?
Never mind.
Wizard's Brew.
Wizard's
Yeah,
Brew.
we just played that.
Wizard's
Yeah, that's what
Brew.
I
Okay.
just drank.
I was
See.
just thinking
After
about
that,
it because I think
action.
it'd be funnier if it was like a put in Spanish. Because
Let's see.
the Spanish word for witch is bruja. So
Oh.
bruja.
Bruja Brew.
Brouhaha.
I'm going to go ahead and do an action. Wolfric's apparently still feeling bitey because he wants to take a bite out of Draco. And cause
And I
him
can't
to
do
lose
anything about that.
cause them to lose 2 fortitude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's my action. Yeah. There's nothing that I have compounding on that, so let's buy drinks. Let me order a drink for somebody.
Drink.
Drink. Let's see. Just about everybody.
Stop pointing at my pile.
What pile? You're empty.
I'll let fate decide. Where's the die?
Right over here.
So Brad's out.
Now
Artman is
die.
out.
Myself? No, I can't do that.
But you're out.
You technically can if you wanted.
That one goes to Val. A drink for Lady Valkyrie. That's discarded? Yeah, no. There we go.
And then drink the top card of your drink.
And then I myself shall drink.
Nope, just the forward one.
There we go. That
you
is
get the
a
chaser.
dark
Okay, with
ale with a
chaser.
chaser. So because Wolfric is feeling clumsy, I don't take the 1 alcohol content from that.
No,
Still
but
the chaser.
you'll still get the
I still got the chaser. It's a 1.
Which is still
So it's a
Alright,
1.
so the way this works is the things with the chasers and the chasers all together counts as 1 drink. So
Ah,
it's a total of 2, which Wolfric reduces to 1.
okay.
Yeah, so 1.
I'm okay with
That's
that.
still really good.
Yum yum yum. 2 mugs of
Really
ale. I chased my dark ale with a light ale.
Yes, you did. Let's go ahead and discard those.
Here we go.
Alright.
And let's see how Wolfric's feeling.
How's he doing?
How's Wolfric doing? Sad.
Sad.
Oh.
Oh, little puppy. That's
You may
okay.
choose not to participate.
Oh.
There's a random gambling.
Oh, hi, Roy. Welcome in. How you doing, friend?
Let's see here. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do, cheesecake. I think you should
Yes,
tip the
hello.
barkeep.
Pay a gold to the inn.
It's an
Oh
anytime
God, you're getting
card?
low on money, sweetie.
Actually, Wolfric has found some gold lying around somewhere. So that comes from the inn. That's gold from the inn.
Nothing changed.
So this doesn't go anywhere. Fair enough. And I'm going to pass on my action.
Okay, who are you buying a drink for?
Who do you think?
Yeah, I fucking figured.
Lotus dry platter over there.
Elven wine.
Elven
That's some heavy
wine.
stuff.
Let's see here. Let me see. And I'll take it to go.
Mmm.
So just a 1?
Yep.
Just a 1. That's
Somebody
reasonable.
wants to play something.
Nope, I'm good.
What does that do? Reduce the alcohol content?
Yeah, by
Yeah.
2.
Are you spending momentum or no?
Read what?
I do not have
No,
any
he-
momentum to spend.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's just gonna reduce it by 2.
Yeah.
To make
Makes
it a
sense to
1.
me.
And that was my turn.
Lunito! Here, I'll brush his hair for you.
I wave.
At this rate, we need to turn Brad into a doll with brushable hair.
Coraline doll.
Not a Coraline doll. Just a doll
I
with
brought some
brushable hair.
shampoo.
Oh, very nice.
Just really
His
added
hair.
in.
Oh, hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Kirby. You've been taking good care of me.
I'm gonna discard
Scratching
that
it in.
one.
Everybody
Good
hydrate.
stretch. Good stretch.
I
Is
am very
Kirby going
hydrated.
rounds around the the streamers and doing streamer care for everybody?
Yep. Yes,
That's
they
so
are.
sweet.
Thank you, Kirby.
Thank you, Kirby.
I turned mine off because I'm a bad bitch like that.
Now it looks like
What?
Brad has lasers coming out of his
That's
eyes.
what
I
I
thought
meant
it looked
to do.
like,
I wanted him to
um,
have spoon eyes.
I thought it looked like that Gurren Lagann guy.
Oh, it
Probably not.
does. Yeah, it looks like the little glasses. Okay. You know what? It's my turn to.
Yes.
Actually, there's 2 different ones. Huh, that's weird. I'm gonna start the gamba. I'm gonna
Oh,
Yamba.
start this
Gamba.
nonsense.
Yamba.
I'm a sitting duck on this one.
I'm going to choose not to participate because Wolfric is feeling sad. Sorry, I gotta pet my dog
Oh,
instead.
that's fair.
Gotta make sure the puppy's happy.
Yeah, I gotta make sure he's
Draco,
happy.
What are you doing, Draco?
I have to pass.
Wait, Val needs to place first.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there. Yeah. Now it's Draco.
Archie!
Draco's
I have no
passed.
choice but to pass.
Callie?
Archer, thank you so much for your 32nd month of subscription. Yippee!
I'm in.
I appreciate you, friend.
Demand to have the hand.
Okay.
Demand a hand.
All right,
did you
Val.
play your pass? I
Hi, raise.
Mr. Sandman, stand me
A
a
lot of us are
man.
about to leave.
Yeah.
All right,
No.
Cheesecake's
Do I have
out.
something that
So
I'm out.
I don't think I do.
Yep,
Jack
cheesecake's
it.
up, so win in hand.
Oh,
Must be
somebody's got
cheating
a
or
cheat.
gambling. Or was it? It's cheating.
It has
in
to be.
order
It has
yeah.
to be a cheating card.
Yep. Pass.
Alright. Passed from Lunatel.
Pass for
Draco.
me.
Pass. I also must pass.
Val?
Val, do you have a
Pass.
cheating card? Or-
Oh.
No.
I was really
Draco
hoping you'd have the
wins.
win card or something to take all the coins.
Nope.
Boo. Okay.
Who won it?
So my action.
Dakith did.
Ooh, okay.
So I buy a drink. Most everyone well, nope, Cheesecake doesn't, so you're going to get the one.
Thank
There you
you.
go. And then I drink mine. Oh, that's not where I meant to put it. Did I get 2 cards?
Yum 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 yum
Yes,
yum.
pass one. Monster
no.
attack.
Each player
Loses
loses
one
one
alcohol.
alcohol.
Will you help please? Each player that chooses help in the fight to help in the fight loses 3 fortitude but gains 2 gold from the end.
What is it? Where's this
I'm
card?
putting this out.
So you can gain 2 gold from the
Okay.
end, but you have to sacrifice 3 fortitude. Or
Okay.
each player
I'm out.
hold on.
I'm sitting that out.
Where's this
Player
card so I can
loses
read
1
it?
alcohol content. Will you help, please?
Oh,
So,
monster
is it both of
attack.
these?
Okay, I have
What
a
is your
question.
thing? Is this both of the? Is it both things, or is it choose one or the other?
It's both.
It's both.
It is both. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
everyone
each player
has to lose 1 alcohol.
Yes. So
Okay.
lose 1 alcohol, everybody.
We'll do that.
But if you
Okay.
Oh,
choose
lose
to
1
be-
alcohol content.
Yeah, you have
Yes.
to lose
Yes.
1 alcohol, but you have a choice. You can help and lose 3 fortitude and gain 2 gold.
Wait, no,
Or
wait,
you
it's
just
lose
don't-
1 alcohol. It's not getting more.
Oh, it's no.
Yeah,
it's
so you're
no,
less
it's over
drunk.
that. Sorry, yeah,
It's-
I went the
it's cheap.
I went the wrong way.
Yeah, just had to make sure. I will help.
So now you can choose
How about-
to lose 3 fortitude.
I'll lose 3
Cheesecake, are you
fortitude.
helping?
Yes, I'm helping. So we'll go
Daka?
1, 2, 3.
I'm not helping.
Okay, Draco.
I'm a courier, not a venture.
Sorry, Draco.
I'm a renegade. I can handle this.
I have a question before I can say anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Daka, can I show you this card?
All right. Let's see here.
Because would that be then me choosing?
No, because this is an event, not a card played by another player.
Okay, so this is
Oh, okay,
this is an
gotcha.
event.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone loses 1 alcohol content, but you can choose to help fight and lose 3 fortitude, but you gain 2 gold from the end if you decide to take the 3 fortitude.
Okay, I will lose the 3 fortitude, and I'm going to take my money.
I took the 3 fortitude. I'm gonna take my money.
I've already moved my fortitude. I will take the money, and I've already moved my alcohol content as well.
And then Val, are you going to be losing 3 fortitude? Oh,
No. Excuse me, I have more important matters to attend to.
I'm gonna play an anytime
you did not-
card.
you do.
All right, so Val, before you play that card, you can choose not to help out, so you don't need to.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
but using using that card will mean that you also then do not lose an alcohol.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. So let me put my alcohol back.
Wait.
I'm gonna put that.
No,
thought-
Sorry,
You
it's
lose
you.
an alcohol.
Yeah, so it
Yeah,
would
you
go
sober up by 1.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I
if
had.
you-
Oh wait.
I had-
Sorry.
Okay, stop, please. Let me explain what I did. When I heard everybody loses an alcohol, I went ahead and moved it already. And then when Dacus told me that I don't have to lose it, I put it back because I'm playing that card.
Okay, so you're just straight up ignoring the event.
Yes, I'm straight up ignoring the event.
Okay. We worked it out.
Sorry, though.
I'm gay up ignoring the event.
I'm gonna play this anytime card. Nothing little Pixie does won't fix to gain 2 fortitude. Yippee! Much better.
Wow.
All right, Cheesecake's starting to look scary.
No, I'm not. I'm just a little guy.
They're just a little guy, and it's their birthday.
I'm a little guy. It's my birthday.
What is going on? I'm not. I don't know what's happening.
We'll just ignore
I was
that.
drawing over there. I don't know where these came from.
It
or why they're
sometimes is being glitchy. That's
What happened?
Like
Things
I
are just.
can't move them now either.
No, I'll have
What
to
is it? Is this?
I'll have to reset the table. Just leave them there, please. They won't be
Stop putting your
moved.
cards
And
in
then
the box. Stop putting cards in the box.
Why? I'm out of the game, bud. It's not affecting anything.
Okay, let's just move
Checking
on
the
with
OCD.
Drake. Lunatel, you're done. Lunatel is done, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Lunatel
Okay.
drank, so...
Draco, your turn.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I love that you just click that individually every time.
Chloe is
Let's
staring at
see.
me despite me giving her my chair.
Are you standing up?
No, I'm sitting on my bed.
She's thanking you.
You've been banished to the bed.
Well, that's, Cheesecake, you get a bomb.
I got a bomb.
Yep.
You get a bomb.
Lamp oil.
Um,
Rope.
actually, we don't think so. Wait, that's an
That's
action.
not
Never
a
mind.
sometimes card.
Sometimes card.
That's an action card.
Forget I said anything. I got a bomb. Spitfire Spinner. Each player other than Nitro loses 2 fortitude. Woof. That's crazy. Tick tick.
Woo!
It's gambling.
Is that something that
So,
happens
okay,
right now, or is that
Dacus,
something
is
else?
that would be right now.
Wow.
Dacus, would that count as a card played by another player?
Let me go check. Oh, if this rules thing was visible somewhere, I could check this. Let's do Mycologist.
So dry. Hey, lip balm.
Right
There
there.
we go. Recon prompted, check bombs.
It's getting so chilly and dry over here. I don't know that I like it.
Here we go.
Responding.
Gambling, responding to a bomb.
And then
Okay.
as soon as you say that, I turn on my heater.
I even heard the beep beep.
Beep beep.
Oh.
Like literally.
Yeah, like right after I heard the beep beep.
Alright, let's see.
Okay, so right here it says it.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, the effects of a bomb may be reduced, negated, or ignored as if came from an action card played by Nitro.
Okay, so I can play that.
Oh, as if they're an action card. Okay.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so I can use this card, correct? The Pookie thinks you should stop being mean to the wench?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to use ridiculously flexible.
Okay. So,
Dora.
So
That's a
that
sometimes
player...
card, right?
Sorry?
That's a sometimes card, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I negate it.
Okay.
I don't think I can, because that's not a player. That's not a player card. That is a something else card. So
Which one
I
is?
guess I have to.
It is
the bomb counts as an action card played by Nitro, if it
Yeah,
is
so
something you're looking at.
So it will be an action card, so it will be a player used card.
That affects your fortitude.
So, does this one mean I can use it?
Sorry.
All of you, away. Dakith only.
Okay,
Chew.
sorry.
All right.
Oh, well, I'll put it in your deck, but can you see it?
Yes, you could play that right now.
Okay, cool. Can I take that from you? I
Yep.
can't.
Can I look at it now?
Yeah, you can look
Yes.
at it now.
Thank you.
They also lose 2 fortitude though, so
Yes.
that's why I was asking if I could play this, because if they make me lose it, they have to take it.
Ooh.
Hey.
Yes, the bomb counts as coming from Nightfall.
So I still soak the damage.
Uh-oh.
But you take it with me.
Yes,
Uh-oh.
yes.
You're getting close.
I think the tokens are about to kiss.
Kiss, kiss.
Kiss, kiss, kiss.
The lag.
Un besito.
Is that a little kiss?
Yeah, it's a little kiss in
Un
Spanish.
besito.
And then I'm gonna play this anytime card that just
Oh.
lets me draw two cards from my
Huh.
character deck.
Sure.
Wait, from any character deck?
No, from mine.
That's
Oh,
That'd be funny though.
that would be interesting if it were from any deck. Because if you got from mine, that would be
No,
fun.
that's the only thing I could do with your other deck is just check it out if I had a card that lets me do that. But
Hello, music. Where'd you go?
card,
So
any two.
now it's my turn to drink, right?
Did you buy
no.
someone a drink?
Oh no, I don't. Cheesecake, I'm sorry, but you're looking a bit too good over there.
Nothing to be sorry about. I like drinking.
And
They
then,
say
Okay.
now.
like, I was still working on the second part of it, but
Yep.
that's fine. I just
Yeah,
started
that's
to
3-part chaser.
So you
gain
gain
a
one
big-
more prayer
okay.
token.
Okay.
Drink.
Oh,
Ale.
jeez, you're just
This-
dodging
I'm
that
gonna
bullet.
ignore that.
Okay.
All right.
Who gets the bomb?
Bumb.
La Bamba.
What? What do you mean? Oh, another
They get
player
a
gets
bomb.
Cheesecake.
Okay.
Oh, here, I'll take this bomb away.
Yep.
All right. Show us your new one.
Oh,
It's a
done.
Okay, cool.
Oh, my life is saved.
Mine too.
All right, my turn.
That could have backfired at you. You could have been cooked.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna discard this
Gamba.
one.
The Gambum. Gamba of Bum.
Damn bomb.
Gambum. The Goblin Gambum. Gumbum.
Actually
Are we
sounds
gambling?
like a goblin
Sorry?
name.
Gumbum.
We're waiting for Callie to take her turn.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading my new cards. I got a shit ton of them. You gotta give me 1 second. Uno momento.
They're talking
In a momento.
gambling because the bombs are like gambling.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
They could backfire on the player.
I mean, the drinks are kind of the same way too.
Yeah.
What you gonna
You
get?
know what?
It's gonna be a booze?
Would everybody like
Maple?
to drink?
No.
Let's all drink. Let's all drink.
A toast to the Red Dragon Inn.
So each
Okay.
player.
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna read it out loud. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm ready.
Each player, including myself, reveals a drink with possible chasers from the drink deck and drinks it. If a player reveals a drink event before revealing a drink, that player discards it and reveals again.
That also applies to chasers.
Yes, so everybody take a drink from the drink deck.
The alcohol content
Yoink.
of the drink that you reveal is reduced by 1.
That's
Yeah,
only
that's
for the
for
ledge.
me. That's
Ooh,
only for
trolls
Oh,
will.
with a
oh, by
chaser.
the way, Callie.
Oh, there it goes.
1 second.
Oh, rotate.
Okay. Sorry, what was
Oh,
that?
that would be funny.
They pay 1
Tip the
gold to
wench.
the inn. Okay, I will pay 1 gold. Okay,
You
so
are
I
the
need
wench, but-
to.
Okay, since I pulled the drink challenge, I have to draw again, right?
Yes.
Yes, discard the drink challenge and draw again.
One more.
Drink event, I have
One
to
more.
draw again.
I got dirty dishwater.
Oh no! Still here
wow.
kicking? I hope you're having fun, Crizzy.
What does that mean for my alcohol, though?
I think I'm doing pretty
Let me
good,
see 'em.
Crizzy.
Where are they at?
I think I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, so it's a
Hydrate.
Hydrate, thank
-1
you.
fortitude. The
So you lose
alcohol
one.
content of the
You
alcohol
have to-
content of the drink that you reveal is reduced by 1.
Oh, it's reduced by 1.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
so
That's just
Callie
her.
is
Oh, just for her?
yeah, just Cal.
Yeah, it's just for me. I'm trying to figure out what my card's doing.
So unfortunately, you drew the one drink that the secondary effect of your card does not affect because.
Okay. Yeah, I just was wondering.
Mmm.
All right, so
Okay, so
the
I will
ambrosia
lose-
is a event, not a drink.
Oh.
Yeah, I grabbed a third. I had 2 drink events, so I grabbed a third one.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to ignore it. If it's, I think this is something we can ignore, right?
You get plus 4 health if
yes,
you drink
are
this.
drinking a drink.
I am hanging
Well,
on
it's an
by a
event, so
thread.
you can't.
I can't drink it. It's an event, a drink event.
Oh, I see, I see.
So since I have to get a chaser, do I pull another card?
Yes,
You
you
do
do.
from the top of the drink deck.
Okay.
Oof.
Okay, so Val, you will drink 5 unless you can negate this somehow.
I am going to ignore my drink. Whenever that
Absolutely
happens.
not.
Yeah, come here, you stupid. My thing is not behaving. Okay.
Oh, by the way, Callie.
Barkeep thinks you should stop playing with the
Okay,
drinks.
wait, there's too many things going on.
Wait, no. Sorry. This does not apply right now.
Okay, I'll deal with that in a second, Draco. Let's get everyone else figured out first, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are we still figuring out Lunatels?
This is going to be my drink here. I had 2 drink events. We're ignoring
Okay.
those, so this is my drink here.
Okay, good.
And then I'm choosing to ignore my drink.
Okay.
Yep. I thought
and
I had something
then-
for it, but I don't.
Okay, and then Crystal's good. Cheesecake's good.
Yeah, I don't need anything.
Okay, and then Val's ignoring a drink as well.
Yeah, Val's ignoring all 5 of that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so
And-
now Draco has played this on me. Reveals a drink instead of its usual effects, the drink has the effect lose 2 fortitude. Any non-drink cards that change the drink's effects still affected normally. Okay, so give me 1 second.
What has the where's it been
What-
at?
So
Oh.
Draco has played this card on me.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to.
Oh, this
Okay,
one.
I'm going to play. Pookie thinks you should stop being mean to the wench to Draco's card. Then that player loses 2 fortitude.
I don't think this counts.
Why would it not count? Because it is.
It's a sometimes card.
So what
Wait.
Draco did was he affected the drink, and then the drink itself is what causes you to lose the fortitude.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So
Huh.
Okay,
Going
then I'll
back
just have to
to
take
the
that.
list.
So I lose 1 more fortitude.
and I ignore my drink.
Okay, take your card back there, Draco.
Excuse me.
I survived another drink.
Okay, come take your card, please. Here's your card. Okay, so that was my action. Everybody
was
is
your action.
resolved.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see now. Okay, so now it's my order a drink phase, which I am going to play something special for my friends. I can play this card during the order a drink phase of my turn. I give out 2 special reserve drinks. So let's give one to.
That is a sometimes card? I think we don't think so.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
No special drinks. Not this time.
Okay. Then we just everyone has to pay a gold to the inn then because we need to shuffle
This
the
is
deck.
true.
Okay. I'm doing alright. There we go. I mean, reasonably.
Come on, pick up the whole thing.
I use 4 prayer tokens. I will not be paying the gold. So the inn is actually paying the gold for me, and instead of take from old stash, I actually gained 2 gold from this as well.
Yes, you do.
So I'm taking my 2 gold. And I spend my prayer tokens. I'm off screen.
What?
Okay.
Went in there. And then 4.
Cheesecake. Here's another drink.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Oh, it's over here.
Yeah, when you get a number to draw something, it also goes to your hand.
Gotcha. And this is now revealed, so I'm just gonna throw that in the front.
Okay.
That is one of my prayer token or cards. Doodads. Okay.
Okay, that's my turn. I took my drink.
Okay.
All right, Val's turn.
Okay, I need, let's see, 6. Can I?
You can press 6 while hovering over the thing.
It's not letting. There we go.
Oh,
God
you
damn
drew
it!
too many.
No, it's okay. That was just a delay. Just put the last 6 back. That's all. Or you
Oh,
can.
I will shuffle them.
Yep, that's okay.
Shuffle,
'cause,
shuffle,
honey, they're
shuffle.
gonna go. Honey, wait. They're going upside down. So here, just lay them out, and I'll flip them for you. So lay them out right here.
How about you just let me do them, please?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I know you mean well, but when everybody touches everything, it messes people up. When other, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
You can't sit in front of the screen. You're way too close. You're gonna mess up your eyes. She literally sits right directly in front of the screen to watch the mouse move.
It is a mouse after all.
Yeah. She likes Balatro a lot.
I hear many do.
Let's go gambling.
Aw, dang it. We gamba.
Okay, there we go.
I love how the text box says, I assure you, it's random.
Just get a little more color in there.
Jittery asks, how's it going on in here?
Pretty good. Only 2 people have been eliminated so far.
Okay. Let's go gambling.
Let's go
Limited.
gambling.
Lost to bombs.
I can't put in a bomb, so.
Alright, has everybody played?
Yep.
We've played.
Alright,
Yep.
Cheesecake.
I am choosing to play despite Wolfric being sad. He'll get over it.
Alright, are you passing?
Pluto
or playing
won!
a card?
Congratulations.
Oh,
congrats.
congrats.
Oh, I'm up first? I'm gonna pass.
Yes, you're up first. You're gonna
Congrats,
pass.
Pass.
Sorry, too many.
Wait.
Okay, Dacus passed, Lunatel's passed, Draco?
Pass.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take control.
Okay.
Okay.
Whew.
Val?
I was real worried there.
I'll pass.
Okay, Cheesecake.
Okay. I'm going to raise.
Oh no.
I cannot play. I have no money.
Us Aussies killed the rest, and then you killed the other 2 is is what he's saying.
What
Okay.
does it mean if I can't play?
You don't have to ante anything that you don't have, but if the round of gambling ends and you didn't win, then you're out.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Ooh.
So then Dacus,
Yes.
Lunatel,
Pass.
Draco.
Go.
Yeah, Callie doesn't leave the bar. He just goes back.
Oh no! Oh no!
Must be a cheat. Oh, that's the winning hand thing.
Oh no!
Okay, I pass. I pass. Val.
Pass.
Oh no! Pass.
Dakif.
Pass.
Lunatel.
I believe I also pass.
All right, Draco wins. I am out.
I did not anticipate this. Oh, that winning hand card. Ugh. You
Is
guys
that
are
not a
lucky
regular
I'm so
top?
honest.
Okay.
No.
You're
This
lucky I'm
is my
so
special.
honest that I'm not a cheater.
Here's the thing. I'm about to
You
go
used
out
up all
soon.
your cheating cards earlier. Smile.
Alright, so that was
Okay.
Val's action. So Val can buy a drink for someone.
There you go, cheesecake.
Thanks. I'm gonna need as many drinks as I can get, cause broke.
And then
Oh, I could have chosen not to even
No.
participate. I could have saved my money.
No.
everybody loses one fortitude.
I am
Ouch.
at death's door.
Why? That hurts.
You are
Doink,
really
doink.
close.
Yep.
Get him.
Hey,
Get 'em.
one
Drink of it,
away.
huh?
Pluto got 4 kills. Wow.
Redistribute the wealth.
Congrats, Pluto. You did a great job.
Yay, Pluto.
Yay,
I'll do
Pluto!
as much damage as I can my next turn.
Alright. So I believe that's it for Val's turn.
Yep.
Alright. Cheesecake?
That's my turn?
I think so.
Yep, it's your turn.
Okay, let's see. Discard and draw. I don't have much to discard, so I'm gonna draw up to 7. Let's see. Five cards. Let me have a look over these real quick.
No.
Okay.
How many gold do you have, cheesecake?
1.
1.
I have a gold.
Oh. I think you should tip the wench.
Singular gold.
No, I don't. Wait, what?
Val.
It's an anytime card.
It's an anytime card.
That's
Can I
devious, bud. Good job.
can I do anything about this? Wait a
Did Val
sec.
give you a drink?
No.
You might have it sometimes, but I don't think so.
Oh
Did Val
no.
give you a drink? I'm sorry, I missed. I was missing up Callie dying over here. Did Val take a drink?
Yeah,
No,
that's
Val did
that's
get a drink.
it.
That was the
That's my
Oh,
me
that-
last dollar.
Gotcha.
Yep, you're out.
Well,
I'm
this is
cooked.
out.
Does she
Just
still, does she
make
still
the
continue
two
her
of
turn,
them
or she's
type.
gone before she
And
ends
She's
it'll
gone
flip your card
immediately.
over and take
Woof.
that.
She's gone immediately, yep.
How do I flip my mat?
You can
You make the
put those on top
tokens
of each
kiss. Make them kiss.
I drink all of my drinks and throw up.
Yeah, those
You
go into
just,
the file.
You chug everything before they kick you out for being born.
Oh, you
Oh,
had
you had
some
some
good
holy
ones.
water.
Oh, yeah.
Val, that was
Holy
so
water.
well played. Even clutch.
Mmm.
Very
Yeah.
good job, Val.
Yeah, if I had decided to stay out of that gambling,
Yeah, you wouldn't have.
I wouldn't be in this position. I mean, I'm bad with money anyway. It makes sense. GG, friends.
I hear
I anticipate
It's just
seeing who shall win.
background sometimes. Can you tell Tomo Burb that I love them?
Oh yes, he's
What?
sleepy. He's a sleepy bird. I'm gonna take a step away for just a moment and get him put to bed.
All right.
Yay!
I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Little kissy goodnight from me.
Night night, Tomo.
So first thing we'll do is play an anytime card. Can't stand still. I draw a card and gain a momentum.
Is that a toothbrush or a
scared.
razor?
I'm trying to make it look like a hairbrush, but I'm struggling.
All right.
Looks like a
Let's see.
sword.
There was. The
Well, I'm doing my
yes.
best here.
No, it looks like a razor.
You know what? Just
I posted a
take off
picture
the,
of
the toupee. That's what we'll do.
I posted a picture of what what I'm seeing on my side of the screen over here in Pets and Critters in the Discord. Shameless plug.
All right. So, Luna, sign right there, and there you go.
What?
Sign right there, and there you go.
Okay.
I pick another player. They pay me 1 gold. It's my action phase. I may play another action card this card.
You may
And
spend
I'm also
two
going to.
gold. You do.
And I'm spending 2
Okay,
momentum
so what am I doing?
I love how
You
her
pay me a
health-
gold.
Okay, so you're
health is
paying
one gold.
you're
Okay.
paying Dakith 1 gold, yeah.
Wink.
Because
You
custodian's
already
money
have 10.
didn't
You
get
don't need
very
any
far.
from me. Surprised you don't take it from Nitro. He's well. I'm actually. I guess I can see why you're doing that. Yeah.
No, that's the thing because make sure it's the right card.
Oh no.
Yeah. Erase. You're on.
It was 1 fortitude or the player.
Well,
Or for duty roll
It's
my
been
momentum,
fun.
which is also.
All right. So
So, half his gold rounded up, which is 10, goes to the inn. So you can right-click your gold pile and split it into 2.
yeah, split it into 2.
Well, while they're dividing some gold, can I do a shameless plug?
Do it.
Please
Oh,
do.
hey, so tomorrow is my big streaming event. Yay! Woo! I will be starting 10-hour days tomorrow. We're gonna play some Silent Hill F, and then we have collabs during other slots during tomorrow and the following up till Saturday, I believe. So come and join me for that if you would like
Draco,
to
you
watch
have to divide that
Oh,
Silent
wait,
Hill F
wait,
and some other games.
Wait, hold on.
Shameless plug.
So just pull
Also,
5
here's
off
the
of there.
Discord.
Also, it was you had 19 gold. You only sent 9 to the inn. So what should happen is you send 1 more to the inn and then 3 to everyone else.
Okay. Okay, so this should be 9 gold and then split into 3. I forgot that Val was still there. She's been so
if it
quiet
was me
because
and
Evie-
Dakith, I'm definitely gonna be the one out. So
So far, Val is technically the one winning. If
yeah,
both of you would like to remember that.
yeah. No, I've been keeping an eye on her.
Do it.
She's
I fucking
silent.
dare you.
She's silent
Yeah,
but
Val,
deadly.
Val seems to be the one that's
Alright,
gonna
so
win here.
anyway, that was my actions. So I'm
You
going
want
to
to
buy
do
Val
something?
a
I dare
drink.
you.
And then, oh look, I don't have any drinks, so I sober up by 1.
Huh.
And now it is Luna's turn.
I guess it is. Okay, I already have 3, so that's 4. Alright, what new doodads did I get?
Thank you, whoever fixed my brush.
You're welcome. I gain 1 fortitude.
Yep.
I'm gonna start that off right now. And
I'm back!
I think that would be
Welcome
it
back.
for me.
Welcome
Hi,
back.
Dak.
Hello.
So I'm going to
Aw.
buy a
Hi,
drink.
peanut butter.
So Max, is this how
so-
you look at
Real quick.
gambling right here? This little picture?
Yes.
So that was an anytime card, not an action card, just so you're aware.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay.
I can play that anytime. I'm skipping my action turn.
Does anyone know why Kirby Rainbow Yoshi keeps playing?
Oh,
random
those
numbers?
are I didn't realize. I wasn't thinking that I was in a group call when I
Shared
did
chat?
it. Yeah, shared chat. But that's for the basketball game on my stream. I usually run it during breaks. There we go. Gamba machine in the middle of the grass.
Okay.
In a grassy field.
Everybody
Harry
drinks something.
Draco is now equal dead.
R.I.P.
Draco.
Draco.
Drink from the drink deck, drinks it. Player who wields the drink highest alcohol content wins a gold from each player. You tied, the player who tied, blah 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 blah. So everyone take a drink from the drink deck. Everyone is just over here messing with Brad's hair.
He needed a hair dryer.
Mm-hmm.
Shampoo.
Brushable Brad doll.
I kind of wish he had a little mustache.
I have one, so Vulcan needs to take a drink, and we'll see what she's got.
Say what now?
You just need to take.
drinking
I
fountains.
rebuild a drink event. You just take from the drink deck. Whoever gets highest wins the gold from everybody. And you take alcohol content.
And you put your right foot in.
Put your right foot out.
Wizard's
Put your right
brew.
foot in. And shake it all about.
So 2 alcohol content, but I heal up by 2.
Yep, and each of us also has to pay you a gold.
Yep.
Accessorizing.
We're playing dress up.
I'm just saying, Brad should be a doll with brushable hair.
Somebody remember to take a
you should get on
screenshot of
that.
that when we are done.
Get us some merch.
Some merch.
First Trickster merch.
And there's priests
Brad,
over
a doll
here
with
trying to
brushable hair.
exercise them while everyone's over here trying to.
Need to design the
Oh,
box
okay,
so that
there
it
we
says you can brush his
Brad
hair.
doesn't
You
have
can
muscles,
brush his
you can't
hair.
exercise him.
Oh, congrats winning,
Fully
Kirby.
It is now. That should be now Valk's turn.
Okay.
Ooh, bless you.
So I'm going to play. Did I not tell you my flintlock had a hair trigger? Somebody should be very familiar with this. Luna, lose 2 fortitude.
Of course. Let me see if I have anything.
Oh, they're doing a 3-player game over there on table 2. I think.
By the way, Cheese, I put a bunny in your corner.
A bunny in my
No.
corner. Let me see. Oh, a bunny.
Hold on.
That's
A bunny.
adorable.
Game. Okay.
Whoa.
So it just stalled for a second there.
Ooh.
Is
That's
that
what
an
the
action
lag
card?
is.
Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
Yeah, that's an action card.
I will have to pay a gold to the end, but I will ignore that. But I also gain a prayer token from it. So. Nah. And. Nah. Oh. Yes? Yes. Okay. Unless someone could have stopped me, but no one did, so. Nah.
I'm passed out on the
So-
floor. And I was thrown out on the streets. Little smiley faces.
Trying to... Yuki is seeing all of the hands on the screen and she is trying to get them. Like she
Mouse.
sees them all moving and she
Grab the
keeps
wrong
tapping
one.
the screen.
It's enrichment for her.
Wait,
It's
did that open?
iPad baby behavior.
Not the iPad, baby.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
She's
Thank
way
you.
too close to the screen. It's getting overstimulated. Baby. Try to move her, she
Val,
tries
have
to
you
bite
bought
me.
someone a drink?
Thank you, Hecho. Hi, Hecho. Saludos.
Well-
I didn't see you come in.
I was waiting for Lunatel to finish, and now that she
Yep,
is,
I am done.
Dakith,
Mm-hmm.
then I'll take a drink.
A wine with a chaser.
Okay, so that's
Red Bell merch.
Or just snuck in here.
and then I pull
Bless.
a chaser from my own deck, right?
Yep.
Fun.
Water.
Hey, I drew
Wah
another
wah.
bunny.
So just 3.
Yep.
9, I'd be on 12. Discarded drinks.
Well, we have a raid! Oh my goodness, it's Noble Lemon!
A raid?
Hi, Noble!
Hi, Raiders full of cheese.
Well, if you would like to. If you want to. No pressure, no pressure.
I'm pressuring.
I'm Crystal Cheesecake. We're playing Red Dragon Inn. I already died already. But we're playing Red Dragon Inn with the Tricksters of the Trade. Let's do a little...
Sorry about that, Luna. Tried to grab one of my cars and grab one of yours.
Little Tricksters? There's so many Tricksters. There's so many. I'm not playing with all of them right now. Just a handful of them. And some other guests. The ones that are here. It looks fun. A bit of stream fatigue. Hey, if you need to raid and run, see you around, Lemon. Don't let me hold you up. I hope you have an absolutely lovely night. Thank you so much for raiding in. Let me throw you a shout out too. Noble Lemon is a fantastic game dev. I highly recommend that you guys check him, that everybody checks him out.
Okay. Luna?
I can lurk a bit. Enjoy your lurk then, friend.
Oh, did you already go? I'm sorry.
We'll be following the rest of the game and enjoying our silly little doodles.
Sorry, I was looking around at all the eyeballs and Mac sitting up at the screen.
Yeah, I'm just looming over the table over there.
Gee.
I didn't even
got
see
games
those.
on your phone.
Gee.
Draw one card per character. Oh, that's yours.
Yeah, so you just lose 1 fortitude.
Hi, Igni. Welcome in.
How many do I have? I have 2.
Lady. Pretty lady.
1 fortitude. Okay, 1 fortitude.
And then I draw a card.
Let's see. Right now, who would you say is in the lead? I think
Probably Val.
Hulk.
Probably Val.
probably Val.
What?
Let me stick the landing.
Hmm.
What does that
Oh
do?
yeah, she's like barely
2 more
damaged.
fortitude to Luna.
Don't bite me.
Oh, wait.
iPad baby.
And Lunatel's starting
That's
to
a
look
good
rough
card.
for sure.
Wait, are you taking away my fortitude?
No,
No, I'm
he's
going after
using it
Luna.
on me.
I'm eating your fortitude.
No, the attitude that you would need
Okay, no, that's alright.
in order to eat that fortitude.
Okay. So then... No, not my deck. Give one of these to Val. Ooh, the lag.
Yep.
Start with mine. Hello.
There's a doggy headed up the stairs. Let me mute real quick.
Oh, I thought it was a whistling sound.
Where's the? Oh, here. Isaac, are you looking at the screen?
You are love.
Okay. That is my turn.
Alright, so that's mine. Way too much stuff going on here.
Oh my goodness.
Also, thank you whoever wrote this.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There, do you see it, Isaac?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Not a husky. She's a German Shepherd, and she's very old.
drew 2 cards,
So
but
she needs
I
help
don't
up the
see them.
stairs. She needs help up the stairs, and it's a little emotional for her.
Had, and then
On my screen, it looks like you have them.
yeah, but
So-
2 of them are prayer cards. But
What am I looking
including
for?
the prayer card, or not including the
my
prayer cards, you still
screen.
have 7.
it moved like it
my
put
stream.
2 in here, but I'm not seeing them.
Oh, okay, wait. Let me check how we
Oh, there it goes. It finally went. Okay,
Okay, good.
sweet. I'm getting there.
Isaac was almost here. It's true.
Careful with the drawings. I think they're starting to lag out the table.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll go and erase some.
I'll get rid of all the hearts. Pew, 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 pew.
How
It's
do
okay.
know
We
are
still
loved
know.
now?
We know in our hearts.
You mean our Heart of Hearts?
Our Heart of Hearts.
Our Kingdom Hearts?
Our Kingdom
Heart of
Hearts.
Hearts?
Are you playing anything?
He
this
was not
round,
here.
Ken?
He's here in spirit.
I can't
Stop
discard
telling
after
people I'm dead.
I can't
You
discard. I cannot discard
cannot
after I've drawn, right?
Correct. Discard,
Okay.
then draw.
German Shepherd Husky mix always talked with wines. Yeah, she does that a lot.
So then I'm
That
gonna
sounds like a
hydrate.
very high energy dog.
Yeah, Husky German Shepherd.
Dakith, you get a drink card.
What have we done to
Thank
this
Very
board?
daddy.
Nothing.
Enjoyed
We've had a
it.
good time.
We've
Wine.
enjoyed it.
I
Emoji.
take wine. What is that? Nope.
Oh, Max.
I ignore a drink.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Valid.
Don't, Max, you don't want to know how accurate this was today.
And that should be my turn. Yes. Yes. It is now Volk's turn.
You think they got Hero
is it?
Escape on
That is not my card. Get that over
Tabletop
there.
Simulator?
Sorry,
You
what
think they
was
have what
that
now?
cheesecake?
Hero Escape? Do you think they got on that on Tabletop Simulator?
Maybe.
Maybe.
You could check the workshop.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
my god.
I just watched a video about it recently and remembered that I had, like, my brother had it when I was a kid. The boy.
Alt. No, not the alcohol. No.
Hey, what do you need here, Max? What's happening?
I wanted to give him the fortitude marker so he could draw. It's on top of the
Honestly,
dice.
This is gonna be the most accurate, though. This will be my son in the future.
Okay,
He did.
I know what I'm gonna do.
Num-
Okay.
I have another one,
2 drinks.
Here, Louis. I grabbed a beer.
and this time it's going to be Dakith. Lose 2 fortitude.
We've got an ad
Alright,
starting
response
shortly.
Out of the way.
Thank you for sticking around to the ad.
I drank another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers. 5 beers.
1 beer.
Oh, that's
One
a
B.
card.
1 B.
How about no you?
Okay.
Lose it.
Wow.
Well, at least I keep my momentum. Okay, so I'm fast, but I'm not faster than a bullet.
Who gave him a third beer?
I don't know. Could have been anyone.
Man, I
One
wonder who
margarita.
it could be.
Then I'm going to give this drink to you.
Are you sure?
Thanks, Daggett.
No, I'm gonna give it to him.
No, you already said him. It's already in his
Oh, hi,
drink deck.
Fred.
You leave it there.
Good morning,
Well,
friend.
Whatever. So then let's take this card.
What is going on? Oh, someone's taking
We're
out the
feeding the boy.
Challenge.
board.
Feeding the boy.
Of
Oh
course.
boy, though.
Sorry.
Right. If you aren't, are you up to the challenge? If you aren't, discard the challenge and drink the top card of the drink deck instead. If you are, reveal 2 cards from the drink deck and drink them. One.
Sorry, Lunatel, you're gonna have to die a little faster so we can have your drink token.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
Why do you have
we
the
need to
rake?
feed the boy.
They've been messing with Custodian's spare rakes since he got
Ow.
eliminated.
It's a
He's trying to sacrifice something for Brad, but it's not working.
It's a mushroom.
Drink the top card. I'm gonna go ahead and discard this and just drink the top card. So.
Oof. Orcish right gut.
Nope, wrong one.
Yeah, it should be 16, right? Oh, that's
If
maybe
it'll
before
go.
But I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right.
Whoa, 3 streams, 3. Thank you, Prithvi.
It's a
Okay,
big
my
drink
turn.
for my boy.
Okay, game card. I'm gonna go ahead and discard this card.
Cheesecake, where are you?
Oh, I'm over here. Hi.
Come here. Come here.
Alright, and let's see. We have 4. Oh, I don't want any of these.
Oh, this boy is gonna be so drunk.
Y'all.
Oh, did you guys find the little token dispenser thing
We
now?
sure did.
No, nope.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lag the game out.
Yeah,
Oh,
be
yeah, we
careful
might
how
wanna
many
start
of those we
putting
pull
these back.
out. You might start putting them back. The boy ate them.
He drank them all.
Alright,
Gotta take the dishes back to the kitchen.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
pass my action phase, so...
Here, let me. Hold on, I can make this easier.
Oh yeah.
so that's...
We still give him one for the road though.
Pixie Punch with a
Oh,
chaser.
no, chaser.
With the dirty dishwasher, alright.
Oh,
Now, let's see
got something
here.
that can fight that?
Fortunately, not. So,
You'll put the
The
42
alcohol
or
and-
the alcohol?
Just imagine the amount of hangover the boy has to deal with.
2,
Oh
3,
no.
And poof,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
gone.
just
That's what
get
this
my
potion is
2-year-old
for.
Drunk.
Wait, this
My
is
poor
this is
2-year-old.
supposed to be your 2-year-old?
This is my toddler.
I didn't realize that.
Oh my.
Sorry. I thought this
By the
was
way, Callie,
some
did you see
dog
what I
boy.
wrote here?
No, where is it?
Right here.
Alright, I'm out.
Below.
Oh wait, I just
Pieces
noticed
in pieces.
the liquid going into his mouth.
It's gonna make him feel better so that he
are
doesn't
you
have a
gone,
hangover.
Daggett, or-
Yep, I'm out.
Yeah, he's got
Oh, bye, Daggett.
The
Wait, is he
Pixie
leaving?
Punch with a...
Or
I
he's
meant to
done
discard
in the
before
game?
I-
He got kicked out of the tavern.
Oh no! Did you guys hear the dog sneeze outside?
I intended on discarding stuff, but okay, fine, do it that way.
Unfortunately,
Honestly,
Pixie Punch with a chaser of Orcish Rock Gut is not good.
Pixie
enough for my
Punch?
constitution.
Yeah. Cheesecake, if it helps, this is kind of accurate. I could see my son drinking the shampoo bottle.
It's not shampoo, it's a hangover potion.
Okay, well,
Potion to
that's-
cure
that's
hangover.
pathetic.
Because we accidentally gave your son a bunch of booze.
I will not be taking an action. I will give a drink to Volk. And
He gonna throw up.
No. The potion cures the hangover.
I have elven wine, and this will probably kill me.
Is he having a gate?
I'm gonna see what the rest of the bombs were.
La Bomba. I remember seeing a movie about La Bamba back in
Nope,
school.
that doesn't affect that. I believe this is it by default. I believe I have drunken myself out of it. I am second place. Volk, you have won. Congratulations.
Woo! Go Val!
Yeah.
Val wins.
Yay!
Val
Way
wins.
to go! Way to
Val
go!
wins!
Val wins.
Good thing
Yay!
I'll admit, I got a little ruthless there at the end.
How are you supposed
So
to flip this?
Who's gonna flip the table now?
Val gets
I
to
How
do
do you
it.
like?
Let's get the doodle.
No, the boy!
Never mind, okay.
No, the
Press the F
boy!
button.
Oh, the boy's okay.
The
I did hit
subway.
the F. I hit the stuff
Wait,
off, I
it
hit the
looks
F
like
button, it
he's-
didn't do anything.
It looks like he's puking.
Well, I was going to read what my last cards were.
Oh, sorry.
Are you
How do
though?
I fix this?
You press
How do I fix
undo.
this?
Press undo.
Like nothing even happened. Once it loads again.
Oh, the doodles.
Dak,
Oh,
it
good.
is
We'll do
a
those.
house.
Good.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
That's a sense.
Everything's fine.
Ooh, it's so
My last
laggy.
cards
It's
were
coming.
All right,
A
I'm
word
gonna.
of advice: don't, which was an ignore an action. Anytime cards that affects your fortitude. One must deal harshly with pirates. Shall I show you? Pick another player and make them lose 2 fortitude. Gambling, I'm in. That's quite enough of your shenanigans. Negate an anytime card. Or a challenge accepted. Play this card immediately after another player makes you lose 2 fortitude.
I was trying to play a player card earlier, but I kept not getting a token, so I ended up skipping it because I needed money. Each player gains 2 alcohol content, or I pick one player and they gain 3.
Oh wow.
My last
Oh,
hand
God.
was like 4 gambling. I'm in.
Look at this bomb. Right here.
Come on. Oh, God.
Big bada booms.
Big bada boom.
4 fortitude or discard your hand.
Jesus.
Jesus, fuck.
Oh
guess we would've got
man.
us
Oh, you may
multiplier.
choose to discard your hand even if you have no cards.
Big bada
Oh,
boom.
That's
yeah.
actually that's not too bad.
I remember playing against Artman and I had to delete my entire hand to not take damage or something.
Okay, why can I flip yours, but I can't flip mine? I don't understand this.
Because the game's weird.
Oh, bye, Dag.
Oh, I think
Okay.
all of the text
It's
turned
bad- bad
white
fell in the deck.
after the flip.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the
I'm a-
back of the it's the back of the card.
Huh.
Okay.
You're
Oh,
not gonna
are
see
you
we all-
dancing? Thank you,
Are we all
birthday.
good? May I flip the table?
Yeah.
Yes, you may flip the table.
We got the doodles, right?
Yay!
Yeah, I screenshotted a bunch of them.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for some
wait.
debris to clear.
Oh,
and
where
then
all
just
these other
screenshot
things come
this.
from? Oh, that's the
There
stuff
they
that
go.
was on the table.
I forgot to say this
These
earlier.
eyeballs.
But cheese,
Yeah,
whenever you say
staring at the
yay,
government.
sometimes you make me think about Kermit the Frog.
Yay!
Yay!
All right.
We're being punched.
Whoever wrote "so sweet" beneath mine, I feel bad about it now.
So sweet, so sweet.
You are sweet. What are you talking about?
Boy to bye bye table. I was like boy
Alright,
boy
are
to
we all
bowl. What
good?
is that?
Yes.
Bye bye
If
table.
anybody, we will
Hamburger.
try to do a second round, because we still have some time.
I will probably dip out of second round.
I was
Yeah, I'm
just
going
actually
to.
about to say, if anybody
Yeah.
would like to leave, now would be the time to do so.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
3.5
think I'm
hours. So I wouldn't be in for another 3.5 hours of stream.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
Not necessarily.
it won't
there's
take
just,
as
there's
long.
Just a lot of us.
It won't
Yeah,
take
since
as
there's a
long.
lot.
If a few of us drop out, it might be a shorter game.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
who would like to drop out? Val, you
I
are
would like to
leaving,
drop
so
out.
let's
I
all
am.
say goodbye to Val.
Bye, Val.
Bye,
Good
Val.
night. Have a
Bye,
good
Val.
night.
Night.
Good night.
Night night.
Um,
I will be following you shortly.
Max
Yeah.
is also leaving. Let's all say
Okay.
goodnight to Max.
Night,
Good night,
Max.
Night, Max.
Good night.
Oh, there are.
If-
How'd you draw the eyes in
if-
midair?
Oh,
Skills?
if you turn it, you could actually draw in midair. I actually drew myself in midair too.
Yeah, I saw the
it
little
did mess
purple
up my
background.
eyeball,
There. There's
though.
just a bunch of eyes everywhere.
Who is next to drop out? Any volunteers?
Me. No, I'm kidding.
Bye, Isaac. Just kidding.
I'm debating it.
Is that Draco?
Draco,
I
you're
think I
debating
might
it?
just commentate for a bit.
Okay.
I'll stay.
Daka?
I think I can
Um,
stay. I'm not terribly tired,
Okay.
I
Alright.
think I am reaching.
and I don't get it too. I mean,
limits
I
of my
don't get
mental
to
capacity.
a chance
Okay.
to play this.
All right, Daka.
So let's say goodbye to Daka.
Good
Bye,
Bye,
night, Daka.
Daka.
Bye.
Bye.
Love y'all.
And
Hey,
Cheesecake,
Love y'all.
Good night, everyone.
good for another
Good
one?
night.
I'm good for another one.
Okay.
As long
So
as we
Alright.
didn't have too big a roster.
No,
Just
it'll
the
just
three of us then?
I think it's just the three of us then.
We can
Alright, do you
make
want
it
me to
if
keep
we
recording,
try.
or-
Sorry, Dakith, what?
Do you want me to keep recording or?
No, you
Well,
can
if I
end
had-
there then, bud. So that if you want to go, you can go.
Cool.
All right. So, bye YouTube. It's been a lot of fun.
Bye,
Bye,
YouTube.
Bye.
Bye. Good night.
I just won't record this second half. That's all. That's fine.
All right.
We got enough.
Enough.
Okay, so
I
let me.
love that. I
Let
love
me
that I never
reset the
did my
table.
intro.
How do I reset?
I am
the
going
My
to step
intro
away
was
for a
just
second
hi.
and use the bathroom because
Hi.
I've just been drinking this hot
Yeah.
milk.
How about
right back.
everybody takes a bathroom break while I get everything situated on
Not
my
good
end?
call.
Don't
Okay, well,
tell
if we
me
do
what
that, you
to
have to roll
do.
me.
I can
Okay.
take a break whenever I
So
want.
here's some two
I do
Okay, well, then
need
don't.
a Pop-Tart break to eat a Pop-Tart.
Yeah, everybody take a break because I have to reset the table and everything. So everybody go, 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 go.
Does this mean I'm going to be entertaining everybody?
You could
the
also help
meantime?
me try and figure out how to reset the table.
Just press undo, or I don't know.
It won't go.
I-
It's not going to go far enough back. I don't
Somebody
think.
go poke
Gabby.
Kaza about how you reset the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't have access to it right now, so I can't tell you.
I'm at least going to get the table back. That's for sure. Okay. Well, I guess I'm googling.
Le Google.
Let's see here.
Oh.
Oh, here, games, maybe. This actually might fuck it all up.
You got games on your phone?
There, I fixed it. I got it.
Yay.
Yeah.
Okay, I also need a bio break. Are there people still gonna be in the call that can talk to chat while I go?
Yes, I suppose I will be doing some entertaining.
Okay, I will be right back.
And I'll be left front.
How do you like?
Let's get the dude.
No, the boy! No, the boy! Oh, the boy's okay.
I didn't have the F.
I'll be up, down.
It looks like he's puking.
Up, down, left, right, BA start.
Oh, sorry.
Are you
How do I
though?
fix this?
Now, what is your wish?
Destroy all billionaires.
Completely valid wish.
Eat the rich.
Eat the rich. Wait, I feel like I heard that recently someone's reached a trillionaire status.
Elon Musk is trying, but he hasn't reached it there yet. He's still only worth $400-something billion.
Hi, my stream is a little politics stream, so eat the rich. However, this is a escapism place.
Fair.
Then let's talk about chicken tenders. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Chicken tendies. Oh, but like chicken tendies with like garlic butter or something on them. Garlic parmesan. Garlic parmesan on your fries. Oh wait, garlic parmesan on your curly fries. Just add a lot of garlic parmesan. Garlic is good. Cheese loves garlic parm. Yes, you get me, cheese. It is great.
I can never remember what channel we put
The what?
like the screenshots and art stuff for.
Oh, I think just the art showcase.
Gotta find it. Have like 100 different channels in this server.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Art showcase. That's in the hobbies and interests. It should be under anime and manga.
I am back.
Hi, back.
Man.
All right, and it doesn't go into Stream Talk or Trickster fan art.
What are we talking about?
Actually, yeah, it could also probably go into Trickster fan art.
All right, I'm just gonna put it there.
I should
Yeah,
grab more
screen-
water.
Water.
Is it too late to go grab water, I wonder?
No,
Go
go
do it.
grab water.
No, I don't want to. Okay, I'll go do it. I'm
Now
not
I
muting my mic,
feel-
though.
Garlic
I've-
parm popcorn seasoning. Oh, welcome back.
I seem to have had a small issue.
Okay, but garlic
Something
parm
is not
popcorn seasoning
loading.
sounds great. Why did I never know about this?
What?
Oh, garlic parm popcorn seasoning cheesecake. They mentioned that. I'm like, that sounds great, actually.
Why is it every time I have issues, it's always Brad's stream that always goes down? It's never anybody else's.
You should sue.
Talking right now?
In the chat.
Kaza looks fine, Krista looks fine, Callie looks fine. Freeze stalled, but at least I can actually see an image of it. Brad's just black. Just nothing
Oh,
playing.
you might have to re-enable the shared chat because I stopped my screen.
yeah.
Oh, with cheesecake. Yes. Give me 1 second. How do I do that again?
You go to your Twitch page. There should be a section streaming together. When you go to your
Yes.
yeah, dashboard. Yeah, dashboard. It's been like 3 weeks.
Not 84 years.
Are
that
they
too.
playing one of the weird versions of Red Dragon Inn where they add the stuff? Pub crawl or something?
Probably. There's like boss battles and dungeon crawls and pub crawls and sea events.
Yeah.
Team boss battle.
We've only ever played the basic one. I haven't played any of the other versions of it yet.
There's also a 2-player version where you can play just like 2 of you, but then you also get like a robot to play against.
Mm-hmm. As a third person.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Decker.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks so much for playing my game.
Okay. Lunatel, if you would like, you can pick out your character. I'll go last. So cheesecake and then.
Do you want to move closer to us? That way we're all like in the same area. That way we don't have to walk
Sadly, I
across.
cannot as the
you're the
one
host.
hosting. I am stuck in this position, so both of you would have to move closer to
That's
me.
kind of dumb because the drink deck's way over here in the dang corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, while Cheesecake isn't here, quick, say nice things about them. Cheesecake is very sweet.
Very sweet and talented and funny and lovely.
What am I coming back to?
Nothing.
Okay.
I had to.
You didn't hear anything.
I had to remake the shared chat, so you got another invite.
Okay.
Diversion.
Diversion.
Crunch, crunch.
Oh, did you hear the crunch crunch?
Yeah.
I got corn chips.
Corn chip. That's Cygnus's trigger word. Where is he?
Is it?
No, it's just that we have like an ongoing thing because like I sometimes say a single corn chip and then Cygnus
single
and
one?
Jack.
Corn.
Yeah. Cygnus and Jack really like using that one.
Draco, are you playing too, or are you just sitting in the?
I'm just.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Vibing time.
Hardcore vibing.
Social interaction, non-competitive.
I don't even know how to like change the color to be.
I want to sit at pink.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There
So
was
that we're
a
all
way,
next
I
to each
don't
other.
remember. Try right-clicking your name
There
on
we
the top right
found
corner.
it.
Oh, in the top right corner?
Oh, they,
Yeah, where
Change
like all the names
color.
are listed.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Alright.
I've done it. I would like us all
I
to be
am not
next to each
able-
other.
Yeah, I'm not able to move as the host, so
I think you can, actually.
no, I can't. Otherwise, also Kaza would be purple all the time.
Do I change my character?
I cannot. Yes, you
Yes,
may pick. I was gonna say that you and Lunatel can pick first, and then I will pick second. I will pick last.
Who's better at drinking than a dwarf? We're gonna pick Dimly.
Okay.
I do like the little pixie.
Lunatel, you may choose.
Where's my rules?
I might go back to my priest, dude.
Oh, do I not have special rules?
Who's better at
Oh, yeah.
No, Dimly
dwarf,
is
a
one of the
nord,
first two
or an
characters, so
orc?
they're the beginner characters.
So I
So
don't
if you
think
look
you
at
have
some of them,
anything special.
if you look at the board, it says beginner friendly. Those are from the first two. Those are the basic ones.
Okay.
Some of the other ones underneath their name, they'll be green for like easy. The yellows will be the intermediate, so they'll have some extra rules to them. Red are like kind of hard, more advanced.
They're not like underpowered, are they? There's no power creep?
No.
Oh, wizard! I love
Everyone has
wizards.
their own special thing.
Wizard, if you'd like.
Even with the beginner deck, you should still be able to like stand a chance against like all the other decks.
I'm a freaking wizard.
Wizard.
Oh, I got a bunny.
Yeah, not.
Benoy.
Benoy. Oh, this is spooky.
Yeah, there's Pookie. There's Pookie over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is Evil Pookie down here.
Evil Pookie. Whoa.
Evil Pookie.
Pookie's on my character card.
Why? Why do you keep doing this?
Is that the wizard and Pookie?
I'm picking a random deck, by the way. I think it just gave us the same one as last time.
You want to do a different one?
Where did... There
I
we go.
can.
I'm gonna stick with the same dude I had before. I liked what I got, so I just wanted more time play with him.
If we're sitting like this, I'm gonna go to red.
Okay, this is a new deck.
Oh.
Alright, so you're gonna pick the same one.
Yeah, I want to pick the same one. Yum.
Alright, character. Who do I want to play as?
Cheesecake's deck and stuff is still here.
Can I just delete it?
Wait.
I don't think that's a thing.
Nope, we'll just leave it there.
No, can't delete.
It's me. I'm playing in spirit.
Except it's just three of us. We're just doing the 10 coins, right? We're not having...
Yeah,
can
it's
make
just
it
10
really
coins
tiny.
instead of the 12.
I can make
Bigger
it.
groups get more. I figured I'd go with something simple this time.
That's fair.
I'm
Going.
I made it really little.
Good night, Draco.
Good night,
Take care.
Oh, no, night.
Night.
Okay. Let's all pick out our
Shoo!
cards.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Wow, my music's gone.
Quickly get that back. Okay, I'm quickly gonna order my cards and then.
Can't believe they stole
we go.
cheese music.
It's back. 7 cards.
7 cards.
28
I love wizards.
stab wounds.
They don't do that with these anymore, Agnes. The newer ones don't have the little thing on the back of them. So, Cheesecake, if you go to your Claire deck right here, and you flip it.
What? Sorry, you do it.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that's what's happening. And you can read a little bit about your character. Apparently, some of the newer ones don't have this ability.
Huh.
So just a little bit like backstory behind your character.
Binge drinking bunny rabbit is my familiar.
Yep, Pookie. I think Pookie was actually the first additional character that they made, and it's Zot's. But you will see, so you will see Pookie in your deck because you do see him in a little picture.
Yay!
Oh yeah. You will also notice that the art style has changed over the years. Like with the newer decks, it's like it feels like a different art style.
Yeah.
They always like release.
Yeah, Zot being compared to like Bastion.
Yeah, Deidre and Zot are from the same.
Insane old man versus handsome old man.
Yeah. I wonder who will win. Lunatel, would you like to roll the dice? To see who goes first? It's right here.
Oh, it's a little cube this time. Isn't that fun?
Cheesecake!
I'm just reading.
Didn't you go first?
Huh? No, I'm playing with my card, or I'm reading my cards.
Yeah, no, but Lunatel rolled to see who goes first, and you get to
sweet.
go first again.
Sweet. I'll read my cards real quick.
You read your cards. Just know that you're first.
Okay. Wow, I'm lucky, huh?
You are.
I'm so lucky to be playing a nice game with friends and eating corn chips.
Okay.
Corn chip.
I wish I had asked for corn chips. Husband went to get the snacks, and I was stupid and only asked for white chocolate.
Okay, but that sounds pretty good anyway. By the way, chat, if you want to see hot chocolate pictures because it's hot cocoa day, go in the Tricksters Discord. Somebody do the Discord thing.
I will. I got it.
Yay!
Also, this is gonna be really
Pretty
silly,
good.
but when you said handsome old man cheese, I was like, oh no, I thought about like the times like my friends jokingly said gilf. Yeah.
I'm waiting for Cheesecake to make us gamble on the first one.
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it.
I won't tell you whether or not I can, but I will tell you that I won't.
Okay.
For now.
For now.
Oh, I just realized something like I forgot to point out after the game. Cheese actually had an I raise card, so like you know when everyone's doing I raise, but Max kicked Cheese out, so he had to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, discard and draw. I don't wanna. Do I wanna?
I don't know, do you?
What do you wish to do?
Nah. We'll keep what I got. Action. My action is how many times have I told you, keep your hands off my wand? I'm going to pick Deirdre. Who's that?
That's me.
That's Callie. I'm gonna pick Callie to lose 2 fortitude.
Yeah, it's 2.
I don't want to.
Oh.
Play this card immediately after you lose fortitude from a card played by another player. You may not play this card, blah blah blah. That player loses 2 fortitude. You take it. I don't want it.
So it goes back in my hand, or it gets discarded?
It gets discarded.
Sweet. Okay.
You still don't take it. You just attack them as well.
Rude, but all right. Wow, I can't believe you would try to hit me.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with health with Deirdre because Deirdre is a cleric.
Okay. Well, that's my action. Let's go buy drinks.
Gambling?
I'm buying Deirdre a drink.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Sorry,
wait, we
forgot to
start off with a drink.
Yes, we must
everybody
start
grab
off with a drink.
I'll put this on top.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, so I'll grab
Yeah.
Now it's time to drink.
It's your turn to drink.
Water.
What the fuck?
Starting off simple.
You get a water.
Water.
Water. I'm gonna take a sip of my real life water because alongside the White Claw, I now have water as well, which is wise, so that I don't get a tummy ache tomorrow.
Oh my.
Exactly. All right.
It's the responsible thing to do.
It is the responsible thing to do. Is there any of these that I want to get rid of?
Oh yeah, about the Discord. For my picture for Hot Cocoa Day, I took a picture of some peppermint hot chocolate that I made, posed with an Armada Starscream. My Starscream, one of my Starscream toys, one of the like 10 that I have.
Alright, for my action, I wish for Cheesecake to lose 2 fortitude.
Okay, I see.
just gonna sit here in the middle and twiddle my
Wow,
thumbs.
I'm such an old
No,
man.
no, you're not.
What's going on here?
Well, I have to buy a drink for you, Cheesecake. I'm
Okay.
sorry. And then I will drink my drink. I got deep one draw. Oh my god, that looks disgusting. Folly, is that you?
Is it International Cocoa Day? Whether it's like International Cocoa Day or anything, it's certainly Cocoa Day in the Tricksters Discord server.
I believe it is.
Deck. Because it's number 6.
-1.
One alcohol and 1 negative fortitude. Okay.
Got it.
Lift height?
Actually, a lot of our events line up around the time of international or national holidays. So it actually could be that lined up. Because I'm the one that does the event planning, so I tried to pick things around those holidays.
Yay!
I was holding on to this card all through the last one, so I'm gonna go ahead and start playing it off now. I pay 1 gold to the end, and I pick a player. They gain 3 alcohol content. So there's my gold to the end.
Uh-huh.
Are you making cheesecake?
Uh-huh.
I didn't really touch cheesecake the entire time. I was mostly
The
doing RNG
stars
dice,
say no! Ignore an action sometimes or anytime card that affects your fortitude, alcohol content, or gold.
You may not use this card to ignore a round of gambling. Okay, so that's basically like a I don't know or I don't think so card, right?
The stars say no! Except it can't be affected by things that affect I don't think so cards.
Did I say that?
I mean, it doesn't say that, but it's not called an I don't think so card, so it can be assumed.
Fine. That's okay. I got to play it. That's all that mattered.
You got to take it out of your hand.
Yeah, you made me use my defense card. At least one of them.
You activated my trap card.
Yeah.
One of your defense cards, not your only one. So that was my action. I didn't have to buy. I already full up, so buy a drink.
Here, you know what?
I couldn't figure out. I'm so used to being in the other corner. You already have one. Everyone already has one. Yep, Cheesecake, let's double you up.
Thanks!
And you got a toaster.
Yeah, this game is a lot more cutthroat when it's just a few players. It's a little harder to just go under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, before usually have a lot of players. I go RNG, just let the dice decide, but it's kind of like, well, there's kind of no point. Yeah. I get coffee. I don't do anything.
Oh, that means nothing to you.
You drink a refreshing coffee.
Apparently, I guess.
No, it's a hot cocoa, actually.
It is a hot cocoa. I played this with just my husband and I one time. It was the fucking wildest ride.
Really?
But you don't have the robot, do you?
Robot?
Robot?
Yeah, when you do 2 players, there's a robot. For like
No,
a third person.
There was another set of rules we could play by.
Ah.
Okay.
All right, Cheesecake, you're up.
You're up. I live in America.
I am in Canada, so I am up. They are correct.
Yeah, you are
Canada.
up. I'm going to discard here this and draw 3.
Playing I don't think so card. No, you're gonna use that card in your dick.
Let's see.
Sorry for ad hell. Go to Cheesecake Stream.
Oh yes, yes. Okay. Watch out! Don't step on Pookie! Luditel, I'm gonna make you take away 2 fortitude.
Okay.
Don't step on Pookie!
Not Pookie!
He's just a bunny. He's just a little bunny.
I'm going to reduce the damage by 1 so I can take a prayer token.
Ooh.
So I still take the damage.
Yeah, this is gonna be a much quicker game.
Yes, it is.
I will order a drink for Lunatel.
I was about to say, before you go with that drink.
Yeah, it went in my hand accidentally. And then I'll have my own sip. Gelatinous cube shot.
Gelatinous cube.
It jiggles all the way
I can't do nothing about that.
Are those worms?
That doesn't sound pleasant.
This poor wizard.
We're
-1
using
fortitude.
The villain deck.
Okay, that's my turn.
Oh, that was cool.
Hi, Tofu, welcome in! Dude, Tofu, it's Hot Cocoa Day! You should join the Discord, the Tricksters Discord server, and share pictures of your character, because you're literally a little hot cocoa guy.
Yippee!
He is literally a little hot cocoa guy.
I just realized Kaza was also a cup of hot cocoa.
Yeah, he's got his own little PNG thing.
Really?
Oh, yeah, normally he's the Magru bear.
Hey guys, time to gamba.
Gamba!
Why?
Gamba, gamba,
Gamba! Gamba!
Let's see if I can pull up the Discord from here.
Where's the link?
Let's see.
If I do ! Discord, then it's gonna like pull up my Discord server.
I guess I don't have anything for that. Play a goal to the...
And Tofu's already in
Hi,
there.
Cygnus.
Hi, Cygnus!
Cygnus, you listening? We were talking about you and corn chip.
Yeah, I'm eating corn chips, and Isaac was like, you should tell Cygnus.
Yeah, I'm brown. We are gambling cheesecake.
We gamba?
Are you putting your coin in?
Not now, I'm meditating. Instead of anteing, you leave the round of gambling.
So it's just between me and Lunatel then.
Yep.
Alright, Lunatel?
Pass.
Hi, back.
Oh, I win.
Yep.
I win.
You get 2.
You get 2.
Congratulations. 2 coins. I'll just collect them by hand. Thank you. What a eventful gamba. A drink for Lunatel.
A drink for the fine lady.
A drink for the finest, and now it is my turn. Oh,
Elven
free?
wine, woof!
Yep.
Might as well be elephant
I would like to
wine.
ignore this drink.
No, I don't wanna.
Wait. Or ignore a drink. Okay, I was about to say, wait a minute.
Yeah. Anybody stopping me, or can I continue?
I won't.
I'm stopping you. No, I'm kidding. I can't.
No, you're not.
You're using your magic ice powers to freeze it.
I'm sending cold vibes to stop freeze you in your tracks.
That makes it my turn.
Hi, Snail, welcome in.
Alright. I'm first gonna play this anytime card, which is gain fortitude, so I'm taking that back unless somebody stops me.
Nope.
So a bit ago, I looked at the Discord and I saw Max
you
and a
get
recipe for Mexican hot chocolate. And then I was reminded of Abuelita hot chocolate.
What's that?
1, 2, 3.
It's just hot chocolate, but like from Mexico, with a little old grandma on it.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that means I need.
And
That sounds tasty.
I did not like. Personally, I don't like it.
And that's why I wanted to move those to the side. Okay, let me get these.
Snail just got out of a quinceanera. Surprise stream is still going on. Yeah, we did one complete game with a lot more players than this, and now that the party has slimmed down a little, this game will be much shorter.
Yes,
but it's also very fun.
Yeah, it's good. I should have for my event. I should have made this an option, but I didn't think of it at the time.
I mean, it's fun. It's fun either way.
Okay, what is this?
Oh no, you tell me. What is this?
What is this?
What is this?
Callie,
What's this?
I'm gonna be nice and do the second option. You lose 1
they
fortitude.
lose 1 fortitude. Okay.
And I gain a prayer token.
You just want your prayer token, you handsome old man.
Yes, I do. You godless wretch. I don't know.
Godless wretch.
I think I was supposed to be a priest. Yeah, I'm a brother, so I'm like some kind of priest or something.
Yeah, you're a priest. Okay. You gonna buy a drink now, or are you gonna pull some other cards out and hurt me?
Sorry, I was drinking. Hold on.
Oh no, you're good.
I'm not drinking my drink. I'm drinking the drink that's making me sober. Callie, you look a little dry here.
Oh man, okay.
Looking a little
And
thirsty.
Well,
let's see what I got.
Oh.
Why is this green?
Evil Benoy.
I can't even. I don't even know how to say that word. Savavgon Lich.
I have no idea.
Huh?
This sounds nasty.
I would say let me see, but I'm only limited to what I can see.
It's like
Honestly.
Sauvignon Blanc, except it's blech. It's a kind of Sauvignon Blanc is a kind of wine.
It's not a result. You may split it and round up another player. Cannot be affected by any other card that splits drinks.
My fella is a vintner. He makes wine.
So if I split the drink up, that means I take the one and the other person takes the two. It says another round up.
You may split it with another player.
Yeah, I would assume they take the higher amount.
Gotcha.
So one of us will. You will take a 1 for sure, and then select somebody to get the 2.
Why are you doing it over here? Why are you putting it over here? That's a really funny place for you to put it.
I attacked Callie the last time.
Ah.
So now I'm getting the drink with you. Whoop.
That's what a point
Okay,
of this
I guess I'll take 2.
Staring you down.
Yummy.
I am not staring her down. I am trying to split this up as evenly as possible.
No, but
Evil
look at the
Bunny is
bunny
staring.
beside you.
Oh.
Evil Bunny is staring.
He's disappointed in your action. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh my god! Anyway,
I defended myself.
Cheesecake, it's your turn.
I need to make it bloody.
No, go ahead.
Look, you understand. This is life or death.
Anyway. Oh, I shared Coco to the place. Yay! Sweet. Okay. Do I want to discard? Nope. I wanna. Is that 5? I wanna draw 2.
Yep,
2. Okay. It's time. Is it? Yeah, it's time. Is that the right one?
Mariah Carey?
No!
Yeah! No, it's time for Gamba! It's Gamba time!
Oh my god.
Time for Gamba.
Time for Gamba! It goes clockwise, right?
Yeah, so it'll be me. We have to put in our coins first, though. I think Lunatel's trying to see if she can get the fuck out.
Ooh, a 20 stream streak. Thank you, Snail. Thank you for hanging out so much. That's so sweet of you.
Okay, my gold is in.
Your next stream, I get a 20 stream streak.
Okay,
oh, really?
Oh, well.
I'm going to winning hand.
Is that so? Look over there! It's wait, not yet. I got excited.
Your turn.
Fine. I should have.
Now you can cheat.
Go ahead.
Look over there! It's the Lich King!
Oh my. Is it now?
Yes.
I will take control of a round of gambling.
Oh, okay. Luna.
Hold on.
I will hold on.
Okay.
No, it's fine. Pass.
Okay. Pass.
All right.
Hold on to your horses.
Go on, Cheesecake.
I could have done something, but y'all moved ahead, so it's fine.
I raise.
It's not big a deal.
Oh, we have to raise?
Yes.
The inn will be paying my gold.
Okay, so grab a gold from the inn then.
There it goes.
Okay. So then that was you for cheesecake. So my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I want the money, so I guess the witch thought that was her tip. I'm taking the money, and that ends gambling.
Dang. What do you mean you're taking the
It's-
money?
I'm taking the money.
It,
It's
no,
my
it
money
goes.
now.
It goes to the.
No, it goes to the inn.
The inn.
I am part of the inn. What are you talking
No, you're not. You're
about?
Deidre.
You're Deidre. You're a
I'm
silly
not
little
enlarged
elf.
in hard enough.
You silly little elf.
Callie is trying to gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Whose turn was it? Was it?
That was all cheesecake,
Yeah, that was me.
so-
Here, let me clean this up.
Let me clean up my mess.
Yeah, this gambling mess. So buy drinks.
Buy a drink.
You shall pay
no.
for this.
It'll go to the inn.
Why?
Because it's an anytime card. I said so.
Damn it.
There, now you and Cheesecake are equal.
You get a drink.
got a
And I get 2 drink.
Yeah, take your drink.
Whoops, not both of them.
Oop.
Wait, it's just one.
No, you just have the one.
Angel
You
tears.
gain 2 fortitude.
Oh, you gain
Ah,
fortitude.
Much better. Thank you to the angel who has cried for my sake.
Alright, my turn. I will take 5 cards. Then I will stare at 5 cards because now I don't know what I have. Okay. Let's see. All right, Lunatel. Lose 2 fortitude.
They lose 2 fortitude. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're like super healthy. What the heck?
Yep.
That was 2, right?
We're all barely drunk at
yeah,
all.
it should have been. It's 2 fortitude. Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna do number 2 on this one again. I'll reduce it by 1, and I can get a break token.
Wow.
I also played a card that let me gain fortitude, so that's why I lost one and gained one earlier.
Incredible.
Jesus. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to Cheesecake. We're gonna have to start working together.
Are we?
Wait.
We might.
Deidre is also pretty good at healing. She just has to
No,
get her cards in the
no,
right.
no.
What?
I'll give Cheesecake a drink.
Okay.
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 I
Okay.
must
Okay.
drink. Oh, with a chaser.
Okay.
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 Not an ogre, so it's just the fortitude.
Okay.
I think
Hi,
I want to give
Moonbeam.
this
Welcome
drink
in.
to another player.
Give a drink to another player. What is this drink? That's not a very nice drink.
Let's give that to Lunatel.
Yeah. Let's do that.
That's fine.
I
will
agree.
reduce it by 1, but I'll still take the fortitude. But I will gain another prayer token.
Hello,
Okay, well,
Apex
can you add
Keeper.
2 alcohol content to that drink, please?
Jeez, you saying I agree reminded me of a video
I
where
don't
like
think so. Does that work?
I think it's celebrities playing
I
like a
think
game,
Oh yeah.
and whenever somebody said something like
Okay.
wrong when they agreed, Gilbert Gottfried would be like, "You fool!"
I think that
You
I hate
fool!
that.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
did that, got them for... I don't think so, that's all there for the Nikki card. Okay.
Sweet.
That was your drink, so you... Okay.
Yeah.
You gonna put those away?
yes, I am. I
Ooh,
just didn't know if you
tofu?
had resolved. So
Tofu
Nope,
and
I
Apex
think that's
Peeper
Nothing I
both.
can do right now,
have
probably,
birthdays
unless
coming.
someone else wants to do something.
I think that's
Uh,
beautiful.
no, that's
So
my
that
turn.
was- Okay.
So now it's your turn, Lunatel. Also, happy early birthday, Apex.
And Tofu!
And
Happy
Coco.
birthday.
Yay!
Okay, what do I have here?
There's a lot of cards.
Remember I have three.
Yeah, you and
cards
all your
because I have-
prayers. Say your prayers.
Pick a god and pray.
You pick a god and pray.
That's still one of the best Fire Emblem critical quotes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You know what? Why not? Let's just go all out. I'm going to play one of my prayers. It's an action card. I draw 4 cards from my character deck, place them in my hand, and I may play another action
Whoa.
card.
A prayer of enlightenment.
Hi, Electro.
Oh, hi, Electro. Yeah, Electro's birthday's
Early
in
birthday to you too.
17 days. Yay!
Alright, now what do I have?
Like Torker when her prayer alarm goes off and it's time for her to say her prayers. I mean, more power to her. No, that's a lot of cards.
Yep, the extra. I paid my dues, so I get 4 extra cards.
Right.
And I can play an extra card on top of it. So.
He's got like crazy eyes.
More prayer to her.
More prayer to her.
Oh my god, where is all my stuff?
That was a good one. Oh no, the bunny got stabbed.
Yes, the bunny has been stabbed.
The evil bunny got stabbed.
Callie has stabbed the bunny.
The gasp.
What?
A crime
I
has been
didn't do it. It
committed
was
in
Lunatel.
Lego City.
It's
What?
white. It's white pencil.
Yeah, but Lunatel drew it. It wasn't me.
I don't know that
Oh
I
yeah,
believe
no,
you.
it was me.
Wait,
I was the
really?
one that brought it to my attention, so I stabbed it.
Oh, wouldn't
my.
your pencil
Side
be
brought
brown?
me.
A murder has been committed in Lego City.
See, Callie, where you at?
Nowhere.
Cheesecake again.
Hello, Yellow.
Lose 1 fortitude and gain 1 alcohol content. So you just move both your alcohol and your content a little bit closer, and I get in my character.
One each?
Yep, 1 each.
Small.
1 fortitude or 1 alcohol.
Can I do anything about this?
I don't know.
Can you?
Ignore an action or sometimes card that affects your fortitude.
Would you still gain alcohol from this though?
I ignore the whole card. The card affects your fortitude.
Card, okay.
I ignore
that's fair.
the card. Yeah. It's all in the
I
wording.
still gain my so
It's
that's
all about the
fine.
battle. You gotta play smart.
Yep.
It's all about the challenge. Wait,
So
I forgot how that
is
Pokemon song
my-
went.
Yeah, it's all about the battle. You gotta play smart. You gotta move faster.
You gotta fight for survival. Nothing can stop you. Diamond and Pearl.
Something your
like that.
rival. Diamond and
That's
Pearl
fine.
Pokemon.
Cheesecake. Drink and be merry with me. Proof that God loves us.
Yay!
The
Okay.
other player, they must drink the top drink of their drink card. I'm the one that gains the alcohol content. I have to soak that, but you still have to drink the first drink.
Drinking contest.
Oh god.
Does that count?
New rivals as you
That-
fight for
that will
survival.
count, I believe.
Yeah, that will count.
All right.
Well.
Time.
Each player reveals a
Reveal a
card from the
card.
drink deck and drinks it. The player who reveals the drink with the highest alcohol content, even if they avoid the effects of the drink, wins 1 gold from each other player. If there's a tie, the players who tied reveal and drink again until there is a winner.
Well,
The
I'm at a
drink
0.
event cards
I
don't
just
count.
Drew another event.
It's me. I'm the winner because I'm
So
not consuming
2 for
alcohol.
Luna.
I got a 2.
Yeah,
We also
Lunatel,
have-
you win.
Wow.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, you're the only one
Oh, yeah.
drinking because if you are a vampire instead, it's 2 alcohol. But that's.
I don't think I'm a
you're not
vampire.
vampire.
And
I'm a 0. Yeah, everybody give a gold.
Yay.
Dang.
Money. That was on my
Tomato
drink
juice,
deck, by
quote
the way.
unquote.
Nope.
That was just an anytime card. Be like, hey, let's get drunk. Let's be merry, be friends. Okay.
Playing Magic the Gathering? You're
Now
playing
I-
Commander right now? That... I don't know if I can handle playing Magic
No.
in general.
I can't.
I give you back another card because it's your turn next.
I have played before. I
Oh,
played
John
Commander.
Callie this turn. And then I drink. And what the
Oh.
heck
Whoa.
is this?
Dungeon
Oh,
runoff.
that's the other person.
-1 fortitude.
-1. That's the other wench. She's from the villain deck.
Icky stuff.
And that is the end of my turn.
Sweet.
Cheesecake, cheesecake, cheesecake.
Cheesecake.
What do I have
Cheesecake.
here?
Cheesecake. Let's draw 4
A
cards.
lot.
Let's see.
Oh, that's a... Nope, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
Snaps. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna use... Behold my impressive power as I pull this rabbit out of my hat, and you're so impressed that you each give me 1 gold.
Man, do I have to?
Yes. I mean, unless you have a card
Unless
that says
have
you
a
don't.
card.
But you're so impressed that you just have to do it.
That's fair. Here.
No,
Thanks.
I'll give you a gold. I'm pretty impressed by you.
Yay! This bunny just came out of nowhere. It is the order a drink phase. I
Callie
will-
is next. I should. Oh,
Wench!
never mind.
Bring some drinks for my friends. I'll pay a gold to the inn to order 2 additional drinks, 1 for each of you.
Yeah, actually that's 3. So you get the 1 that you would originally order, and then 2 on top of that. So you
Yep.
get 3 drinks.
Yep. 1 for each of you. And 1 for me.
You're gonna take
Wait,
You don't have to put a drink to yourself.
You can
Wait,
just double
wait.
up on someone.
no.
Oh.
1 for you. 1 for you, and
You have 1
You can
more
roll the
drink.
dice.
another for
I mean,
you.
she technically can't give it to herself. It might be holy water. It might be
Yeah,
water. It
you-
could be
They
holy.
technically
I don't
could,
know.
but it's also a weird move.
I can
Yeah,
see
it
bunny
is.
ears coming out of your hat. This magic trick is suspicious. Okay. Excuse me. It's time to buy a drink. It's time to drink a drink. Ale of Intrigue. Draw 2 cards from your character deck. That's pretty nifty.
Ooh.
And I get drunk by 2.
Very nice.
Oh, that is drunk by 2. Okay.
Alright. How many cards do I have?
Yep.
There are many. So I will take 3 cards. Okay. I'm going to start with my anytime card. I'm gonna gain 2 fortitude.
Oh, crap. That was you. I didn't mean
Yeah, that was
I
me.
didn't mean to put that back in my deck.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, no, that's what happened. Okay.
Wine is proof that the gods love us.
You and I take a drink. Woo!
Woo!
And it turned to an event.
Man, what am I gonna do here? Ah, shit. Fuck it. Whatever. Gamba!
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 Okay.
Everybody in. Oh, put your money in first. Put your money in.
Yep. Yep.
All right, now you're gonna raise. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, everybody put more money in.
I'm just making sure I don't have anything that can change. Negate me.
No more money.
Okay, cheesecake. What would
My
you like?
turn?
You mean pass?
You want to?
Oh.
I raise!
You also want to raise? My turn, huh? So right now Cheesecake's winning. I will play the winning hand.
Whoa.
Whoa.
You must cheat.
Is that a cheating card?
I
right?
must
Yep.
cheat?
Yep.
I have
You
to?
have to cheat
in
in
order.
And
You
to
have
beat
to
my
cheat in
hand.
order to take the winning hand.
Yep.
I guess I... Hold on. Pass. I will
Okay,
pass.
cheesecake.
What's that up your sleeve?
And who are you making forced to leave?
It'd have to be you because otherwise you'd be the one winning, wouldn't it?
No, because if
Nope.
I take
Because
control, I'd kick Lunatel out.
Wait. What are you doing?
I kick you out.
Take control.
Cheesecake played the cheating card. It takes control of the round of gambling, and then they get to pick to force someone to leave the round.
That's the part I'm
There.
confused about. Hold on.
Take
Leaving the
control of
round.
our
Wait, no, I
gambling.
can play this. I can absolutely play this.
What?
Play this card
Oh.
when a player plays a cheating card to negate the cheat. Oh, hold on. Never mind.
No, that can work. Hold on, let me see. Bring that
hold
back
on.
up.
Kelly's cheating. Hi, Ippy Moosey Pun.
I'm not cheating.
No, because it plays a card to plays a cheating card to negate a cheating card. Only one cheating card was played.
Okay.
Seems very specific.
Cheating cards on top of cheating cards, can you?
You can, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can double check. Let me double check.
Yeah, I thought cheating cards can only be used against winning hand, but I guess you can.
Cheating
You
dream.
can use cheating cards as far as I'm aware.
Okay. So nope, I can't play this because it has to be cheating on cheating, and that's not what happened. So never mind. I will take
Interesting,
the count
interesting. Sweet. That's you, Kelly.
That would have been perfect though. So
So how many cheating? It has to be a cheat on top of Cheesecake's cheat?
according to this, it says plays a cheating card to negate a cheating card.
Yeah, that's very
Can I read
specific.
it? Can I read it real quick? Sorry, I'm just confused.
Yeah, go for it. Play this card when another player plays a cheating card to negate.
Okay, yeah, the fine print. I understand. Okay.
Yup.
That print's so fine.
So, you're kicking Lunatel out, Cheesecake?
I'm kicking Lunatel out.
So it is my turn.
It is your turn.
I pass.
That's my win.
It is your win. Take your winnings.
Dang.
Gimme, gimme, gimme. Money, money, money.
Money, money, money.
Sweet. Whose turn was it?
It's my turn. I started that.
Okay.
So now I need to buy a drink. I'm getting poor, but yeah, screw it. Okay, I'm gonna play the sometimes card. I'm gonna pay 1 gold to the inn to order 2 additional drinks. So 1 for cheesecake, 1 for Lunatel, 1 for cheesecake, none for me. And then let's see what I drink. 2
elven wine.
I will reduce that. Reduce the alcohol content of a drink by 2.
It's normal
So
wine,
0.
not elven wine.
It's just normal wine.
Yeah, the elven wine is 3.
Yeah, that's what's a little bit special. Alright, it is now my turn.
It is your turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm still in excess, so I will not be drawing. Unless I want to discard. I'll keep what I have. I don't freaking care.
How am I cheating?
What? Oh.
You're not cheating. You're not cheating. I don't think so. I am very gullible. Thank you, Kirby. Let's have a sippy and a stretch.
Okay, I will sippy and I will stretch.
Well, I was gonna do this to Cheesecake, but she's got all the money, but
I use they them pronouns, by the way.
But I could do this instead.
If we knew how you were cheating, you would be caught. That's what makes it so devious.
Iffy, I thought we were best friends.
What happened?
Iffy's just yelling at me in the chat that I'm a cheater.
Oh.
She's allowed to because she's one of my besties, but damn, girl, why you call me up this way?
I'm gonna strike left this time, Callie.
Why? I did nothing.
Left?
They lose 2 fortitude.
Ooh.
Can you fight me?
Yes. I can!
My goddess protects me!
Okay.
Yay! I have one card
Wow.
to my name.
All right. Everyone's ignoring my cards. Jeez, I can't attack anybody. And then what am I? Where am I at here?
Yet you are the
action, buy a drink.
healthiest.
I buy a drink.
A dark path you're going down.
Why
But
me?
it's used. And now I do mine. And of course, it's a drink event.
Ooh.
Reveal a drink with possible chasers from the drink deck. If you reveal a drink event, before revealing a drink, discard and reveal again. Each player, including you, drinks a copy of that revealed drink. But we're just drinking because we can.
We're all drinking this same thing, so take it from the drink deck. Oh, it's got a chaser.
Ooh.
It's a 0. What the heck? If
Yeah,
this
but it
card-
has...
-2 fortitude. And a chaser.
If this card gets no chaser because one has an available.
Oh. That -2 fortitude is conditional.
I exist
Yeah,
once again.
Welcome back, Isaac. It was getting warm in here. Thank you for
Hi,
pulling it down again.
So, but you do get a chaser from the drink deck. So
Yeah.
add that.
So it's 0. We ignore the
So
fortitude.
yeah, so we pretty much ignore the first card.
Oh my
But
god.
this is a 0. It's a
Yeah.
0. It's an automatic 0. So nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Woohoo!
That was a really weird one. Okay.
That was just
Yeah, it's kind of convoluted.
completely
Like, what was-
pointless.
I feel like the characters that we have, they're not really like rowdy drinkers.
We're just sitting.
We're pretty
quietly at
measured
the pub.
people.
We're all like the magic users. We got like 2 healer type persons and then like a magic user.
My weird old rabbit. Is that your turn?
All right, cheesecake.
Okay.
You're up.
Let's see. I'm going to discard this and draw 3. Okay. We're going to.
I know we said this game is going to be shorter, but we're all playing so nicely.
We're
Oh,
going
for
to
fuck's
Gamba.
sakes, never mind.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna go broke.
You're playing so nicely because there's only 3 of you and like not like 8 people trying to rip out each
And
other's
then
throats.
I'm going to get out of the game.
You just left?
You may play this card and you must ante. Instead of anteing, you leave the round of gambling.
You allowed to do that on the first round?
I mean, it's anteing,
know.
right? The first ante up, right?
Yeah.
Wait, let me see the
Barmaid,
card.
I think Pookie had an accident. Oh, I must pay 1 gold to the inn for a towel to wipe up Pookie's accident.
Actually, I think that's if you ignore a drink.
Well,
In
it's 2
either
of them.
case.
There's two options. There's
No, I mean
Yeah,
you
there's-
pay your gold if you ignore the drink because it's
Yeah.
under the ore section.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that's for the ore section.
In either
Yeah.
case, it
It
means
says nothing about this, so I think Cheesecake can technically do it.
Oh wait, oh wait, yeah, it says either case, yeah.
In either case, you must pay 1 gold
to the inn.
and for a towel.
Okay, here's my gold for the
You
inn.
still have to pay. You still have
Yeah,
to pay.
so you still have to pay the gold,
Just to the
then
inn.
you're out of the gambling.
So it's just me and Callie.
It's just you and me, and it's my turn, I guess, and I have to pass.
Does that mean I have to?
Wait, who's,
Hey.
I guess if you... If
Are you? Neither of you are in charge of gambling, though, right?
No! That's why I'm confused, I don't know!
Okay, fine. You know
I
what? I'm
think-
gonna do this. She's out of the game, so I
Yeah,
guess I
take
win.
control.
Hi, I use
Yeah,
they
you
them
win, I
pronouns.
They are
Leave her
out. Get out of
gambling
here.
so they can't go again. So
Yep,
I win.
I pass. Yep, win. Take your fucking 2 coins.
Okay, that was a thing that happened.
I almost
She is
so much
cosmic
Clap on
chaos.
this
How is this worse with 3 people?
You're having a lot of fun with this cheese.
That was really
Cheese is
silly.
enjoying themselves so
I
much.
sure am.
Yeah, they're out here like giggling so much.
These are the questions we need to have Dacus for. It's like, seriously.
Edge
No,
case.
go on.
Enjoy
I'm
the
familiar
edge
with this
case.
game and I feel pretty confident in it, but that's still kind of like, does that?
Yeah,
That
what
one
happens
just
when
threw me.
technically nobody is winning the gambling?
I was gonna say, like, because if Lunatel couldn't play, I was gonna be like, I guess the money goes to
The house, right?
the
I
inn?
feel-
I don't know.
I think someone has to take control of the round of gambling. If no one could, then I guess it would just go to
But
the
there's
end.
no way for you to get a card
Uh-huh.
if you don't have a card.
Here, I'll leave
I
this
can't
pulled
just
out so
pull a
that people
card
can
out
look
of
at
my
it.
ass.
No, I mean like
if
it's
both
like,
turns
okay, so you
pass.
go down
Well,
the
that's
line.
the thing, too, because if she gets out, if she leaves the round of gambling,
they-
she says
yeah.
more
If
takes
they-
control
they-
of it. If she leaves the round, she doesn't have control of it. So I think that actually should have just been negated. I think she would have had to still ant. But
Ante?
whatever, we've resolved it. at this
We've
point.
resolved it.
It is what it is.
That was my action.
Yeah, that was your action.
I'm going
Inciting
to
chaos action.
order a drink for, let's see. You got 2. You got 1. 1 for Callie.
God damn it. I want out.
Everybody's got 2.
Booty things. Okay, time for me to drink. This one.
Chug.
Chug, chug. Ales from the crypt. I'll take it.
Ooh.
Wait,
The crypt of the
Ignore a drink.
necrodancer.
I won't take it actually.
I can't do nothing about that. I'm just gonna put my cards now, thank you. Cards
That's
that
my
I'm probably
turn.
not gonna use. Oh, okay, that's a good one.
When you said my brain's immediate reaction was ooh ee ooh ting ting
Ting,
walla
ting,
bing bing.
everyone pay me a gold for a fortitude.
Oh,
Each
my
player, including
one
me,
of
gains
my
1 fortitude.
golds. Wait.
Each other player pays me 1 gold. So I get 1
Oh,
fortitude.
we gain 1 fortitude.
Yep, you all gain 1 fortitude,
pay
but
you
you
1
must pay me
gold.
for my services, please. Thank you. Keeping it
Yeah, we're making the game go
You're
longer.
a little bit dangerous there.
Okay, and then I gotta buy a drink. Who's lacking here? Cheesecake. You need a drink.
Oh, I'll take one.
Yeah, I gave you one. All right.
Thanks.
And I will drink. Ooh, do I have something against this?
Are those little ghosts? Oh, I thought they were frogs at first, but okay.
Frogs.
It kind of looked like frogs at first. I was like, oh
Ah,
no,
I can
they
see
got
it, I can
little,
see
like,
it.
faces on them.
No, I have nothing to negate this, I guess. So I'll take 2 alcohol.
That's rough. Oh my god, your
And on that,
fortitude is
but
still
before-
so high.
I'm hanging in there. But also, let's see who's got money.
Not
hey,
me.
Cheesecake. Yeah. I would like a gold for you to pay a gold to the inn, please.
We just
pay the inn.
okay.
Pay the inn. The
Here you
money in the inn.
Here you go, in lady.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. I can only.
With me, you're just Kelly sounding a little quiet on Cheesecake Stream. I'll turn her up. Thank you for
Turn
letting me know.
up.
Test.
Test.
Seems good to me.
Test.
Test. Thank you. Oh, and Lunatel.
Might just be your gain or whatever on your OBS or whatever you use.
Lunatel, can you test?
Check.
Ah, much better.
Checkity check.
What do you think, Kirby?
Alright, can move you over here, away from everything else.
I'm almost out of corn chip.
No.
Not the corn chip.
Not the
Get out of my
corn
head,
chip.
Callie.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Sounds
5,
good.
6,
Great.
7. Yes.
I appreciate that help.
Keeps
Audio
throwing me off.
balancing is difficult.
Yeah, because you're 2 prayer cards and you're just like, I have to
Yeah, I have to think about
count.
it. I guess I will pass for now.
Alright, so no action.
No action.
No action. Like the only action I could have taken would have just been weird. And I already discarded it, so it doesn't matter.
Ethereal. Garlic bread sun chips. That sounds scrumptious.
Yum 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 yum.
Yum, 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 yum. Takes a bite.
Who you giving a drink to, Lunato?
I wonder if those would taste better because I remember not liking sun chips, but it might have just been
I'm
a
actually
specific
going
flavor.
to do 3 drinks. Because it's
No!
my turn.
Whistles inconspicuously.
It's my turn to give the gold in to get 2 extra thingamadoodads.
Thingamadoods. Thingamaduds.
And I don't have anything crazy like make the inn pay for it. And a cheesecake. So, 1,
I'm gonna.
2, 3.
Uh-huh.
Are they all going to me? I'm scared.
1 to Callie. 1 to cheesecake. That makes. And then
1 to me.
Yep, everyone is even now.
We all
Except
have a
for
lot of
me.
drinks. You can only get them at the Korean supermarket. Whoa.
Oh.
Oh no, it's a
Interesting.
chaser.
It's a chaser.
Ooh, wine with a chaser.
Oh,
Oh god.
Dragon's Breath Ale.
6?
Jesus.
Wow.
Yep, that would be 6.
Brother Bastion suddenly like, ugh.
Oh.
That one hit hard.
Chaser, I hardly know her.
Oh my goodness.
And this is counting as 1 drink, so I will try to ignore it.
I think you should stop playing with the drinks.
Negate some card that changes the effects of drink includes negate. Okay, I don't think I have anything that can fight that.
Could you just
It
get
can only
sun
be affected
chips
by
and then put garlic
don't think
powder
so.
on them?
Okay, that's fair. Alright, I am
Taking the
going to
6.
soak that.
No, I'm already praying away tomorrow's headache.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Woof.
That was quite a change there.
Yeah, that's big.
And I think that's all I could do for that one. Yeah, what was it? Was it Kusha that played it? And they were like, he got 10 alcohol in the first round.
Oh, that hurts.
I think it was like a drink event. He had like 2 chasers, and one was like 2, and then he got a chaser that was like elven wine plus with the chaser.
Oh my goodness, it's almost
and then the second
midnight.
thing was one of those bigger ones that had 4. Just nonsense.
Is there a way to
Yeah,
start
that
like a
was
sudden
my-
death?
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think so. You could drop
We're
out.
chilling. No, me drop out? No.
That was
No,
my
not me.
Drink phase, I had a chaser.
It's not
That means
almost
I
midnight, it's
wouldn't
almost
win.
9
Yep.
p.m.
It is
That
your
is the-
it's your turn cheesecake though.
Hmm.
It is cheesecake's turn.
How convenient. Let me discard. Nothing. Draw 3. Okay. You know how it is. Gemba.
Oh my god.
Ante up, friends. What have you to
You just, want
say?
people, you just want to knock people out by just taking all their gold. That's what you want.
Apparently, that's probably how I'm gonna go. Alright, I'm in. I take control.
What's that?
Tell.
You know what? I'm
Yeah.
gonna be mean. You know what? Raise.
Oh god. Okay, here you go.
I choose violence.
Cheesecake.
I have control of gambling.
Let's see. I play a winning hand.
Oh, I pass.
Ditto.
Sweet.
You win. Take your winning.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. Next card has to be cheating. Okay, yeah. Just had to double check. I don't say that several times.
I
just can't
needed
help
to
but
grow
vocabulary.
my wealth.
Donatello and I are gonna get out by gold.
How
not
else
by
am I
drink.
supposed to feed my Pookie?
You can like make stuff out of your hat, right? Just take it.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, friendo, buy a drink. Or do whatever you're doing.
You may play this card during the
I'll
order
keep
drink
it.
phase. Order 2 additional drinks. You have 3. That means 3 go to. Oh, we
No.
have to pay for a new
Pay
drink
the
deck.
inn. Pay the inn.
Pay the inn for a new drink deck.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm poor.
Wow.
Alright, it's up to you two. Flip it. There you go.
2 and
I don't
3.
feel like I'm gonna get very far with this.
No, you got 1 whole gold.
And then I'm going to.
Oh,
Put
thank
your
you.
drink
yes.
deck back there.
Thanks.
That's gonna have to get shuffled.
Take
Here,
my
I'll
drink.
shuffle it.
And I'm going to teleport beverage and give this troll swill to Lunatel.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
What's up? Don't you want to
I
drink
think you should
this?
stop messing with the drink. Take it anyway.
Oh, take it back.
Yeah. That checks out. Okay. I'll take it. Yum, 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 yum. It's not
Okay, let me
appetizing,
see here.
but I'll drink it anyway. And if that ain't just how drinking is.
Alright, Lunatel, you gotta end this.
How am I supposed to do that?
I don't know. I can't do shit. I'm dead.
So I need 7. No, 6. So I have 1. Wrong card. I'm hitting the wrong button. Hold on. Okay. What do I have now? Just got rid of this card. Why did I get it back?
While all this is happening, I'm gonna start looking for someone to raid into later.
That's fair. I've provided a bunny for you to feed alcohol tokens for you, too, if you would like to.
This one should not count because it's actually I'm starting.
This is a strange bunny, actually. Weirdo bunny.
Okay, what I would like to play this card, but I don't think that's really going to matter here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. I don't care.
I've been adventuring long enough to know a few
Wait,
tricks.
hold on. I can't.
I haven't actually been adventuring that long. Never mind.
Each player.
I love how this character is like, he's a wizard, but he's actually just like a stage
Okay.
magician.
He's just a stage magician. Oh, what's this?
Pay me a gold.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Yoink.
There's my sermon. That's all you get out of it.
Thank you. Thank you for teaching me something beautiful. I'm now enlightened, and Pookie is too.
Buy a drink. Don't think that's going to be a contest where that's going. Actually, can I? You know, I'm gonna go ahead and play this one.
Oh,
Yes?
let's see.
I think I can. I think it is an anytime card,
Yes.
so I can draw 2. And then I hit the wrong button again. And then I can discard 2 cards, which I am. Where's the one that I did not want to keep?
My music's gone again. Hello.
Why am I not grabbing?
Maybe that card doesn't really exist.
Maybe it doesn't. That was one of them. Where's the other one?
Well, hydrate. Thank you, Prith. I hope you're having a nice morning so far.
I know that's one of them. I don't know what happened to the other card I was going to discard, but...
Hand too big.
That's so weird.
Oh, yeah. Keeping those ball joints
I'm very
limber.
confused by this, because I don't know what happened to it, but alright.
Might have been a lag issue of some sort.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe. Then it's just... Hold on, let me try something here. I'm going to flip one of these. Last time I just had to do that. And then put it back in. Okay, well, I guess that's just how that's going to be now.
Sweet. I'm sleepy. I got less than 5 hours of sleep last night. Oh no. Hopefully you have time for a nap today. I'm sleepy too.
I think we're almost done.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be correct.
I think. Methinks.
Methinks
maybe soon.
Yes.
You fix?
I think I fixed it, so that was the anytime card. I bought a drink. I still have to do with my drink.
Okay.
Okay.
Zippy zippy. What do we got?
Sip.
Evil spirits. Evil spirits, pray descend. Make me nice and drunk again.
Oh, I gotta soak it. So that's 2 minus 1.
Okay.
There we go. Alright, it is now Cheesecake's turn.
My turn. I'm going to discard this, and I'm going to draw 5 cards.
Oh, wow. That face.
Alright. Yes. Okay.
Oh, no. That's not...
Oh, yes.
I think it's time to Gamba.
It's time to Gamba.
Yeah, I have a feeling. And I bet you that they have an eye raise.
Days of cake.
Lumentel's looking. Oh, wait.
Ooh.
What they got?
No. I'm just not. I'm out.
They're
I
out.
win the
I
pot.
don't do anything. Just take your gold back. You win.
I win the pot of 1.
Pot of 1.
Ripperoni.
Wait, what?
I pretty much just nope, I'm done. I'm not playing that. Nope.
Oh.
I gain a prayer token, but I don't ant.
Okay. Well, I got my gold back.
And that was your action.
That was my action.
So what do you got next?
Well, of course I'm going to order you a drink. Nope, that's the discard deck.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
And we'll have me a sippy.
A sippy.
Angel tears! Oh, I feel so refreshed.
This game's never gonna end.
Hacks.
Hacks! Your turn, my friend.
Okay.
As an archery stream until I said, wake up at 7:30 in the morning! Oh no. Oh boy. I don't know, if I have to go to sleep that early like that, or if I have to wake up that early, I'm usually trying to make sure I'm going to bed on time. Usually.
I
At least not as bad.
Sometimes my insomnia hits, though.
Usually I get a couple extra hours. I go to sleep a couple extra hours earlier than usual.
I usually get up with my son, so
Oh,
if I
yeah.
don't get if I get hit with the insomnia, I'm fucked.
I'm gonna do some fuckery.
Gamba!
What are you doing?
I'm dead.
Gamba! Each what?
It says everyone puts an ant. Everyone has to ant.
Put your money in.
Money is in.
But I'm
Lunacel's
not
about
going
to do
to.
some
I am going to
fuckery.
play my prayer. So I'm not going to be paying any gold.
Oh.
So the inn pays my gold, and I actually gained 2
Oh god.
for myself.
So you put a gold from the inn, and then you gain 2 more from the inn.
Yep. Prayers for everybody.
Prayers for everybody.
Jesus Christ be with you all. Or whatever your religious
Whatever your
nonsense
god
you
or
have it.
goddess or
Yes,
religion be.
that's the word.
All right. Cheesecake, what do you got?
No, excuse go from in rather from stash into yeah.
I've got a winning hand is what I've got.
Oh. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Lunatel. Cheat.
You're not a cheater, are you?
You wouldn't cheat for God.
I honestly don't know if this guy has the ability.
Brother
at this
Bastion
point.
wouldn't, would he?
I do not have a. Hold on, take control. Of the
Hi, Jackatin von Oswaldton.
I think that's all I have.
How goes the end gamers? Tense.
It's tense between 3. Well, it was 3 players.
Yeah.
It's now 2.
Action card. So I started the game. I started the round of gambling. I played my little prayer. It was her turn. She did winning hand. I pass.
Sweet.
All right. Take your money.
I'm gonna thank you all for your presents because I got another Ike.
Whoa!
Look, I didn't lose
let's
any money.
go.
I gained 2 coins. Okay, that was my whole. That was the whole point of me doing that.
Was to gain some money.
Gain some money.
All right. Well, that was your action.
Actions.
So
I need
drink.
to buy a drink.
Buy a drink for Cheesecake or yourself if you really feel like it.
Hold on, let me see something here. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and risk it. You know, I'm actually gonna pay a gold to the end this time.
Wow, bold.
2 extra drinks.
Let's go gambling. Yeah. Yamba. Okay.
Oh,
that's a lot of
all
drinks.
3.
got it.
I have 5
Chasers
drinks
for
in my drink deck.
And now you must drink.
Yep. Here we go.
We've seen this card a lot.
Oh, don't take all 3. Don't take all 3, Lunatel.
Oh.
There you go. Well, sort of. Sort of, kind of.
Let's go Gamba.
And of
3.
course,
3.
One. I don't think I have anything for that.
Woo.
I do not.
Here, I'll take that.
Where's even my token? Oh, I got it. Up, that.
I got it. I got it. I got it. Lunatel's drugs might be taking effect.
1, 3. Sure took its sweet time.
Okay. What kind of strategy am I going for?
I don't know. What kind of strategy you going for?
What kind of strategy am I going for?
What kind of strategy you going for?
What's my strategy?
I'm gonna discard this. What's my strategy? Wait, who is that?
That's someone in Fire Emblem. I don't remember who. Might have been Robin.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And we'll
I have expected her to do another gambling. I'm not expecting.
discard this.
What?
And I'll draw 4 cards.
I forgot how Zot was actually fairly decent against gambling, but I think that's because it's supposed to balance out Gurky.
I'm going to explode you. Pick another player. They lose 2 fortitude.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
I told you not to distract me.
Got anything for that? Oh, they do.
Not really, but they also lose 2 fortitude.
Okay.
Oh, it backfired. Just a little bit.
That was 2 fortitude, so I
Alright,
still
so
have
you-
to take that, right? Do I have
It's
to-
fortitude, the heart. The heart, the heart.
Fortitude. Up here.
Okay, shoot.
Shoot,
Yep,
shoot,
sorry,
shoot.
sorry. I'm away. I'm away. I was just pointing. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. Continue on,
Um,
cheese.
Order you a drink. And take a drink myself.
Event card. I knew it!
Drinking contest!
All of it.
Each player reveals a card from the drink deck and drinks it. The player who reveals the drink with the highest alcohol content wins 1 gold from each other player. If there's a tie, the players who tied reveal and drink again until there's a winner.
Well, I'm gonna be out of this unless I get something that sobers me up.
Yeah. All right, everyone,
Wait.
take a drink.
From the drink deck?
Take a drink from the drink deck. Flipper. I will be the judge.
Ooh.
Okay, yours is technically a 0. Lunatel, you have 1 with a 1. Everyone drink their drinks.
Ouch.
And then
Wait, no, mine's a 0.
yours is a 0 because you are not an orc.
Wow.
You take the fortitude.
I do take the fortitude
Yeah,
though.
so you take the fortitude
Players,
and then
so
give
that's not
Lunatel a coin.
Ah, rats.
Very good.
Cheese and crackers.
Walking a very thin line here.
This is a very oh my god, they're touching. They shall kiss.
They're so in love. They're so in love. Look, they want to kiss.
Yeah, that should be your turn now,
Yep.
Lunatel.
2, 6. No.
No,
5.
you want 5.
I might be dying here in my head. What else did I get?
While Lunatel looks at her cards, Cheesecake, how do you feel about playing Red Dragon Inn? How are you enjoying yourself?
I'm having a great time.
I gained fortitude.
Oh,
Last game was fun. This game is fun. What?
They're very different games.
Oh
But
yeah.
They're fun, all the same.
Oh, regain some fortitude? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Clerics are good at this sort of thing.
Oh, thanks, Artman, for lurking.
Enjoy Lurk Art Man.
Have a good look at man.
That's technically an anytime card. It's not an action card, but I think that's
Yep,
all
that's
I
an
can
anytime.
do this time. Maybe. You know, it's something I can do. Whatever.
Gamba.
Gamba.
Everybody ant.
Everybody ant.
You all have
I will
ants.
be using gold from the inn.
We all have ants. I do get ants in the spring and summertime, so.
Not the
Big
ants.
ass carpenter ants. I love that for me.
So I have,
You should antsy the ants.
I have control of the round.
You do.
Gambling?
Cheese.
I'm in.
Cheese is winning. Lunatel, what you got?
I have winning hand. Can
Winning
you
hand?
get before battle?
Can you cheat? Cheat.
Pookie, stop looking at everyone's cards.
Cheat! Lunatel! You can play anything now.
Yeah, that doesn't require anything, does it?
Nope. You can play any card on top of cheating.
Okay, winning hand again.
Ah! Cheesecake! Can you cheat?
That's you.
Cheat.
You win. I mean, you win the gambling.
Lunatel wins! Woo, 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 woo,
Wow.
woo.
Congrats on winning
Take your
the
all
gambling.
2 coins. Take your all 2 coins.
All 2 of
I
them.
actually won for once. Woo.
And you're not like immediately at risk of getting outcoined
You might be drinking yourself to
or something like
here,
that.
So,
Yeah, something like that.
so buy
so I have to buy a
cheesecake and
drink.
drink.
Which
Yeah.
is there even a point to this right now?
I don't know
so many.
anymore.
I did take one, right? Yes.
Yeah, you did.
And have you a drink?
All right, drink your
You get
drink.
lucky.
Drink your drink.
Oh,
drink
an event
that.
card. Reveal a drink
All right, so
from the drink deck.
You guys are gonna drink the same thing. So reveal
Okay.
the drink from the drink deck.
Is it gonna be the
I'll let
same
you
thing
do
again
it.
where we just
It's just zero.
Dragon
no.
Brazil. That's game. Unless you have a way to avoid it.
Yeah, I'm checking it. I don't think I do. I think it is game.
Yay!
Congratulations,
Congrats!
Yay!
Make the tokens kiss.
Make
the
them
tokens kiss.
Un besito.
Un
There, there,
besito.
that one.
Yay!
Yay!
Me and Pookie did it.
Congrats.
That was fun. And it wasn't just fun because I won. It was fun because I was playing with 2 delightful friends. And Isaac was here. And all those delightful people in chat were here. I want to thank my mom, and I want to thank...
Dang, I'm not a friend. I'm just here.
No, you're a friend. You're a friend.
No, I was messing with you. I was messing with you.
You're here even though you didn't have to be.
I'm curious now. Do I have any cheating cards? I don't think I saw a single one.
How many? You've only got 5 cards there, so...
Yeah, my emotional support, Isaac. I do gotta raid out. Did you find somebody to raid, Callie?
I have a friend who is playing Played Up. If we would like, I can shout them out.
Yeah, I gotta raid out because I gotta go bathroom.
That's fair. Alright, we're going to raid out to Nazcat. He is a great friend of the chat. He's wonderful, sweet, does amazing art, but is playing Played Up at the moment. I only have my trick raid, which I think is this message. I think. Yeah. So there are your messages. Take what you can. I am so tired. I don't know how y'all feel.
I'm tired too.
I'm tired. I'm Isaac.
Is this streamer 18 plus? No, I think Nazcat is a all ages, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'm very tired. Please let me go to bed.
Yeah.
I combined the raid message into one.
I love that.
Oh wow,
But-
I had a chaser underneath this.
Oh my god, you were gonna die either way.
Yep, I was duped.
Yes, it's your turn to make the joke now.
I am ready to raid out. Everybody say goodbye to the channel.
Bye.
Bye, channel.
Bye, Kelly.
Goodbye, channel.
Bye, Kelly
I'll be
channel.
back
chaser
tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow for my anniversary and Bubbles' birthday event, but I need sleep.
I'm gonna be streaming on Monday. We're doing a paint-along stream with Art by Chi-Chi on Monday. Which I'm very excited for. I'm very excited.
Thank you, everybody.
joining
Let's
us.
go ahead and start to
Thank
raid
you.
it out.
I'm leaving now.
Bye.
I'm raiding. I'm raiding. Goodbye.
Nazcat Art. There we go. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you to the Tricksters for inviting me to this delightful Trickster night. And thank you to I want to thank my mom. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. And make sure to follow Nazcat when we get there, okay? Bye-bye!
Bye-bye, guys.
Alright, I'm gonna leave the chat so I can start going, but I want to thank you guys for hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see you two just play it